Well, hello everybody. Fancy seeing you here. Now, I know I don't quite look like Emily. However, for the next, I'll say it's like a good 6 or 7 hours, you're going to be joined with me for all of the fun stuff we have lined up for Hackcon. Trust me, we have a pretty exciting lineup. I heard that it was pretty exciting overnight. But without further ado, let's sort of jump into things. Now, for those of you who don't know, my name is Will. I work at the fellowship side of MLH, but I'm super excited to be greeting all of you from the UK at Hackcon this weekend. Believe it or not, I do wake up early in the morning. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And yes, I do wake up before Ryan Swift. Who would have thought? Now, coming up, we have the Tetris tournament, where we'll try and see what that's all about, and all of you in chat will be able to join in as well. We also have some Blahaj tank coming up a little later, as well as a few more lightning talks, workshops, and Type Racer. That's the one, and I would know that because I am excellent at typing. Now, I'm joined with the wonderful Ryan Swift. Look at this.
Hello, hello. How we doing?
Yeah. Wow, I noticed that you have a a fair few Blahajas behind you.
Hang on, wait. The crew here?
Yeah, the full crew. I mean, I also have one with me as well, because you can never go wrong without having a Blahaja at hand. Yeah, so Ryan, what are we doing today? We're doing a mini event, right?
We are doing a mini event. We've got the Tetris tournament coming up here, which we're all going to have fun with and learn about together. Will and I excited to run through it and excited to do some commentary. We'll see, depending on how many people we have joining us, we might even need to play. We'll see what ends up happening here. But excited to see how it goes.
Let's see what this works like. So, big disclaimer to everyone: this software just come up with a big warning to say it's an alpha. So, hopefully we should have no issues at all, but hopefully it all goes nice and smoothly. Now, what we'll be doing is playing a bit of Tetris. What you can do at home to join in is by going to tetr.io, which sort of sounds like Tetris, if you squint. And at the top of the screen, you'll notice, at the top, like over there, you'll notice there is a big code, which is TPFX. When you go to the webpage, all you need to do is put that code in and you'll join into our lobby. And here we go. My room name is guest7981A61. I know, very original. And I can turn the music off. That's fantastic. Or no, I can just set it to be random. Fantastic. Wonderful. Alright, so I'm going to put this code in chat. I can just, look at that, I can copy the URL. Snazzy.
I already dropped it in chat for you.
Oh, Ryan is already there.
Too fast, sorry.
You can also access it using the URL.
Go directly. We love that.
So hopefully that should make things a little bit easier. Now, Ryan, are you gonna join as a participant and sort of see what's
I certainly can. And I don't know if it's because I'm in the stream with you, but I'm getting a little bit of audio ripping from you. I don't know if you would know what the cause of that would be. You're like crackling a little bit. Okay. I don't know if I'm hearing you twice. I'm getting a little crackle. I don't know if anyone in chat is getting that as well. I know you're a perfectionist with the stream setup over there, so I wanted to make sure I gave
you're gonna make
feedback.
me cry now. Well, I'll pause the music. Hopefully, is the crackle still there?
It is not.
Interesting. Well, we'll do without the music for the time being.
It just came back a little bit.
It's probably because
I don't know. Can anyone in chat verify? It might be because I'm in StreamYard with you. I don't actually know. Also, I'm realizing I need to download the Tetris. They have a desktop. They have a desktop client. Yes.
Someone says, do I need to make an account? It says you can join as a guest if you just don't type in a username, which is what I did, because when I tried to make an account, it asked for a password. A little bit confusing, but you don't need to make an account to participate. Looks like we've got a couple people. Do you know what flag that is? We've got Canada, obviously, the maple syrup, and I don't know what flag that is. It's an Indian flag. Love to see it. Actually, I could work out why I sound weird. Let's have a listen. How's that?
It's better.
Well, hopefully that resolves some of our issue.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just.
I feel like no one in chat has confirmed it though, which makes me nervous.
Well, I've turned off the little EQ boost, so I don't sound quite as beautiful.
I'm now only hearing you on my left ear, though, Will.
Ah.
This is fun. What if we did, instead of a Tetris tournament, what if it was Ryan and Will troubleshoot audio together?
A little bit inside every day. Well, hopefully that's working. There we go. You can hear me out of both ears.
Yes.
Yeah. Fun fact for everyone. Will is in my left ear now. Dongle Bro ASMR. Honestly, I don't even know how far that nickname has gone, but maybe we'll have some Dongle Boy ASMR later on in the stream. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like we've got nearly a full house in here. We're going to give everyone just a few more minutes to join into the Tetris mini event. All you got to do is head over to tetr.io/hashtag. I think that's how you do a hashtag. I don't have enough hands for it. TPFX, and that should join you right in. Don't worry about typing a username in. Just press enter, and that will enter you in without needing to make an account or any of the sorts, which is perfect. Now, one issue that I have with my stream setup, Ryan, that you're going to love, is that my arms aren't long enough. I can't quite reach my mouse. I've got a couple more people. Love to see it. Ryan, what time is it currently for you? It's like a good 3 in the morning nearly.
It's 4 in the morning nearly, in fact.
4 in the morning. Oh yeah, because 10 o'clock for me is
Alright, what's the room password here?
The room password is what, the TPFX. I don't think we have a
room
password.
Yeah, how do I do a guess? Oh, leave it.
You just don't put a username, unfortunately. Yeah. Can I still join in? Of course you can still join in. All you got to do is go to TPFX. Go to tetr.io. I will put the thing in chat one last time for everyone. For those of you who just joined on both the YouTube and the Twitch. It looks like the Twitch message didn't actually send, or if it did, don't know. It's just there was an error. Doesn't matter. That was the past. But yeah, what you got to do?
Here. How do I join our game?
Here we watch Ryan troubleshoot at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, actually, it's what's happening here. Because
there's a chat inside. Interesting. We've got people chatting in the Tetris chat. If you want to chat, ask us questions, I'd recommend putting them in the Twitch chat because it's easier for us to spot. You guessed 159405.
Actually, yes, I am. I was going to say I don't know how to tell you that.
Fantastic. All right. So we'll give everyone just another minute for those of you who have just trickled in. And then we will get started. Oh, wow. We've got actually quite a few people. I need to make the screen a little bit longer. There we go. As you can see, Frankie is now... Wait, you should be reading what? The chat?
No. I was going to say the controls. Well, I'm not interested in chat anymore. I'm playing to win. Come on.
Ryan's not awake, if you couldn't tell. The poor guy is very much not awake. But we're going to wake him up. We'll get that energy into him. And I'm sure he's got plenty of blahages to keep him occupied this evening or this morning. Now, Ryan, the real question for you is, what time do you normally wake up? Because it's nearly your wake-up time, if I understand.
I'm normally like anywhere from 5 to 8 a.m., depending on what time I went to bed.
And what time do you normally go to bed to achieve a wake-up time like that? I must be quite early.
Like 10, normally. If not 10. A little bit earlier sometimes.
Damn.
Don't put me on blast like this, Will. Come on.
There you go. If you ever want to, be like the classic hustle, the waking up at 5 a.m., going to the gym and doing 100 things before you start work. That's the spirit. Not able to join. Interesting. I don't know if there is a limit to the number of people who you can have. I haven't set the limit. Well, the limit says 0, but clearly it's not 0. Yeah, 0 equals no limit.
I just saw someone else join, so...
Tinku 9, is that 9711? I think I need to get new glasses. If you're, let me know when you've joined. Is that you at the bottom there? And I reckon we could. I don't know how long these games take. Again, we'll learn this together as a team. But you know, if they're pretty quick, we'll do another one. And if anyone misses out, you'll have the opportunity to join back in and try again.
For sure, for sure.
I reckon we'll get started. I think that's probably everyone. Oh, someone just disconnected. Voldemort's joined. Interesting.
Not spelled the normal way, though, right? Isn't it Vold, like with a D? Normal.
Chat, let us know. How do you spell Voldemort from Harry Potter? I feel like I should know this, being the British.
I feel like I should know this as well as someone who read them. But
yeah,
sure
I've read some of the books, watched some of the films. I've been to the Harry Potter studios. Yeah, let's have a have a look. It's Voldemort. There's no T in it, or in the middle, only a T at the end.
All right,
we'll give everyone just
kick off this first game.
Looks like we've got one person still trying to join. We'll let you join in the next round. We'll do another one for sure. But yeah, let's kick it off and see what this room config. Ooh, match versus. That is the only mode. Okay. First to win. I haven't been told otherwise of any other settings I should set, so I'm gonna assume we're good to go. All right. Oh, wait. How do I start at the bottom there? Right. This is probably fine. We'll work it out. We'll learn as we go. Okie dokie. So this is going to be like Tetris 99. If anyone's played Tetris 99 on the Nintendo Switch, where basically it's Tetris Battle Royale, where you've got to do Tetris. Oh, I'm playing. Oh, okay.
Oh, you're not a spectator.
I thought I was. Clearly, I wasn't. Basically, what you got to do is do Tetris, but the key thing is you can send the blocks that you've, like when you complete a row, you can send that to someone else. So you can play your cards pretty strategically here to basically knock other people out so that you remain as the winner.
Someone already sent me stuff. Not in love with that.
Ryan's not mentally prepared for this.
I'm not, absolutely not, Team. You're not in spectator mode, in fact, because it's not.
I'm kind of glad I'm not in spectator mode. I've got a load of bricks though, 3 from each people. Let's have a look at other people. It looks like, wow, someone's already nearly been someone's nearly gone. Wow, one person who's already dropped off pretty quickly. Now there is a way of being able to change where you're attacking. I have absolutely no idea what that is, but I'm sure the controls did say on the home screen. Maybe someone read them and can let us know in Twitch chat. Now, there's a few strategies to this. The key thing is you want to like keep a few rows so you can basically get rid of a few in one go using like a 4-long piece. Now, this is pretty useful because it means that you can then get rid of loads in one go. Like I'm about to get rid of 2 lines. And it just means that you can then basically finish off one other person in one blow. So pretty useful strategy right there. Would
panic. The same reaction. We picked up the speed real fast.
Everything just like got very very quickly. I'm not mentally prepared for this.
No, I'm not.
Oh, it looks like someone else is about to drop out. You can tell I've played this before, can't you? The wrong button.
Okay, good. All right, I'm out for sure. There it is.
Ryan is not ready for this.
Definitely gotta wake up a little bit more.
All right, we'll do a few rounds and warm up. Someone just sent me some stuff. I'm not here for that. All right, this is getting pretty intense. Oh, please send me a useful brick. It's all gone. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone. I've messed it. It's gonna take it's really going quick, and it's very hard because I'm doing it with my left hand, and I'm not left-handed.
And you're
probably wondering,
you couldn't reach as well, right? With your stream setup annoying.
Yeah, if you notice, I'm like leaning forward quite a lot because my camera's like 90 degrees to my desk, so. Why don't I put it on the screen that's next to my camera? Because then I can see what's going on. There we go. Oh, I'm now spectating 2 people. Got 2 people left. Looks like Carrots is going pretty well, but Noms is coming in fast with those moves. Damn, everything is moving very quickly. The attack is increasing pretty aggressively by Carrots. Looks like Noms has just completed 4, and I just sent it straight to Carrots. Ooh, it's getting very tense. Will Carrots be able to get a 4 long down the middle there? We'll have to wait and see. Looks like they've got one queued up. There we go. Beautiful. Now, can Noms take that? They're about to get it. There we go. There is the attack. Will they actually be able to send it back? We'll have to wait and see. Looks like Carrot is about to get defeated yet again, but there is a forlong coming up. Looks like they've got one little brick on the fifth row that's going to mess them up here. Can they get rid of it? Just about, but it nearly had a close call there if they weren't careful. Looks like we're getting pretty even here. Carrots has taken a little bit of the lead here, with Noms sort of kind of trying to catch up a little bit, but it's still neck and neck.
I'm super impressed. Both of them are playing really well.
These are people who've clearly played Tetris 99.
Yeah.
And my commentating has definitely woken up the people in the room next door. Fantastic.
Apologies to them.
Apologies. There we go. Carrot is taking the L here a little bit with a huge number of the waste. I think they call them wasted blocks. Damn, Carrots, can they get rid of some of those blocks? It looks like they are going to struggle to fill in the left-hand side. And their forlong is just a little bit too early to save them, but they are playing hard. They might just about make it, but they're not getting the blocks they need. Noms is playing it super easy with only 2 lines. Can take it nice and slow while Carrot is in meltdown mode. And Noms takes the lead with a very nice 2 rows remaining. Very impressive stuff from both Noms and Carrots. Very, very stuff. People in chat saying about how this is far too fast. I mean, let's have a look at where we came. Oh, look, Ryan, I'm not even highlighted.
I'm in top 7 somehow.
Ooh, sorry. I thought you were fast asleep.
I don't know what happened. I did 0 lines sent top 7. I'm gonna take it.
Dear. Oh dear. Okie dokie. Right, looks like we're doing 3. What's 3? Number 3. Oh. Number 3. How do we next? Right, let's do another one. All right. So for those of you who have just joined and you want to take part, I'm going to put the link in chat one last time. Here we go. For those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can head over to tetr.io/tpfx. And now it all makes a little bit more sense as to how you play this. Now, I'm actually going to play strategically here. I'm going to get a Bluetooth keyboard out from behind me, so I don't have to like lean forwards.
Can you give us 2 minutes before the next one? Yes, we can absolutely kill some time. I see someone asking a question. They started a tech community today with some of their friends, and they're interested in collabing with MLH. We've got a bunch of different things that you can do to collaborate with us, but I think our most popular thing is a member event. Let's see here if we can find that for you.
Which is mlh.io/event-membership, I believe, if I'm correct.
Yes.
But I think Ryan is in the process of typing it out. There we go.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
But if you're interested in organizing a member event hackathon, you can read a bunch more about there. And this weekend is actually the perfect time to ask the full-time team at MLH questions about becoming a member event. We're all active in Discord throughout the weekend, so make sure you head over to discord.mlh.io, and we're happy to help you out there.
Tingu, it looks like you are in there. I can see you in the left-hand side, so I think you have joined successfully this time, and you can take part in our next round. Someone asked for the 2 minutes. Yeah, we can give you 2 minutes. I can see my username. I will scroll up and down a little bit just so everyone can see what the hell's going on. If I just make it a little wider. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm realizing Noms, our top person there, is level 61, which I don't know if that's high in this game, but considering everyone else is like 1 and 2, feels like...
Yeah, interesting. It looks like we've got a couple people with levels as well. Feels
like a slight competitive advantage there.
Little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
I mean, when we do Type Racer in a little bit, I will have to... I don't think I'm officially... Oh no, I am officially on Fantastic. I've been ready for this moment my entire life. I am part of the mechanical keyboard crew who love to disturb every Zoom call they join. And I remember when Digital Hackcon started, I used to take the mick out of Ryan because he typed like in the chat while he was streaming. And I just, his mechanical keyboard was so obnoxious because I think your microphone's like right next to it, right?
We don't follow best audio practices over here. Well, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I've been brought up in a family where audio must be perfect, so it's been ingrained into me from day one. Hopefully, I'll be able to spread the word across the community. All right, we'll give everyone just another minute. We've got 17 players. Now, I'm going to actually click, before we start, I am going to click on the map. Wait, hang on. It did tell me instructions. Let's see if I can read out the mouse over settings for more info. A setting. I don't want to do that. Okay, well, there we go. But basically, this is like Tetris 99 if you've ever played that before. Basically, Tetris 99 is where you are playing Tetris with 99 other people. In this case, we're playing with 17 other people, or 16 if you include me. And what you'll be doing there is basically trying to get as many blocks as possible, to keep it as low as possible, right? Try and complete entire rows. And when you complete those rows, you can send them off to someone else. Now, I don't entirely know how it works for this game, but in Tetris 99, there's like different ways you can attack people. So you can attack them by, if they are like about to die because they've got like an entire screen full of blocks, you can basically send them to them so that they finish them off. Or you can send it to people who have like a low number, or if you can send it to people who are getting rid of blocks pretty quickly. There's all sorts of different strategic ways, and I can't say I'm any professional Tetris player, but I know that there are some pretty interesting strategies that people do. What the heck? It says 16 plus 1. It said the player is 16 plus 1, now says 17. It's so random. Someone in chat saying that we are
still an alpha.
Still an alpha. Yeah, that sounds like a someone meant to make it an integer, but it was actually a string. It's just like add 1. Oh wait, hang on, we just added 1 to a string. Hasn't quite worked as planned there. Looks like someone says we are professional streamers. Oh yeah, we are professional. Beautiful. Absolutely. All right, I reckon we are gonna get started with our 16 plus 1 players. It does say, oh, here we go, 17. Let's click go before anyone drops. And I've got a keyboard on my lap now, so I can sit. Oh, we got a nice background this time. All right, so the way you play is use the arrow keys to move your blocks side to side, as well as up and down. So you can see here that I can strategically move stuff around here. There we go. Put nothing in there. So if you press the up arrow, it will down. Is there a way of making it go straight down like in normal Tetris where you can just
space? I think it drops.
Space bar. There we go. See, Ryan, are you a big Tetris player?
No, I'm not. But
anyone in chat? We're trying. We're trying. Anyone in chat a particularly keen Tetris player? Any pro tips for us here? Because you can tell that I'm definitely not an expert, but we live and learn. Ooh. Looks like someone is about to drop out. Not what you want this early in a game. And if I'm not careful, that's also going to be me, as I don't know what to do.
Found by somebody.
There we go. I've saved myself a little bit from the embarrassment. Oh, I've ruined it. I've messed up. It's okay. We can take this back. Getting a little confused by these controls. I wonder if anyone else is. I keep pressing like the wrong button. Now I'm not paying attention to who is actually sending me stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was Ryan just out to get me.
I believe me. I do not have the ability to do that right now.
Does not have the mental capacity.
Not even close. Not even close, my man. I wish I had that kind of mental capacity right now.
Oh no, I think I'm gonna drop out again. It's not looking good for me. And I've been finished. However, we do have a few people going pretty strongly here now. Looks like we've got someone who's about to drop out. Ask Char, as well as Carrots. Carrots is still playing it strong. Tingu's still going, but we've got quite a lot of blocks that we need to defeat. Looks like a few Forlong would go pretty well there. Ryan, are you still going?
Barely, but yes.
What number are you? You're 5'9", 159, 405? Noms has only got one line. So we've got a few people with a few bits of waste from other people, but they've got their own ways to deal with first. A few of the guests are doing pretty well as well. Noms is doing this every day. Noms absolutely killing it.
We're just trying to stay alive as long as we can over here.
Is this you? We've got 4 people left. It looks like Ryan is the one who is struggling a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. We're not... Oh, no.
We've also got Noms here, who again is just absolutely destroying it. Very strategic. If you notice that Noms is bye Ryan. You'll notice that Noms is being very careful about holding those 4 long, because they can be super crucial in order to get rid of some of that waste that other people are sending. And here we have Noms. Looks like Carrots has already been knocked out. Pretty sad stuff. And something else you'll notice is at the left-hand side, it tells you how many KOs people have had already. So you can see that Noms has knocked out 3 people, and the guest 8809776, or guest for short, has knocked out 2 people. So we'll see who's going to knock out who. Looks like guest is not looking too good. Noms is just taking it nice and easy, making it look more easy than it actually is. Poor guest has left, and Noms has taken the win. Who won the last one? Is it Noms as well?
I believe so, yes.
Damn, Noms is showing us how it's done. Now, one thing I did not mention is we are going to be awarding points to people who win this. So if you open a ticket on Discord with a screenshot that you won, you can see here I came 10th. I think if we just hang on a second, I have an idea here. If I just inspect elements and we just there we go. All right, there we go. Oh, hang on. There we go. Beautiful. There you go. See, like I'm first place. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I was like, what is he doing? Like, what's going on over here? And I just got it. Incredible.
Yeah, because I'm sharing the tab. You can't see the classic Chrome dev tools of every developer. But if you send us a screenshot and a ticket with the first place, and make sure your DMs open on Discord so we can get in touch. We can sort out some points. And there'll be a leaderboard facilitator. Pretty exciting. We'll find out who that is shortly in order to award some points out. Now, we're going to do another game. So for those of you who are only just tuning in, I don't know how many people we got here. We've got a good 18 people vibing. Again, you'll find in the Twitch chat a wonderful link to the Tetris game. Again, this is for beginners, experienced people like Noms and Carrots, or people who are just here to have fun. Just join in, have a bit of fun, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Those of us who are half asleep also welcome as well.
I see that a few people said that they've just woken up. I woke up like an hour ago. I woke up like 3 hours ago, and trust me, it took me a little while to get started.
I feel like we need to put some sort of handicap on Noms here. I don't know if there's
Can
one
we?
within this setting.
I don't know. That'd be pretty cool.
I feel like he is, or they rather have, kind of asserted dominance at this point. They're very clearly in a different caliber than the rest of the community here.
They need to like play against themselves, you know. All right, we'll give everyone just a few minutes to join. And then we'll kick off the next round. Now, can I actually change my name? It's playing anonymously. Yeah, I am playing anonymously. I can't reply to stream chat, but I'm not as big a fan of as another Tetris thing. I assume that is as this. Well, I'm glad that you're preferring this one over the other one that I've also never heard of. But for those of you who have just joined, this is basically Tetris 99 on the Nintendo Switch, which is basically Tetris Battle Royale. Now you're probably wondering, how can you turn Tetris into a Battle Royale? Because I don't know about you, when I think Battle Royale, I think of like Fortnite or like Apex Legends, right? Something where there's like 100 people and it's very Hunger Games style, where last person standing is the winner. And as time goes on, there's like a ring and it gets smaller, so it kind of forces everyone together. Now, the way that kind of works in Tetris is when you complete a line, you send it to someone else as garbage, which is, every time I say that word, it sounds so weird because I'm British and we do not say that over here. But that is the technical term, at least. You send your garbage. Oh, this sounds so weird.
Just call it rubbish. No one's going to be... Is anyone in chat going to be mad if he calls it rubbish?
Is anyone in chat going to be from the US at this time of night? Probably not. Let's be real, everyone over here is going to be calling it rubbish or waste. We do use the word waste. I think you folks use the word waste, don't you, Ryan?
Hmm?
Like, we have a food waste. We have a food waste bin. Yeah. Do you call them bin or trash cans?
They're trash cans, but you know. Honestly,
I learned so much about about different ways people say things. Ooh, looks like I missed it there. It's called my mouse is on my lap. And I'm using my knee.
I was highlighting someone saying rubbish
dustbin.
because I...
Yeah.
The dustbin.
There we go. All right, so yeah, basically, you send your waste to someone else, and you can be strategic about how you send this. And as the game goes on, it gets faster and faster. The same idea as the like kind of arena getting smaller in these more typical battle royales. But yeah, it's a very interesting game, very exciting, and incredibly beginner friendly because it's super easy to learn Tetris. Now, I can't say for everyone else, but I am no expert. Ryan, I believe you are no Tetris expert either.
No, not at all.
But maybe we can change that today. Right, I'm going to get started now, and we'll go in for another round of the Tetris. Oh, I think I can actually set it to spectator mode. Well, we will we'll take the L, and we'll go with what we're working with here. All right. Fantastic. So, as you can see here, I'm trying to like, how do I hold stuff? Anyone know?
Shift to hold. And
Fantastic.
then shift to swap.
You can see that
I feel like I'm half asleep, and I learned the controls better than you. I feel like
I didn't read the instructions. I did the classic thing of like, every time I build furniture, right? It's like a whole, I recently moved house for context. I make it sound like I build furniture like every day. Like it's a fun hobby of mine. Oh yes, I'm just going to go build a house. Or a chair. But I really, when I moved house, I learned very quickly that reading the instructions is quite useful, and you should probably do it more than I did. Come back to you. There we go. Look at that, complete. Ryan's trying to like, play it down like he doesn't know how to play Tetris, but I think the guy's got a, hidden talent that he's not telling us about here.
I took my 4th place finish last time, and I'm sitting out this round to recover some energy. We'll see if I come back in for the next one. This is my try not to fall asleep on stream moment here. For everyone who doesn't know, I've been working the overnight shift here for Eastern time, which is very non-standard for me. I think we can...
I must say, I mean, it kind of... So for a bit of context to everyone, Ryan is renowned at MLH for being an early morning, early riser. So to hear him, not go to bed at like 9 o'clock was a little strange. I can't lie.
I feel like 9 o'clock is maybe a little aggressive, but it's also not totally untrue either. So
yeah, I feel that. Now the thing I find strange is that Nick. So basically, to give everyone a little kind of the rundown. MLH, there are a number of people who are incredibly keen on waking up. Now, Nick Quinlan, our COO, he is based in Seattle. So he basically lives as if he's on the East Coast, but on the West Coast time. That's what's going wrong. And so he's normally awake at like 5, 6, and that's just normal to him, which I just can't get my head around. And yeah, I don't think he's doing like a particularly early shift either. He's doing a fairly I don't know how that worked out.
It's I feel like it's always the case with events. You when you're organizing an event, you've kind of got to mess with your schedule a little bit. And like one of the big things we preach is like taking care of yourselves. And I think our team, like the people who are doing weird shifts, are working much shorter periods of time, and we're splitting it up across the whole team and all that stuff. So
yeah. For context, I wouldn't normally wake up at 6 in the morning, but well, definitely, I will be taking it easy from about 3 o'clock onwards. Make sure that I'm juiced up for the next day.
Mm-hmm.
But it does surprise me when I'm like about to go have lunch and I see that you're online. And I'm like, hang on a second. Yeah. Ryan is awake very early in the morning, and yeah, it's just normal.
Is this our same challenger here? I don't remember who Noms was facing last time.
It wasn't. We were facing a guest last time, but we do have Carrots back in it. Someone just said in chat it was going all so well until it came crashing down in one full fail. Does that say full swoop? Fail swoop. Jeez, I'm blind. Actually, why don't I just make the StreamYard window bigger? Now that is big brain time. Just make the chat bigger if you can't read it. God, I sound like such an old person.
I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad you recognized it then.
Oh dear. Well, it looks like this is going to take a little bit of time. We've got both of the teams going on pretty aggressively here, both strategically. We've got see that they're holding blocks combos as well. You can do combos. Is that like removing lines in like one blow? Don't know. Who knows? I don't know how it happened.
Slide in on one of those there.
Pardon?
They like slid it in underneath another block.
Yeah, I have noticed that when it gets to the bottom, you can like sort of, it gives you like a few seconds to sort of rotate it and get it in the right spot, which doesn't look very obvious at first.
No.
Oh, beautiful.
Honestly, anyone's game here. Ooh, nice.
It's very hard to tell, you know. Oh, Nom's just got a huge amount of waste. Damn, that is not what you want. I can go from grid mode. What's this? I can swap them around. The match between beasts, yes, the absolute. Oh, my entire all of my Chrome windows just reloaded. Like Chrome just. I don't know what happened there.
The Tetris got too intense. Is what happened. You know, used up too much CPU there. Can you see stuff currently?
And
your WebGL crashed. Okay, cool.
Interesting. Yeah, everything just reloaded, but clearly not like a total crash. Right, let's try again. Sorry about that, folks. We'll never know who really won in the end.
They'll have to record it for us.
Yeah, it is alpha. I'm using one of those M1 MacBooks, so maybe didn't like that too much. I do have a lot of things open, to be fair. Right, let's get the match in. So we've got a new code now for folks. Yeah, F in chat for everyone, please. I've just... Actually, let me just close a bunch of stuff. Maybe that will like help the poor thing out here a little bit, so prevent us having any more crashes.
It looks like Noms remains undefeated here. That's what I'm seeing.
Interesting.
Sunders to be trusted. Which I assume they are.
Oh, actually, is that? Yeah, that would do it. So for those of you who don't know, if you've never used a Mac before, you can have multiple desktops, a bit like you can on Windows, but it's a bit more common to use them on Mac. And I had both a video editing software and motion graphics software open in the background, which probably wasn't helping. I just didn't even realize. I've closed those now. Hopefully we won't have any issues again. Looks like Noms and Carrots have both joined straight away, keen to get back into the game. I worked out how to turn it onto spectating mode too. You just click the player button. Motion quit unexpectedly. I'm aware. I told it to close. Well, hopefully that should resolve a few of our issues here.
Absolutely.
Can you still hear the music, Ryan?
Yes.
Excellent. If it's a little bit too loud, just let me know. But well, clearly, when all my windows crashed, they were able to reload without any issues, which is good to know.
Now, what quite like this comment from Sunder here. Can it run Crisis? Yes. Tetris.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Actually, fun story for you all. Back last year, and it was early in the year in February, I was helping a hackathon out with their live stream, and they were like, we would love to run Banzuki on stream. Now, for those of you who don't know, Banzuki was this like TV show in the UK on CBBC where you basically people would make these little like insect robots and then they would fight, kind of like Robot Wars, I suppose. But yeah, it was very cool, and there's basically a simulator where you could basically build your own online and do it to everyone else. And they're like, oh, can we do this on stream? And our poor stream computer could not run it. It was a very unoptimized bit of software. But yes, stream computer can run live stream, no problem at all, barely breaks a sweat. Can it run a game from 2005? Nah.
No. It happens, you know, it happens.
Yeah. Have you rejoined, Ryan, or are you still taking a rest?
Nah, we're still taking a rest here, team. I gotta be honest, yeah. We're low on energy over here. The Blahaj gang trying to give me their energy, but
let's have a look at that Blahaj gang one last time, Ryan. Oh, I don't want to see myself. How do I swap it for you? Hang on.
Oh, there it is. The crew.
There we go. Yeah, the crew. Look at them go.
I feel like you really don't get a sense of the scale for how like aggressively large they are.
Well,
Okay,
I have two, right? So, oh,
you good.
oh, Ryan's just turned off his he's swapping camera. Yeah, so before the pandemic started, my friend Jacqueline, who some of you may have met earlier in the, what's it called? Earlier at Hackcon, I believe Jacqueline did a talk yesterday, or maybe it's the day. You can check out the schedule on our website, though. We went to the IKEA in Sweden and bought a shark, and I went to, Blahaj. But I learned from an organizer, actually, one of the UK organizers who's actually from Norway. They told me that it's actually pronounced Blahaj, not Blahaj. Fun fact. And they were getting quite annoyed at me for calling it Blahaj. They're like, it's a bit like how I get annoyed at people pronouncing British things wrong. So I feel that.
So this is a total tangent. I don't know where we're at with the stream, but or with Tetris. But I heard someone yesterday talking about how to pronounce British words correctly, and the suggestion that they were giving was just to try less. So like an American is going to be like, oh, it's Birmingham, right? We like say the ham. We like try to say all of the syllables. And they're like, just put in less effort, and it's Birmingham or whatever. Like you give up towards the end.
You just give up halfway, yeah. That's very true to be honest.
It's surprisingly accurate. So, but,
how would you pronounce the capital of England?
I have to verify what the capital of England is first.
It's the one beginning with L.
It is London, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
I just didn't want to say it in case I gave it away.
London?
London. So you pronounce the end of that quite aggressively, whereas I just say London. And I just give up on that last half of the sentence. London. Yeah. I'm
trying to think of the, they were talking about like ones that end in CESTER. And they were basically like you don't say like Chester, Chester. You just like give up.
Yeah, so we have Worcester, and there's a famous thing called Worcestershire sauce. But yeah, there's a really funny YouTube video. I'm sure someone can find it and link it in Twitch chat of trying to pronounce it, like the hardest places in the UK to pronounce. But yeah, I used to live in Birmingham, and that was a pretty funny one. Birmingham makes it sound very posh.
Man.
Say it with minimal effort, all vowels condensed to one sound. Yeah.
Not inaccurate.
For those of you who are just joining us, you can join us by joining the link in chat. The code is NWEP if you are wondering what it is. What is this game? Oh, fantastic question. So this is Tetris. If you've ever played Tetris, it's basically Tetris, but multiplayer. Now, you may be wondering, how the heck do you do multiplayer Tetris? I asked myself the same question when I first heard of the Nintendo Tetris 99. And basically what it is it's a chance to do Tetris, but when you complete a line, you send it to someone else, which is pretty exciting. Basically, you send it to someone else and it fills them up. So they now have more lines to complete, which is not the energy that we want. So what you have to do there is basically play it strategically, try and leave it so that you get 4 lines in a row. Because when you send it to someone else, that is brutal. And that person has got a lot to deal with if you do something like that. Wonderful. Looks like Ryan is about to rejoin us, and I think we're nearly ready to kick things off with 15 people in the lobby, but that doesn't mean you can't join too. Oh, you can come along as well. We've got 16 people now. Again, I'm going to put it in the Twitch chat one last time. Fantastic. One day I will meet Ryan Swift in person, and I will give him the audio treatment that he deserves. However, it's probably a lot easier if he comes to the audio here. Let me go there with all of it. Oh, someone's already... speaking back to the how do you pronounce things. So someone actually found the video. We'll have to take a look at this. Now, I know that this is not a Rickroll because you can tell if it's a Rick. Here's a fun fact, right? So, for those of you who are not experienced Rickrollers, there's always a few of you around in chat. Let's have a look. So, when you share a URL, specifically a Rickroll URL, it will have 2 uppercase Qs in it, a Q right at the end and a Q right in the second character. If you've ever seen a URL with these 2 Qs, do not click it. It is probably a Rickroll.
And if you want a good indication of how long I've been up today, my headphones died, so I had to switch headphones. Apologies for the
technical. Oh, yeah, I saw you putting your like in-ears in. It felt very much like you were about to go on stage with like an earpiece in.
We ran out of battery in the other wireless headphones, so we had to switch. Rip.
I love using Bluetooth headphones, but whenever I'm doing things like this, I have these. Well, these are actually not very. So I don't know if anyone knows in chat, but these are open back headphones, so they leak all of the audio that they make, which is not fantastic when you're in a room with other people. In fact, it's basically like using speakers. They sound really nice, but I haven't got to worry about Bluetooth, I don't know, cutting out on me, and I can hear my own voice. So, you know, there's that as well. How's the sleep schedule?
I do want to say I was given plenty of time to power nap and things like that before this overnight shift, and I'm going to be napping as soon as it's over as well. So
Ryan didn't. Yeah, I think your first bit of Hackcon was at like 3 and so like 6 hours ago, right? But you had plenty of chance to basically sleep. I mean, your recovery days on Monday and Tuesday, I assume that's when you're taking them, are a good chance for you to sort of fix your sleep schedule a little bit.
Exactly. That was the game plan for sure.
100%. Wired headphones for the win. Now, I am a little bit of a hypocrite. I like to switch it up, you know. I have some in-ears as well, you know. Mix it up. Depends on the thing. Get your New York City self to asleep. You deserve it. I hate to break it to you. Ryan does not live in New York City. He lives across the river in another city. So look at that. We've got some exciting people. People ask, do you get paid overtime for being up all this time? Well, Ryan hasn't been up that long, but we do get to take basically what our weekend would have been during the week. So we basically just take the weekend, not the normal weekend. So we basically just swap some weeks in the days in the week.
Exactly.
Yeah, respect to all y'all in India. I mean, India is a pretty normal time of the day, to be honest. Like, it's, you know, having lunch now?
2 o'clock in India right now.
2 o'clock. You think?
I'm pretty sure.
Me and Ryan are pretty good at the time zone conversion. I'm pretty good at going US to UK, and I'm fairly good at going to UK to India, but not as good that direction. I reckon we'll kick things off in a second. I'm going to actually just drop that
17 is quite full. It's minus 2.5 for, well, minus 2.5, and then you adjust for AM, PM. Yeah.
To adjust for what? Sorry?
Sorry. I'm doing it from EST. So it's right now.
Whereas for me, it's 4.5 hours at the moment, but it will be 5.5 in a month or so. Let's kick this off. Which I must say, respect to everyone in India where you don't have a daylight saving, because everything gets messed up for you twice a year. I get pretty annoyed when I get like the 1 week. Daylight savings is definitely for me, but you know, it's kind of nice to have sun in the morning.
It's fair. Certainly fair.
Damn.
I like the spectator mode here.
Yeah, I can see everything going on. You can also switch to not be a grid and to be like individuals, and I can then like switch between them. So it looks like everything's pretty calm at the moment. Not a lot moving on just yet. It looks like some people over here are already struggling. A couple people here. Carrots also. Oh, I got spoke to you soon. Carrots is like, yeah, I'm not struggling. You didn't see anything. And if I use the up and down arrows, I can switch views. Look at that. Now, fun fact, this game is making the M1 MacBook very loud. And if anyone who has read anything about M1 MacBooks, I feel like the audience here is probably fairly interested in technology, kind of theme here.
Seems fair. Seems like
yeah, the M1 MacBooks don't really make any noise at all, even when they're doing intense stuff. But Tetris is too much for it, clearly. Oh, looks like we are about to have Voldemort drop out. Can they resolve it? Ooh. Not quite. Looks like they have just lucked out. But we do have someone. Oh, and someone else just dropped out. Looks like Guest is about to lose it too. Can they solve it? Maybe. But it looks like it's going to be pretty tough to get in that gap that they blocked themselves out for already. Not what you're looking for at this time of the morning. Carrots, though, is absolutely crushing it, despite the pace being quite slow from everyone else. Oh, I don't want to say slow. That makes it sound bad, but quite normal. Quite normal pace, really. Sunder B is going pretty well here with a few things in the hold. Looks like we're gonna a little bit of an issue with all of this waste coming up here. Can they resolve it? Looks like they are beginning to panic a little bit. I would be too. I cannot lie there. Did I just mute my audio?
You did not.
Oh.
You can still hear you.
I thought I muted you.
No.
So I'm precariously balancing a keyboard on my lap, and I think I hit the function keys.
I didn't know I could rotate. Yeah, I feel like there's a number of people who've been playing who did not read the instructions that they start you off with. You
didn't know I could rotate. Yeah, I mean, I feel everyone else. I didn't read the instructions. I don't blame you for not reading them either. Ryan out here just like shaming us for not reading the instructions.
I mean, you know me well enough.
I know you well enough. Every time I'm like, hey Ryan, I did this thing wrong because you weren't clear enough, and you were like, actually, if you'd read the instructions, you would have done it correct. And then I just pretend that I never said anything.
I like to think I'm a little bit more friendly about it than that, for sure, you know.
It's okay. I'm wheels fast now. I'm not playing for context. This is not me playing. Oh dear. At some point I will have to open the window in this office because I can't handle the pace of Carrots here absolutely dominating. TCMZ, not Z, Z. Ryan's just out there like, okay, I see how it is. I'm resizing the window. There we go. So I can see. There we go. Carrots takes the win yet again. Looks like it's Noms and Carrot, but Noms didn't come second. GG to TCMZ for like getting in there in the second place. We'd love to see it. Oh, look at that. Me and Ryan are in sync. All right, folks.
Probably have time for one more round.
Yeah, one more round, and then we will transition nicely into the mini event with Manya, which is actually pretty exciting because Manya is one of our coaches here at Major League Hacking, but she was actually originally an MLH fellow and then pod leader, and so I work closely with her in the pod leader side of things. However, she's been taking a little bit of time off over the summer while she works at an internship, but she's I haven't really chatted to her in a while, so it'd be good to see her.
Nice. Love that.
I know that she's been still being active in the community, staffing many hackathons. Maybe some of you have bumped into her at some of the hackathons we've been running over the summer. Anyone from Pradesh? Pradesh, where is Pradesh? I'm not up to date with places not in the UK, or more correctly, places in the south of England. Me from MLH who's based up north in the UK would be like, there are other places in the UK, Will, that isn't just around London. Pradesh is apparently in North India. There we go. It's like a state. Interesting. The more you know. It is a state in India, in the northern India, with over 200 million inhabitants. It is the most populous state. All right. So, for those of you who are just tuning in, looks like we've got 25 people. A few more people crawling in. Or maybe they're just here for the ASMR. Who knows? Who knows? But I've just dropped it in the Twitch chat. If you want to join us, just head over to the link in Twitch and you can sign up. Now, for those of you who've just joined and haven't seen it, you can actually not log in. You can just leave the username blank and it won't require you to make an account. So you can jump in without having to faff. Because we know how much people wanna come and vibe. Ryan, what time are you actually getting to go to sleep today? Is it like 8 a.m.?
So I think the shift ends at around 6.
6 a.m.
I think I'm gonna try and do like 6 to like 10, and then try to catch the end of Hackcon, and then
nice.
We'll see where it goes from there.
Exciting. We'll have to just wait and see.
I apologize. I feel like I'm bringing down the energy level here.
It's all good, Ryan. I am well prepared. Yesterday, I went to a family barbecue in the evening, and they fed me up and gave me plenty of sugar to keep me running today. So I am ready to rock and roll. I believe you can control rotate with A and control. Well, We'll have to. Oh, that was Ryan who said that. Or at least I hope it was Ryan.
Yes, it was.
We'll have to see how that works. Right, it looks like we've got 15 people, or 16, 14 plus 2. I assume the 2 is just like they're still joining, maybe. 15 plus 2.
Oh, interesting.
Someone says if you
or
click
maybe it's
the
people who are
tab,
spectating?
Maybe. If I click... Yeah, if I click spectating, it says plus 2. That makes more sense. Now, someone says that when you click on the... Originally, when you join, if you press the welcome tab, you can scroll through all of the commands and their corresponding keys. Now, I like your thinking. I understand that you're trying to be helpful here, but I'm part of the don't read the instructions and make it up as you go along crew. So I'm actually going to not endorse this message. Ryan may disagree otherwise.
I do, in fact.
Ryan's all about reading the instructions nice and clearly. Right, I think we'll kick it off, you know. Fabulous. Got quite
okay.
I was gonna say we've got quite the playing field here.
I feel like there's obvious folks I could bet on, but I want to pick like a dark horse, you know. I think this is I think it was TCMZ last time. They came in second, right?
Yes, they came in second, so let's have a look to see how they are doing. It's not looking too good for them so far, but they are being pretty aggressive with their play. You notice how they're not letting it fall down and they're jumping it straight to the bottom. This is them trying to make it play pretty aggressively, and as you notice, they're keeping the right-hand side open just so that when they want to, they can drop something in there and get a pretty quick win. They go, bang, 4 of them gone straight away, and they've been sent straight to someone else. So you've got to be pretty careful here, but they haven't KO'd anyone. Let's see if anyone has KO'd anyone just yet.
I hear you all talking about me. Took a break to chat in the middle of the game. Aggressive. I could not handle that.
You're talking about me. Looks like guest 8809776 or gate guest 8 is not looking too good, but with all of that waste. But over here we've got, I don't know how to pronounce some of these usernames. We have SKX. With a pretty aggressive waste there, but oh no, they've blocked the right hand side. Now that's going to be a hard one to recover from. We'll have to tune in with them in a second to see if they can indeed recover from it, but it looks like we have a few other people who are taking the L a little bit here. Looks like they're playing it pretty strategically. Looks like they might be able to take a recover from it, and there you go, beautifully. They have just about made it. However, looks like they might have a few issues with these blocks in the middle. Looks like Voldemort is still coming in with not a lot of waste, but a lot of their own waste that they're not really sure what to do with. Looks like they are panicking a little bit here, and the pressure is getting to them. It's a bit like the Olympics where people just melt down on arrival. And it's Seekeron. I wouldn't know that from all the X's in it, but I do appreciate you letting me know. Voldemort is not looking too good, but they can just about save it, but not quite, with a few individual bricks missing there.
Also, I liked that you compared the Tetris at MLH Hackcon to the Olympics. I think it's a very apt comparison.
Well, for those of you who...
levels of skill and competition, and yeah.
I've just been watching the Olympics, actually. I think it's actually been pretty good timing for you folks in the US, because it's all like late evening, whereas for me, it's all like... all of the stuff I wanted to watch, which was the sailing, all happened at... like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I kept waking up a few days early to go and watch some of the stuff, but the coverage was pretty limited here in the UK because it was only had 2 channels on BBC. But I did watch a lot of the Olympics, so I'm definitely going to be making some Olympics jokes during Hackcon. That's for sure. Oh, look at this, getting in pretty tense here with 3 people. TCMZ is taking it hard, like taking it strong. Can they get rid of that line and sort out the right-hand side? It's looking like they need to get something in there quick, but they just aren't getting the blocks they need. Oh, and that's just huge. Like that, they have managed to take the recovery. Pretty exciting. Can they get another thing down the right-hand side? Looks like they've got... oh, they've just made a mistake there, it looks like, by getting the wrong block down the right-hand side, but they've just resolved it, and they're getting themselves back and getting rid of that waste. Now, they need to be really careful here, because it looks like Noms is about to take the L, and if they're not careful and Noms actually gets the win, probably not here, they could get the waste if they're not careful. TCMS has actually, I keep saying S, TCMZ has actually got rid of all the waste, but it is building up pretty quickly. Well, Carrots is just taking it nice and easy with only 3 lines in. Noms is fighting hard to stay in, but in the middle there, you can see they've still got this block, and they've been knocked out. We're now left again with Carrot and TCMZ, with Noms left in third place like before. Will TCMZ be able to take the first place position? We'll just have to wait and see. It's definitely getting intense, folks. I am definitely on the edge of my seat right now. Carrots are still taking it really easy, but TCMZ is fighting hard.
Yes.
Apparently, Nom's actually just disconnected. Unfortunate for them, but hopefully they'll be able to join in the next round. Looks like Carrots are taking a few more bricks, but they are super experienced. TCMZ is taking the L, unfortunately, and Carrots takes the win yet again. And the winner is Carrot, alive for a whole 4 minutes and 32 seconds. A big congratulations to everybody who took part. You can see we got a whole 15 people, and just a friendly reminder to everyone that if you did win one of these rounds, do send us a screenshot on Discord in one of the tickets. You can head over to the ticket channels, open one of those up, and send us a screenshot, and we'll add you to the leaderboard. Now, I don't know much about this mystery leaderboard, but I hear that it is exciting. Someone in chat saying they lasted a whole 30 seconds. Hey, it's better than some of us. I don't think I even lasted that long. I mean, Ryan didn't even compete. That's how long he lasted.
I placed quite well in the first 2 rounds I played in.
Yeah. But, you know, it's the fatigue, right? Like, in a running race, you're a runner, Ryan. Like, if you take it easy, like, yeah, I did well on the first few when I had my energy. You know, like, the 9th one, yeah, maybe I'm lacking behind a little bit because I'm a little tired.
I mean...
Someone's asking, where's my marbles winner role? Ryan, have you already done marbles? Again, I'm in a completely different...
I feel like that's a JP question. I feel like JP likely hosted that event, but... Potentially.
What time is it? Oh, it is. Bang on.
It's time to swap over.
And it looks like our next guest is with us. Well, it looks like I will end things here for the Tetris. Again, thank you everybody for joining us. Ryan is going to go and... take it easy, because the guy needs a little break. Poor guy. Oh, I closed the tab and everything froze. My Mac probably would be so much happier now because the Tetris is definitely a little intense there. Someone asking, is there another JP stream? I do not know, but you'll have to look at the schedule at hackcon.mlh.io. Well, thank you, Ryan. I'm gonna, you poor guy, keeping you up here. I'll let you go and cuddle with the Blahages and take it easy for the next few hours. And we'll get started with our time raiser in just a little bit. All right, thanks, Ryan. Just cut him off before he even said goodbye. I know, what a nice guy. Well, appreciate everyone joining us for... I'm actually going to sit a little bit more in the middle. There we go. I appreciate everyone joining us for the Tetris tournament. Again, we may run some of this a little later, but we do have a pretty exciting lineup of mini events before... in the next little bit. So the next thing that we have going on is type racing with Munya and myself. Munya is one of our coaches, junior team leads, and a previous fellow. She has been super active in the community, and we'll have to see if her typing speed is up to the speed of her involvement in the community. Dad jokes. But we'll have to see how fast everyone can type. I'm going to get super serious because I'm going to sit down at my desk and you're going to have to see the side of my head for a little bit. When is the typing event? We'll be getting started in just a few minutes. We'll give it a little bit of time for people to trickle in, and we'll have some links there. I hope Munya knows how it works because I don't, but I do know how. I actually do have a Type Racer account, fun fact. I'm pretty extreme. A little bit later on, we have some lightning talks from a number of wonderful speakers. We'll be creating a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community, as well as a lightning talk on the silent majority of developers. So we'll have that along with a bunch of Q&A where you'll get to join me on stream right here on the main stage. And a little bit later in the day at 6:30 ET, or more correctly 11:30 AM for the UK folks, and 4 o'clock for the folks in India, we will be doing Blahaj Tank. And now, if you've ever heard of if we've ever heard of Shark Tank, we'll be doing little pitches and learning a little bit more about how we can kind of sell ourselves and how we can sort of sell what we're trying to discuss a little bit better. And you'll be joined with Manya and Nathan, as well as Mary. And then we'll be wrapping things up for kind of morning with some workshops in the UK afternoon. Okay, Manya, are you ready to come join me for the vibe? Are you ready to come and vibe with us? Well, hello, Manya. How's it going?
Well, it's going good. How's it going for you? Must be pretty early in the day for you.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's about 10 o'clock now, but I've been awake since 6 and going strong. But we're fighting. We're staying strong. How has Hackcon been for you so far?
Hackcon has been super good. Just finished a workshop, a discussion, and now ready for my 5-hour-long shift.
5-hour-long shift. Exciting stuff. Karen, so someone was asking in chat about points and stuff, and I believe you responded. Do you want to share a little bit more about how the point system works?
Yes. Okay. So basically, we'll be Okay. So I'll be sharing a typewriter link with all of you, and what we'll do is we'll start the stream, have all of you type as best as you can, and then the winner for every round will actually get points. So if you were a winner for a particular round, just take a screenshot with which says this is you and this is how many points you got, and we will add those points to your color team. So you can send me a DM on Discord. I've kept my DMs open for this 1-hour slot. So just go to Manya Agarwal on Discord and send me a screenshot and we're good to go.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Now, Manya, we are going to be doing a little bit of type racer. Have you how is your typing skills?
I just practice and I realize I'm not very good.
Well, I am actually quite a fan of 10 Fast Fingers, which does have a competitive mode, but you have to be quite good at it to be able to do the competitive mode. Now, I haven't done type racer in a while, and so key difference between type racer and 10 Fast Fingers is 10 Fast Fingers let you miss words, whereas type racer does not let you continue if you miss words. So we'll have to see how we all fight up there. Now, would you like to explain to us what type racer is and what everyone can do to take part?
Yes. Okay, so I will be sharing a custom link with all of you, and you will see these small cars representing who you are on the whole race. That's why it's called a race or a car. And what you have to do to succeed in this sort of race is that you will see a very small passage, and as soon as the race starts, you just have to type it all out. You don't have to make mistakes because you're being marked on your accuracy, and if you make any mistake, you skip a word, like Will said, it won't let you proceed further. So I'll be sharing the link because I think that will explain things to all of you a lot more. So here is the link for the type racer. Join in to our custom room. Let's get everybody in.
Let's go. Right. I am going to take part in this because I have to show everyone my my elite typing skills.
Yes.
Let me find the Twitch chat because I want to get this this URL open. How do I open the chat?
Yep.
Wow, I'm being such a noob.
I will start sharing my screen, so that
excellent.
We can all see where things are going.
Is the hyperlinked properly? Unfortunately, it's not come out properly, it looks like, because of the question mark. Basically, what I would do is copy the whole thing and paste it into 2 other chats. Is my recommendation for you there.
Wait, the question mark?
Yeah, basically, it's not nothing you can fix here. Twitch is just thinking that everything after the question mark is not actually part of the URL, and it is. Unfortunate. Right, I'm moving in. I'm moving in for the type racer. Oh, but now I'm out of the range of my fan. What will I ever do?
Wow. Okay.
It's very hot here.
People joining in. Oh, the race already started. I will. How do I start this race? This one was a bit of a mess. Let's just say everybody can just reach the end line. Yes, Will, we love your DSLR.
Wait, you like my ASMR, did you say?
No, I said we love your DSLR.
Oh, my nice camera. Sorry, I get confused. Everyone's always about my ASMR. Yes, I have a nice camera, and it's quite far away from me. I could probably do a swapping to a different lens, but let me log into Type Racer, make sure I'm getting those points for being, obviously, the elitist.
So I'm also going to finish this first race so that we can actually start our... We can just treat this one as a practice race for all of us.
Exactly.
Accuracy is quite damage.
I lost.
Yeah,
Big time. Oh dear.
Okay. Wow, it seems like I've almost forgotten how to use it. But yes. Okay, we're coming back.
If you need the link one last time, I will just drop it in the Twitch chat for you all. Well, Manya, Will Russell has entered the track. Yeah, he has. Carrots has also joined us. Can Carrots be as good at Tetris as they are at... Sorry, as good as tight racing as they are at Tetris? That's the real question. Who knows?
Okay, let's see.
Let's go. Oh, are we actually going? Oh, no. Long?
If you are a winner, you have to send me a screenshot of your win so that we can give you points for your color.
I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. I can't spell. Make me smile, and I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance.
You can do it well. Yes.
You hear my keyboard and how aggressive it is. 34 words per minute. I'll take it. I'll take it.
7th place. Oof.
I was definitely typing a lot quicker than that. It's from American Pie. Fun fact.
Yes, Don McLeod. Interesting. We're still waiting for people to finish the race. Come on, folks. You can finish it. And then we can start another round. And everybody be prepared for this next round of race.
Pretty exciting stuff. Pretty exciting stuff. There you go. You get a...
Music is so catchy. Okay.
Do you like the music? The choice of music.
Where do you get your royalty-free music from?
What was that, sorry?
Where do you get your royalty-free music from? It's so catchy.
I got this from Soundstripe. Pretty cool stuff. Right, is everyone ready for this?
Yes, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's race, folks.
I'll see that. I was doing so well and then I couldn't type.
My finish was not bad. Better than before.
Hmm?
Let's see. Our first place winner is 95 words per minute. That's so good.
Damn.
Folks, I see all you winners there and we want to give you points for your color teams. So do not forget to drop me a message with this screenshot of you winning this round. We have people quickly moving in.
My average speed of all time is 68 words per minute. It's not looking too good. Best race 87. I'll definitely hit higher than that. Just 55 seconds to go for everyone who we are still waiting for.
Let's speed up, folks. It's time to practice our typing.
Trust me, this is a really useful skill. You may not realize it now, but being able to type quickly can be a game changer.
Definitely, yes. Especially when you're finishing your 2,000 word essays at the very last minute. I'm surprised that my accuracy is like at a 97% right now. Did not expect that to happen. Okay, folks, get started for our next race because this one is over.
Let's go. Let's go.
You can do this. 4 more seconds.
All right. I am ready to go. I've never been readier in my entire life.
Yes.
Everyone should be scared of me. Right. Gonna lose. Hands down.
Let's do this.
This is the only time where I'm allowed to type aggressively without muting my mic. Very tight. It was down. Second. Ooh, get in there. Get in there.
Yay.
Oh,
This has been pretty
nearly
bad.
got it.
Ouch. Who's second place? Yeah, you will.
I mean, this is my best race. If you mouse over the different people, it tells you what their like best score is. Guest has had a 90. The person who won it is having an average speed of 99.
Yes, they're pretty good.
It's a pretty steep field, if I do say so myself. And it also tells you which country they're in. We've got a couple people from the United States, someone from Nepal, sorry, I can't pronounce. India, Singapore, India, Hong Kong. I assume that's you, Monya.
Yes.
India, Nepal. Yes, love to see people from all sorts of different countries. Oh, you know what I'm going to do?
We still have 2 people trying to finish the race on time. Oh yes, this reminds me I should get my keyboard out too. I might get that.
Get the keyboard view in. I could put the camera like over my shoulder.
Okay, I'm going to get my keyboard out too.
Very nice. Yeah, this is my very nice Vermilio V88M with a couple Mac keys on it.
Looks
Yeah.
so good. Love the accent on them.
There we go. Can't really hear what Manya's saying, so we'll have to ask her when she comes back with her keyboard. But yeah, this is my mechanical keyboard. This will be this is my my weapon of choice. I also have this Apple Magic Keyboard Classic. Not as nice, but it does do the job. Well, the race is about to start. Oh, I better get started then.
I don't know. My keyboard's not connected. Oh, no.
And the thing you'll notice is I don't type properly. I'm typing really badly now on camera shy.
I can't believe I'm the one on stream with like this horrible typing stage.
Ryan once put me on stream for a pirate hackathon, knowing that I am big into boats. 68 words per minute, not the look. Yeah, this is a very pretty keyboard for a pre-build. I did consider making my own, but I decided that it wouldn't be quite what I wanted, especially because I use a Mac like most of the time. And so I wanted it to have a Mac layout. But I actually I have a Keychron K2 that I used to make the layout. Fun fact, everyone. Ooh, let's zoom that in a little bit. Let's have a look, Manya.
Yes.
Oh, that is a Keychron. That's a Keychron.
Yes.
Hang on, let me make you bigger. Yeah, hold it up again.
Okay, I will turn off this light for like.
Very nice. Is that with the aluminium rim? Very
aluminium.
Nice.
Yes.
I have a what's it called? I got the cheap one without the aluminium rim.
Oh. So I finished now.
Speak of the devil, here is my my Keychron with the keys from this keyboard that are for Windows, but it's not as nice.
Ooh. That looks like an older model. Which model is it?
Oh, I got it like last May. So it's not the newest one. The newest one which has like better angles and stuff.
Yes.
As I hear from.
Okay, race started.
Oh, we're starting again. Ooh, that's how you drop your camera, kids. I'm gonna pause me for 2 seconds while I fix my camera.
Alright, we'll see you in the next round.
Everyone's gonna laugh at me. They'll be like, haha, Will dropped his camera. I didn't actually drop my camera. I just undid the wrong screw. All right, there we go. Should be looking pretty good.
Okay.
All right, I'm not taking part in this. Oh, I can still do it.
I mean, there's a minute left. I'm pretty sure you can still make it. This person is definitely too much of a pro at typing.
I am.
Not you, Will.
I was like, that's a very nice compliment. I do not type with all of the fingers on the end of my hand.
Yes. Neither do I. Does anybody here like use all of their fingers to type? That's an interesting observation. Will, does the music auto adjust volume? I think it does.
Does it auto adjust?
The volume when we don't speak versus
It shouldn't auto adjust. The music is technically a third person in our streaming software. I think it's just that I'm loud. It shouldn't be ducking the audio though. I can turn it up if it needs to be a little higher. I think I'm just really loud. That's the reality.
Probably the case, yes. Oh, the other race also started well.
Oh, exciting.
Oh, it didn't. 4 seconds to go. And there we are. Oh no, I make so many mistakes while typing.
Yeah.
Oh, the Godfather. I could do that.
You don't offer friendship. I thought that meant you don't offer internships.
That is when you've been searching for jobs for far too long.
81. Not quite quick enough to grab that second place though. Does finishing second count for points? I don't believe it does. However, Manya is the one who knows it all. And so I would go off what she says.
Where did mine go? Can't see. Where am I? Oh, here am I. My speed is pretty bad, but you're doing pretty good compared to me. 81 words per minute. Wow.
It's not good enough.
Not good enough. You're still not getting your team any points.
I know. I'm not going to win at this rate. Unless we just kick the winner. That's not really in the spirit.
I have so completely lost track of time because I think I'm following the Excel sheet that has, every time zone but mine, and I'm looking at my watch and I don't know which event ends when.
Oh yeah, because you're in Hong Kong, but our run of shows in every time zone but Hong Kong. I imagine that's very useful for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll have to ask Ryan very nicely in future to add another column.
Yes.
Or just do it without asking him. I'm sure he won't notice. Because it's actually really clever. The spreadsheet, for fun fact for you all, it's basically everything in ET and then it just like translates it using a formula. So you could just add a formula and just tweak it. It's what? You're 8 hours or something over like GMT or something? So like 8 plus 5.
Next
15.
round has started. And let's see if we can beat Will for second place now.
I didn't start, so probably. I can't spell apologize the American way.
It's like so much easier if somebody's like dictating something to you and then you try to like type that.
Great. Not quite there though. Disappointed in myself.
Yes. Somehow the first place guest has left us. And this first place is now taken over by Syntax Rock. I don't know who this
Drama.
is. Who is Syntax Rock? Do you want to tell us who you are in the chat here? Yes. Sorry. Yes, gotta do that. Oh, congratulations for finally winning. Remember to send me a screenshot of this on Discord. Ooh,
Just
nice
remember,
to show off your portfolio too.
Tight Race is now trying to get me to pay. Hang on
Oh.
a second. How do I say no thank you? Wait, it's just saying you can subscribe, but there is no option to say no, which is not helpful.
Next round, let's do this, folks. Let's get
I would love to join you, but it's not letting me.
That's just sad. We're going to miss you.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in.
Okay, where is this?
Love how instead of hearing us talk, you can just hear us focus and lots of clickety clacks.
Okay.
Yeah, I started late. It's not what I wanted. It's not
Yeah.
what I wanted.
These
I've
passages are becoming very intense.
also managed to change the theme to be the older theme by mistake. All right, when are we going next?
In 5 more seconds, we're going for our next race.
Ooh, not sure about this one. Right, I'm so ready for this one. Everyone better sit down. It's about to go down.
We have Will in the house.
I am ready to rock and roll.
Yes, let's go. No, that was sad. When you just start typing and you mess it up.
I feel like this is a sprint that means more than a gold medal. Just want to be a point on the leaderboard. Third place, not quite. Someone else has joined, and I could have got 87. I'm a disappointment to myself and my family because I can't type.
Great way to bring your family into this.
I know, they're like, Will, if you can't type, you have to know from us. Oh dear. Don't know about you, but I've heard the same music, same 3 songs on repeat for the last like
I can imagine.
hour now. I think I need to find some other songs to play.
Yes.
Oh, I'll turn Siri on. I have a better idea actually. Why don't we pause that and we put on some other tunes that I have lined up? Alright, how does that sound? Too loud? Too
A
quiet?
lot more like too quiet. A lot more like restaurant music at this point.
We need to be relaxed for the type race, you know.
Focused.
Beautiful.
We'll be starting our next one in 5 seconds. So, folks, if you missed the last one, you can join in on this one.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Oh, all right. Oh, there's lots of apostrophes. I'm screwed.
Let's go for the apostrophes. Oh, just take my gap. This one is going as bad as it can go. I don't know what grammar or punctuation this is following.
It's really bad.
Yes.
It's because it's a song where they've taken each line and there's no what's it called? Yeah, it's called Hug O War. I'm gonna listen to it without playing it on stream because we'll get.
And song recommendation.
Might be a poem. These are poems. Some of them are song lyrics, and the issue is the new lines. Who's it by? Shell. Hug of War. Yeah, it's a poem. I can read it out to you if you want. I mean, we just typed it out, to be honest. Oh, and the idea is that those gaps are new lines. Just yeah, it's bad.
There's too many apostrophes.
Oh dear me. What have we got lined up after the type racer? Oh, we have some wonderful. In 45 minutes, we have a wonderful lightning talk.
Yes.
Pretty sweet stuff.
And after that, we're getting prepared for the hashtag, which I am extremely excited for.
And you're gonna help me out with the lightning talks, and then we're gonna do Blahaj Tank the best. Oh, we're starting again. All right.
Let's do this.
Let's go. Born ready for this. All right.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and we enter our new.
All right, let's go. Okay. I will win one of these, whether you like it or not.
One Tree Hill.
One Tree Hill. Never heard of this.
It's
Maybe I'm just uncultured.
a Tom, I believe.
Fourth place. Oh, I'm a disappointment. How are you doing, Manya?
Quite bad. Just ended on 5th place behind you.
I thought you were a mechanical keyboard expert.
Oh,
Oh, you came 5th.
yes. Quite
Oh,
bad.
it's not looking too good for us, is it?
Feels like it's been a while since we typed.
Yeah, clearly.
Surely.
71. Oh.
93, but like the person who's winning is just, I mean, 93. That's hard for me to touch right now. Okay, we will start another one. But I'm almost trying to blind type, so yep. I mean, I should get points for that. This music is soothing, yes. Let's see if this
All right. Only 8 seconds left.
for our next race, yes. Anirudh, you can finish the round. Let's finish it before we start the new one. Okay, the new race is starting, folks.
Alright. I am so ready for this.
Getting better than 5th place this time.
Oh, man. Second. Oh! Oh!
Place.
Neck and neck. Oh, 90 words per minute. Crazy.
Wow, that's good speech.
Oh. The best bit is I'll be able to watch the stream. Actually, those of you watching on Twitch, you can actually clip these. If there's any pretty good stuff, you can clip them and send them to us in Discord so we can rewatch some of this. Because damn, that was a speedy one. Oh, jeez.
Maybe you should be the one sharing your screen now. You know, a little
I
bit
should be the one doing what? Sorry.
You should be the one sharing your screen now, so we can see.
Yeah.
Let's
I
do
can
that.
definitely share my screen. Absolutely. Let me just.
New game. Oh, there is a while before the new game starts.
There we go.
There we go. Wow, how does your look like ad-free than mine?
Because I have an ad block. That's the truth. Also, it's supposed to be responsive, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is very responsive.
I changed the theme again to responsive. Alright. Click join race. Crap. Oh.
10 more seconds, folks.
Let me try again. People still waiting on. Alright. Right.
Okay. 4.
Alright. Can I win it? Can people let me win? Please. I'm desperate.
Yeah.
Alright. Too many mistakes.
Yes.
Let's see. Good setting. Second. Oh my goodness, 118 words per minute. What the? It's actually their best race. Their best race was 93 before. Whoa. Crazy.
We need to improve my notifications.
Damn. I thought I was doing well at 89. Whew. Ah, I don't want to do instant death. Instant death will just end me. What? Yeah, 118. So actually, if Robbie was here, Robbie from MLH, he types with all his fingers, and he types like an absolute machine. In fact,
Wow.
let me ask him.
Let's get him on.
What is your typing speed, bro? All I know is he can type way quicker than me. Like,
Let's get Robbie on this too as well.
a whole nother league. Yeah. We can actually add me in twice if you really want. Let's do it. Hello. Hello up there. Got this light shining behind me as well. Yeah, let me turn that off. Not exactly adding anything. Okay.
Got you. And your keyboard on stream.
Exactly.
What a view. Wonderful. Okay.
The race has ended. Drama.
Whether it's going to begin. 3 more seconds. Okay, time for a new one.
I know someone in chat's like, if you type in it like 90 words per minute, it's not actually that quick. I'm fully aware that's not that quick, but let me have this moment, all right?
Oh my god.
That typo cost me the race.
As typos always do. I am so sick of my typos at this point.
I am fuming.
Yes. The
Oh,
typos
dear.
are- Oh, you got the same words per minute as the first place.
I know, but it's just like it's out to get me. It's like now Will can't actually win. He's not allowed to.
Basically. Anant is doing a lot better than you will. You just have to accept that now.
I feel sad for Will. Yeah, I'm sad for myself too. Be right
I
back,
can't
crying
see
and
the new
Will.
comments. This is so sad. But I'm clicking new comments, but it doesn't show me.
Let Will win. No, don't do it out of pity. I have to earn it.
Let's go for next round. Well, you can win this one, perhaps.
If you know you. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. So close, yet so far. This person got 117, and the average is like 50. What the hell?
How's that? Okay, maybe this one was like easy.
I think it's because it's a really short bit of text, right? If you look, it's literally a sentence. If you can type that sentence without error, then like congrats. It's really cool because you can replay what you typed. You can see I did really well, and then I couldn't type the word insane or waking. Ah.
Oh,
But
yes.
mistakes, you can see the mistakes here. It's really cool, analysts. It's really helpful for getting you to. Whoa, someone's done this at 2:55. Yo.
Crazy type.
That's mad. Right. One day I will learn to touch type. I was actually Swift, our CEO and co-founder. Me and him were talking about this not too long ago about how we both type the same way. We both actually have the same keyboard. Fun fact. And we were saying how we should learn how to properly touch type.
I actually sometimes try to touch type, but it doesn't go very well. Like it's not very accurate.
Yeah, it's like programming, right? You have to actually practice, or else you will not be good at it, right?
I'm trying to like touch type this, and I'm going to like my India after this. 163. Damn.
People are using like type bots, aren't they? They're using these bots.
Ooh,
I'm calling
yes.
it. Nah, I'm
So I
joking.
got 64 WPM with touch typing. Yes.
Damn it. Dang. You did how many with touch typing?
64. Not bad.
Damn.
It's
Touch typing as in using all the keys or looking at the keyboard?
not looking at the keyboard.
Oh, I'm not looking at the keyboard, but I'm only using 2 fingers.
Oh.
So if I could use all my fingers, I'd win. Easily. I'd go 8 times faster in theory.
In theory, only.
Yeah.
Yes. It's hard to use the all fingers.
Yeah.
Like maybe 4 is okay, but yeah.
All right, let's try one last time.
Yes.
Well, we still got plenty of time. We've got another like 15, 20 minutes where I can try and win.
I think this whole stream is about you trying to win.
So it's all gone downhill. I've lost it already. I typed too early and Our last dance together. Expectant. Interesting word. Prettier than ever. Really? That this time it's forever. Fourth, terrible. 100 words per minute though. Very impressive stuff. Whew, sheesh. This is harder than it looks. This music is far too relaxing. Holy moly. Let's get some...
Far too relaxing.
Oh, you know what we do need? We should put on some hype music.
That's for the last bit.
Oh.
Let's do it.
Hang on, this might be too hype. Hold up. Let's find... I know what I'm looking for.
Something like too hype.
I know exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. An album of hype.
This is your album of hype?
Yeah. It's gonna... Everyone better feel ready and warmed up. If anyone's ever done the Fellowship, they've definitely heard this song before. It's like my go-to
Yes.
tune. Go-to license tune.
Let's do this.
Alright.
This
This is like an easy one.
Second last race.
It's hard to tell.
Let's go.
I can't type for absolutely my life.
Oh, I made so many typos, it's so annoying.
Yep, I failed there. Look at the typos. Loads of typos. Apparently I was typing at 136 words per minute for about 3 words.
Wow.
I'll take it. I'll take
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
What's your
Ah.
fastest typing speed, Manya?
Fastest typing speed in this particular sentence.
Yeah.
In this sentence, it reached to 91. That was my fastest. But then my slowest was like 40. So I ruined it quite badly.
Maybe you can improve it at Hackcon, like everyone else.
Yes.
Someone said
think,
how to... Go ahead.
like, code editors have truly ruined you because you barely have to type now.
Someone asks, how do you type quicker? The answer is not to spend lots of money on a keyboard. I promise you that is not the solution. It's very rare that to get better. You... I know, I feel like an idiot with the expensive keyboard. But...
Oh, the other race started. Oh, no.
I know, it is. Oh my god, someone... What the... Did you see that?
Wow, 236. Wow. Wow, how? How? I really need to know the secret behind this typing speed now.
I was like, I gave up halfway through. I didn't give up. I basically had a minute to like sort of pause and stare at the 236.
Definitely.
India. Damn, India be typing like mad. Look at this. Wait, the record for this exact one is 239.
Yeah.
And someone just typed that in 236. They must have been using a bot. Come on. Hey, I'm not swearing. I'm bleeping myself in real time. Thank you very much. But yes, I am a little bit shocked, to say it at least.
A little bit shocked, yes.
Yeah, only a little bit, yeah.
On 3236 on the screen.
Alright. 15 seconds to go.
Your sleep's finally kicking in.
Someone typed one word and went, yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
They truly know when to.
Manya, what do we do if you win? I couldn't tell you because I haven't won yet. But what should people do if they won?
Oh, they should be sending their screenshots to me on Discord.
How'd they do that?
You can just find me on Discord by Manya.
Excellent.
Well, I'm there on the Discord channel also. You can find me there. I'll drop a message and then you can just send me a DM there. Let me drop. I am dropping a hey on the mini event channel. So if you need to find me on Discord, you can just do that there. Oh, I got late.
Damn it! Can I redo it? Let me redo it, please. Let me redo it. Try again.
You can redo it in the next race.
It's an image. I don't want to open it. Right, try again. Yeah, I'm gonna do a practice ghost race. Right, I'm having a quick timeout.
Yes.
I see all these phones and all this stuff on your desk.
Okay. Now I also need you all, anybody who's sending me screenshots, to tell me what color team you belong to, so that we can assign you points there. Green, blue, yellow, red, whatever color belongs to you.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I know the song. Dance Boy, maybe? Not sure.
I'm just going downhill now. I've hit my peak too early. Fantastic. Fun fact for everyone, I told the team when you go in the stream to have a nice clear background, and all that. And then I come in here and I ruin everything by having all my stuff behind me because I normally have my camera over there. Yeah. All right. I'm going to win this.
Oh, wait. Charging.
My son, from whence this madness, this neglect of my commands, and those whom I protect?
You want to guess where this is from?
I have no idea. It's a poem, that's for sure. This is not a song.
Is this a poem? Or is this from a prose?
Rage.
Why this unmanly ring? Definitely sounds something from the 1800s.
Third.
The A note. How do you pronounce it? It was written in 19 BC. Wow, that's an old text.
174. 174.
Wow. This is the same person as... No, I'm pretty sure this is a bot now. They have averaged... Their best race is 0 words per minute. This has to be a bot. Not fair, folks. We should be typing all of this out. I think we can fit in one more race before we start our live show.
So it's about to go downhill because I've just sent the link to Robbie and he's now joining in. He's a guest, but he's the guest from the UK.
Going to go quite down.
And I bit off more than I could get him to actually do it, but he's gonna absolutely obliterate us.
Definitely. Oh no.
He just got 147.
47, wow.
And if you write over 100 words per minute, it asks you to do a test because it thinks cheating.
Wow. 147.
Oh, he was a fast typer.
What's the best for this? What is this scan? 230.
Robbie just putting us to shame with his 147.
He really is. And now this. I think we need a competition between Robbie and the person who was winning earlier. Because they were pretty close to 118, 120 words per minute too.
There's Robbie just absolutely accelerating away. His girlfriend's probably be like, I thought you were sorting something out. Why are you doing tight races in the corner? This isn't very helpful. I'm just being put to shame here. Oh no. I'm definitely getting the fatigue. I actually need to get any wrist rest. I find my one's a little bit too tall. And it's also longer than my keyboard. Alright. 180 words per minute.
Wow.
Probably left actually. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yikes.
I wish I could ever get this without typing.
Ugh.
180. Oh, 180 is not. Oh. Wait, where is Robbie?
I think he's gone. I think he's actually gone and done useful things with his with his time. Rather than, I mean, we've just been spending the last 43 minutes.
Yes. Typing.
But there's also 10 fast fingers. Let me log into my 10 fast fingers account.
Let's try that.
Typing competition. Wait, wrong email and password. Sorry.
Oh, Robbie actually left midway. Oh no, he just finished. Oh, Robbie's still here.
I have no idea. Apparently my 10 fast fingers account does not exist.
Oh.
Oh, he's gonna leave now. What a madman. He's logged into his account. Oh no.
Yes.
3, 3, 4. You're fairly near becoming and set. And dreams you didn't even know you had. I didn't know it would be superpowers rising up to tragedies and now, for those of you asking, I'm using a blue Cherry MX blue keyboard. Pretty nice.
Okay.
Apparently, Mania, they can't find you. Can you like say hello in the Hackcon chat?
Oh, I can say hello in the Hackcon.
There you go.
Like that.
Hacked it.
Hackcon chat. I'm going to say hello.
Bye, Robbie. I think I've been done getting absolutely destroyed.
Where is our stream? Did we already start a new one now?
Oh, dear me. I think I might sit out a few, you know? Oh no, Mr. Ryan Swift has joined us. Oh, there you go, Rob's Wolf with his best of 131. Pretty impressive, pretty impressive. Alright,
Okay,
let's join the race. Manu, are you still competing?
I am. I'm still doing pretty badly, but I'm still competing.
Yeah, Robbie really did kill it, didn't he? Robbie just come in here with his 100 plus words per minute.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite sure. 100%. No! No! 259 words per minute! That's a new record. That is a new record.
209 watch. Oh my god.
Yikes. Too much for me.
Too much. 250 per minute is crazy.
I do love the fact that we have the keyboard cam and the wheel cam. Maybe I can get the keyboard cam to be a little more directional.
Yes.
All right, another race. Here we go.
Oh. Missed it. Okay. Good.
All right, there we go. I'm gonna join this one. And tall boy, have some respect for yourself. Don't you know if you let people walk over you now, they'll be walking over you for the rest of your life. Look at me. You think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in this slop house? Oh, 89! That's a new record! No, it's not. I've done 94. But that's still pretty impressive. But it's still only third place. I'm disappointed.
This lot is too good, you know?
How did you do, Manya?
This one was
60.
bad. This one was like 60.
It's not bad though. It's pretty good. Thing is, everyone should come out of the session with faster typing speeds than they had going in theory. Whew, my hand's getting sore. I should don't want to get RSI. Better give him a little stretch. You can also see how disgusting my keyboard is as well.
How is your keyboard disgusting?
It's just full of dust. There's nothing particularly that grim. It's just. Ooh.
Yes. I cannot see the dust. So up close.
I mean, if I hold it up. It's like.
I don't think I can still see.
Yeah, it's definitely not clean. Oh. I hit a button, I think. Alrighty ho, let's join another race. Let's go.
Let's go. And
Final countdown.
Everything. No, this is consequence. Okay, that doesn't read much better. I think this is what I needed to read today. What's important?
Oh, third place. I cry inside every time. Robbie, I need you to teach me how to touch type. Clearly, you know what you're doing, and I don't. So,
We don't need to host a workshop on this.
please teach me the way. I do have the issue that when we stop doing Type Racer, oh, we're actually on time thinking of things.
Oh wow, this is right on time.
Okay, so I think, should we do one more and then we'll wrap things up?
Let's
Wait,
do
actually,
But
we'll
we're
do
running
one
up-
more and then we'll wrap things up, and I'll get my camera actually looking at me again rather than my keyboard, because at the moment it is definitely pointing in the wrong direction.
Yep.
I do have dongle. I mean, you can see how messy my desk is. Just dongles everywhere. Ugh. But we love to see it. There you go. God. All right. Come on, last three teams. Is that you, Manya, in Hong Kong at the bottom there?
Also, I left and I joined again. So it probably
So we have to wait 35 seconds. All good.
yes.
All good.
So I tried to tell. Too much work.
Yeah. Oh dear me.
Oh my god, my fingers are actually. We do too.
All right.
Okay.
2 seconds to go.
This is the final battle, friend.
Final battle of the Type Racer. All right, we'll be able to join the next race, and then we'll wrap things up. I love this game. I love this game too. It's incredibly addictive and incredibly time wasting, and that's why I love it.
That's how you build your skills, Will. It's not exactly time wasting.
Think about it. I'm gaining all those emails I can reply to that much quicker next week,
Yes, exactly.
and I can't find a word of my own. You take me. What the heck? That is not allowed. Did you see that?
What? That's a bot.
Yeah, no, right? It must be. I wonder what the physical limitation of typing is. Like, what is the maximum words per minute a human could physically type without it?
Was a thought for it, I'm pretty sure.
Back to me so much. Third. Fantastic. Oh dear. Not a bad one to finish on. Didn't win any of them though.
Yeah.
A little sad, but we'll be okay.
We'll be okay. We'll do better next time. For sure.
Exactly. Right. I think it's time.
Yes.
It's time to put Will back upright again.
Hello, Will.
And oh, look at that. And just like that, nothing ever happened. My camera is not straight though. Alright, let's turn off camera number 2.
And let's do this.
Excellent.
All right.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Well, thank you, Manya, so much for joining us. I really do appreciate you coming along for the Lightning Talks, Type Racer. But we have the Lightning Talks coming up in the next block, so you definitely don't want to go anywhere just yet. Manya, it's a pleasure. I'll definitely have to bump into you later at Hackcon and have a chat with you. But yeah, bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, we have a wonky camera. And we have a bunch of Lightning Talks coming up in the not too distant future. So let's have a look to see what we have lined up for the folks at home. We've got, starting things off, we have 2 talks, one from Karen and one from Stephen. We'll be introducing those and playing their talks before doing a bit of Q&A at the end for those of you who have questions for them. Now, we'll be starting off with creating a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community and how to introduce students of all backgrounds and majors to computer science. Again, pretty exciting stuff, followed with listening to the silent majority of developers by Stephen Floon. So that should be also pretty exciting, and we'll have that coming up in just a few minutes. I'm going to quickly have a 2-second break to fix my camera and let you all grab a drink, and then we'll jump into some useless facts that Will has not fact-checked in just 2 seconds. Okie dokie, folks. Camera is now straight. I have a light on. And it's too high. Hang on. And just like that, you can now see the MLH t-shirt. Hey, so we've got just about 5 minutes before we'll jump into some of our lightning talks. But first of all, obviously, you can't invite a brick to the stream without throwing in a few random English facts in there for you. Now, it's true that the English breakfast is the best breakfast on the entire planet, and you heard it from the CEO and co-founder of Swift himself. He agrees with me, and so therefore it is the best. It's not a blatant rip-off of Emily's section, but I did get suggestions. Now, here's the thing, right? I want to know if any of you at home know the answer to this. But once upon a time, my name wasn't always Will. In fact, it got briefly changed at a hackathon, and I wonder if anyone at home has heard about this story and where the ASMR meme really comes from. Everyone keeps saying it in chat, but what really is Will ASMR? Please let me know. I'm intrigued to know what all of you think at home. We also have, maybe we'll have ASMR later at Hackcon. Maybe late night Hackcon, ASMR. Who knows? Who knows? Other facts that are pretty interesting is Will has never left never left Europe. Has never been to the US of A or the APAC. Or the A of APAC. The US of A, the AP of AC. That's what I thought. Yeah, exactly. +1 for Will, ASMR with Will. Honestly, what is it with everyone wanting me to do ASMR? It's not that exciting, I promise you. It's really not. But as you insist, we can do a little bit of ASMR. But we'll keep the rest for later. What was everyone's favorite part of the type racing and the Tetris? Obviously, we can't forget the Tetris, the best bit from earlier. People are encouraging me to pick up the microphone and do my ASMR, but not yet. We can't do that. It's 5 a.m. sleepy time, prime time for ASMR. Could help a few of you nod off to sleep before we wrap up Hackcon, but do you really want that? I don't think so. Excuse me. Okie dokie. Well, in just a minute, we'll be getting started with our lightning talk block for the next hour, where we're going to be talking about creating a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community, followed by listening to the silent majority of the developers. So pretty interesting stuff. I'm actually going to swap these around a little bit, I think. Let me just quickly add these videos up and ready so we can be ready. As part of the previous session, someone created a bot on the go and broke Typebreaker's record. That is the world's fastest hackathon right there in a nutshell. Can you, in fact, beat Typeracer? I think the answer is yes, you can, unfortunately. Right, we're going to put this one up first, and then we will add the other video up here. Even better. Okie dokie. Fantastic. Okie dokie. It is lightning talk time, everybody. Not ASMR just yet. I'm so sorry. But I have heard it's an MLH tradition to throw in a little bit of ASMR at the end of Hackcon. Next up, we have the lightning talks from both Karen as well as Stephen, who are going to be discussing creating a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community, as well as talking about listening to the silent maturity of developers. If those spark your interest, definitely don't go anywhere. We'll be queuing up those videos in just a little bit, and you'll be able to hear from them. And we also have Karen with us in the stream, who will be chatting with us and answering some of your questions live on stream if you have any of those. If you do have any of those, start putting those in the Twitch chat down below or off to the right-hand side. I think it can be the left-hand side for some of you as well. Check it out for yourself. But let us know any questions and we will do our best to answer them. All right. Well, without further ado, let's jump straight into playing our... let's jump straight into our first lightning talk, creating a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community, how to introduce students of all backgrounds and majors to computer science.
Hello everybody, my name is Karan and I'm the director of Hack UMBC. My Hackcon talk today has to do with fostering a diverse and multidisciplinary hackathon community. So why is this important? Well, something we all strive for in terms of hackathons is creating a community and a strong bond with all our hackers. One essential step to building this bond and this community is diversity. You want to make sure that everybody feels safe, but more importantly, you want to make sure that there's a space for them to contribute. Through increasing representation by race, gender, or major, we can really foster more creative and innovative solutions, as everybody feels welcomed and ready to make a difference. According to MLH in 2019, there still remains much more room for improvement, as we still see predominantly male computer science majors attend many of our hackathons. So how exactly do we begin? Well, it all stems from the organization team. Having organizers from all different backgrounds gives you an understanding of the different barriers students may face. More importantly, it allows you to show why learning how to code or being a part of the hacker community can make a difference in all different types of students' careers. At Hack UMBC, we've been striving to do exactly this over the past few years. Second, when starting your marketing campaigns, we suggest to do two different things. First, look for partnerships in your local area. If you're on a college campus, there are plenty of clubs with students interested in things like biology, public speaking, or community service. Or even if you're not in a college campus, your local area is likely containing some nonprofits that are focused on breaking down barriers in computer science. Reach out to these organizations, and while you're doing so, be sure to pitch your hackathon correctly. You want to ensure that your hackathon is not about just hacking into something, but more about building ideas that are really made to help your community. The term hack is very computer science oriented, so you want to emphasize that your event is much more than that. Finally, you want to talk about why these students should care. What will they learn? Why learning how to code is important for their careers. Even things like how many free t-shirts they're going to get. These different things make students much more excited to join your hackathon community. During the event, there are a few main barriers students may face. Beginning with workshops. Many workshops are oriented towards students developing their technical skills. They introduce topics like Node.js, machine learning, virtual reality. But when introducing these topics, be sure to emphasize why it matters. Very few beginners know exactly what Node.js is. But through explaining that this is a powerful tool to build web applications, you can really showcase to some new hacker why it's helpful for their career. Team building. When engaging in team building activities, you want to foster more diverse teams. Encourage experienced coders to work with somebody with a different skill set. At the end of the day, the more diverse the team, the greater the idea. Finally, projects. Take the time to recognize students who have really creative ideas. Coming into my first hackathon, I was really intimidated by all the electronics, the monitors, the amazing web applications created, the different hardware hacks showcased. But to newer hackers, all these cool things is really intimidating. While not necessarily recognizing them with a prize, taking the time to showcase their work over the weekend can go a long way to building confidence and encouraging them to keep coming back to new hackathons. After the event, you want to be sure to have hackers reflect on their weekend. Encourage them to show off their projects to new career opportunities, and provide resources for them to grow their idea. Additionally, try to introduce hackers to career opportunities oriented towards their own hack. Finally, keep your organization team active. You want to host regular workshops throughout the year, encourage your audience to attend new hackathons, and keep your students engaged, as the more engaged they are, the more likely they'll be coming back to attend your hackathon next year. Happy hacking, everybody. Let me know if you have any questions. Here's my contact information, and thank you to listening to my talk.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, if you have any questions for Karen, do let us know in the Twitch chat. We'll be collecting those and having a Q&A with Karen in just a little bit. Next up, we have Stephen Flune from Chainlink, and he's head of developer relations there. So we'll have listen to see what he's going to share at Hackcon today. And again, if you do have any questions for Stephen, let us know in the Twitch chat, as we'll be having both Stephen and Karen in for a Q&A at the end of the session.
Today we're talking a little bit about listening to the silent majority of developers. Hello, my name is Stephen Fluen. I am head of developer relations at a company called Chainlink Labs, working on a cool product in the blockchain space called Chainlink. But I've done developer relations in a bunch of different companies, from Google to Trello, and there's a big problem that a lot of us face when organizing and bringing communities together, and that is that despite how much reach you might have via all your email newsletters, all of your Twitter channels, all those sorts of things, there's a lot of developers that you can't reach. There's a lot of people that don't listen to you on your blog, they don't read your tweets, they don't read your emails, but yet they're still using your product, right? They're not listening to you. And what's even worse is that they're not talking to you either. They're not sharing their insights, they're not sharing their needs, they're not sharing their frustrations. And so it can be very hard to take care of these developers. So I'm going to go through a couple simple steps here that are going to make you more able to understand and take care of this silent majority of developers. And I call it the silent majority because it ends up being most of your developers aren't actively following you on Twitter. And so really caring about them and taking note of the things that they need is really important to being successful. So let's first talk about finding them. There's a lot of different ways you can do this. One of the best ways to do this is look in other communities. So even if they're not coming to your events and your conferences, oftentimes human beings are active in many different places. And so finding and putting feelers out into other communities about your technologies can be a great way to figure these sorts of things out. There's also really great independent researchers. You can hire companies and pay them lots of money, and they will go find developers that don't necessarily want to talk to you and get their insights and get their wisdom. There's also word of mouth. Just by putting it out into the world that you want feedback and that you're open to feedback, and using some incentives to drive people to share with you can really, really open things up for you. The second challenge, once you've found them, is actually listening to them. One of the things I've found is that at conferences, a lot of people just sit with their team. They sit with people that they know. Make sure that you both physically and metaphorically are willing to sit with them. Make sure that you're willing to be open to the feedback that they have for you, because it might not match the format that you're expecting. It might not match the narratives that you're expecting, but being open to it is essential to actually being able to hear those sorts of things. Analytics are also super useful. Make sure that you're metricing and measuring all the ways that you engage with your developers and the people that you're trying to engage and the communities that are around you. Because when you actually look at the behaviors, they may not be talking to you, but they're going to be showing you their wants and their needs by how they engage and by how they behave overall. The last idea is that we need to make sure that we're representing them. And my favorite example of this is that a lot of developers come to me and have said, oh, I don't need a mobile version of my application because no one visits my mobile website. But what has ended up happening is that you've kind of created these behaviors where people don't come to your website on mobile devices because you don't have a mobile optimized experience. And so the analytics that you're seeing can be self-fulfilling prophecies where you use the analytics to justify a choice, and that reinforces that same sort of behavior and outcome for your developers. And so I love this idea of saying, making sure that we're not overly biased on the metrics and the things we're seeing today, but also being open to the world that we want to be creating and the world that our developers want us to be creating. When representing developers, there's a couple really cool techniques. One is called friction logging, which is basically throw away everything you know about your product, every piece of context that you have, and start from scratch. Go to the homepage, start with a Google search, and search for the basic concepts, and follow step by step and read every single word that's written, and write down every single thing that might be confusing, might be frustrating, might not match a developer's expectation. At Google, they have this concept of the zeroth developer, which is the fact that you, when you're representing and engaging communities, you need to make sure that you're trying all of these things before it even gets to them. So when you're running a hackathon, when you're doing any sort of activity that engages developers, make sure that you're following your own workshops, make sure that you're following your own prompts, and actually participating in the activities that you're creating. Because when you do that, you're actually going to understand what most people experience, even if it's not being represented by the loudest voices in the room. And lastly, just like we were talking about using analytics and looking at behavior, use data, because what ends up happening is you can have really great data on how most developers are engaging with you in a way that people aren't going to tell you, and it's not going to come through in the opinions of the influencers in your community. So I really want everyone here to make sure that you're thinking about the silent majority. Think about the developers that aren't showing up in your front door as squeaky wheels. Think about the developers that are going to your web pages, thinking about the developers that are showing up to your hackathons and leaving silently, because those are the people that are really going to carry you forward and give you the momentum and the scale in the long run. My name's been Stephen Fluin. Thank you so much. Bye.
Awesome stuff. Well, they are the two lightning talks for this blog, and luckily we do have both of the speakers with us on the stream. Stephen and Karen, are you both happy to come up onto the stream? Give me a thumbs up. Excellent stuff. Well, welcome both of you. Really happy that you're both here today. Now, we've got a bunch of questions from the chat, and for those of you at home, if you do have questions, Stephen and Karen are both happy to answer any of those questions, so just chuck them down in the Twitch chat and we'll do our best to ask them. But how are you both doing? Both have you having a good Hackcon so far?
Yeah, doing great.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome stuff.
Really enjoying the multitude of workshops. I attended a few discussions earlier as well, so it's been a good experience.
Fantastic. I bet everyone in chat is going to be commenting on Stephen on your incredibly fancy looking setup with like all of the lights. I'm sure we'll have a question about that shortly and how it all works. So Karen, I've got a quick question for you. So someone asks, how do you ensure a proper mix of content for people from different majors and fields? Any resources that you may have that you could share with folks at home?
Yeah, so that's like probably one of like the toughest parts of organizing a hackathon for everybody is there's like a lot of people that you want to entertain, and it can be quite confusing at times. In terms of my advice to organizing all that content is make it clear what content's for who. Like make it clear when like a workshop starts that like you need to have some sort of computer science knowledge to attend this workshop, or else you'd be lost the entire time. So establishing like what each audience would want to attend at what time would be really helpful throughout your entire hackathon. In terms of resources, I feel like just contacting other organizers is a really good place to start, because I'm sure like all of us have tried different ideas, different thoughts, different processes. So go ahead and ask other organizers. I know MLH already has like an organizer Discord, so a section on the Discord for organizers. So go ahead and ask them there. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Something I found super useful is, like you said, going into the Discord. You can learn so many things from other organizers that you may not even realize. And so, yeah, you should definitely chat with folks. And Karen, I imagine you'll be hanging out in the Discord too if people want to have a chat with you later in the day as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just send me a ping or a DM and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Awesome stuff. Now, Stephen, I'm going to throw it now over to you. Now, someone's interested in knowing what should one keep in mind when collecting feedback from users? What's an effective way to do that? Maybe from like a way of actually collecting the feedback, but also just like a mindset point of view, right? Sometimes people don't take feedback very well, but it can be crucial to, you know, improving things.
Yeah, I'll call out a couple different things when you're collecting feedback from developers. The first is make sure that you are keeping your questions very, very short. Oftentimes we want to know everything about a developer, and you can do that in things like interviews, but when you're doing surveying, try and keep it as short as possible because people don't have a ton of time and you're going to get much better, much broader sets of feedback if you're keeping your surveys very short and very kind of open-ended, right? The people are going to tell you the things that they want to tell you. And maybe you can, what we do is a lot of the time we'll have an extended survey connected to a very short survey. So ask a lot of people very simple questions. And then for people that are willing to give us more, we can ask more in-depth questions. And then from the second point that you talked about, this idea of mindset, how do we make sure that we're being open to the feedback that we're getting from folks? And that's really making sure that you ask the question, not just of like, what is the feedback here, but why are they giving us this feedback? Like what drove them to this point in time? What experience do they have? What's their perception? What's their context? That's asking them to ask these questions at this time, right? Whether that's, did we need to update the guidance that we had on our hackathon website? Did we need to change the instructions in a workshop I was running? All those sorts of things can lead to maybe feedback that's not directly connected to the problem that someone is having.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome stuff. Now, to kind of go along with that, people are asking if you've got any tips for post-event surveys. You know, people, you know, if they're on their way out of the event, right, you might, you know, the best opportunity to get their attention is when they're there, right? Once they leave, it might be a little bit more difficult. And I'm sure, Karen, you've experienced this as a hackathon organizer, right? You want to know what you can do better next year, and then they leave, and then it goes a little radio silent. Have you got any tips there on how people can improve there?
Yeah, the biggest trick that I found there is that you do it as part of the event. So one of the things I've done is you schedule the event. So you've got some sort of closing ceremonies at the end. And what you do is you tie both the schedule and some of the activities that you have. So you actually have a real 1 to 5 minutes as part of the event where like people are sitting there given time because they know that something is about to start that's exciting and fun, and they're given a little bit of time to actually fill out a survey. That drives really good responses. And then especially if you're in person, because you can like watch people and be like, I can see you not filling out the survey right now. Go fill out the survey. And then the other part is if you can tie real-time rewards to any of that. So for example, one of the things that we've done in a lot of events is give out prizes at the end from sponsors. And we couple almost all of the prizes to either like top-level participation as part of the event, like sharing, taking pictures, those sorts of things, or filling out the survey. And so making sure you have really good incentives and giving people some time.
Awesome. There you go. Well, hopefully that helped answer some of your questions in the chat. Again, if you have any questions, let us know down below. And my last question for you, Stephen, and then I'm going to ask a couple questions to Karen, is that a Zoom background or is that an actual background?
No, that is the background of my office here. Yeah, I've got a bunch of LED lights, got some got a nice DSLR with some nice bokeh, so you can see like a little blurry. Yeah,
Very nice.
Took a long time to get this setup going, but it's worth it when you spend all day every day on Zoom and Meet and StreamYard.
I would love to. I wonder how long it takes you to turn it all on in the morning.
I have a Google Home right next to me that turns it all on.
See, automate as much as you can. Awesome. Now, Karen, I'm intrigued to know how you got your start in hackathon organizing and how you've been able to sort of, increase the diversity at hackathons, which is definitely something that we're trying to focus on heavily over the next couple of years.
Yeah, first off, I just want to say I'm really jealous of that background. I got to set up my room. In terms of my start for organizing, I think it was like back when I was a freshman. I think one of the MLH coaches, Sajid, was like my first hackathon was like at Big Camp, which is the Maryland hackathon. And I remember like Sajid was actually, he's an MLH coach right now, but he was my teammate at the time. And we like never saw each other for like another 2 years after my first hackathon. And then I went to UMBC, which is the same campus Sajid went to. And we ended up seeing each other. I'm like, hey, yo, I remember you from like 2 years ago at my very first hackathon. It was really nice getting to know each other. I joined Hack UMBC shortly after that. And I just think it's really nice to give back to a community that's like done a lot for me in terms of helping me learn how to code, because I don't take many computer science classes or do much outside of like schoolwork, but majority of that's been developed like literally just like going to hackathons and like working on projects. So I think giving back that experience up. And also like someone like personally, I'm interested in going to med school. So I have a bit of a bio background too. So something that I strive for constantly is increasing diversity. Because I feel like computer science is something like all majors could use, like from all backgrounds. So as a Hackcon organizer myself and as director of Hack UMBC, I really strive for providing that same experience that like that computer science edge has given me to like other students from other majors, particularly on my own campus. So that's hence the point of my Hackcon talk this year. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm intrigued to know what made you kind of think about like heading down the med school route.
I would say like majority of my CS background, like I came into college wanting to be a CS major. I think med school really turned on me like beginning of my freshman year when my father had a nerve injury, and I also like did some volunteering and shadowing at the time, and I really just thought that, you know, with computer science you can only do so much, but if you really want to get involved in your community and like get firsthand knowledge with like the people you're working with and the people in your area, medicine's probably one of the best ways to do it. So I really enjoy like working with people individually, and really seem like ideally I want to be in a world where like the code I developed could actually be implemented in a place that all people could benefit. So I think like that balance of things is why I'm interested in going to medicine. Yeah.
Well, best of luck on your med school journey. I'm in the UK. I know it's like 5 years or something. I imagine it's still a ridiculous length in the US, but hopefully we wish you the best of luck there.
Thank you so much.
Now, Stephen, I've got a question for you. As the head of developer relations, have you got any tips for folks who maybe are interested, maybe organized a hackathon, done a few talks, you know, getting their confidence in public speaking, but how do they make that step into developer relations and developer evangelism?
Sure, that's a very interesting path, because there's lots and lots of different valid and great paths into developer relations overall. What I'd say, as someone that hires a lot of these folks, the three things I look for are developer empathy. So, like, do you understand what it's like to build software? Do you understand what it feels like, and can you represent people that are building software and the challenges that they experience? Second, are you familiar with building community? So are you running hackathons? Are you speaking in the public? So doing these kind of developer relations skill sets. And then lastly, are you an expert in the specific technology or the team that you're trying to get into? So obviously most people don't have all three of those things, but the more of those three things that you can have, the closer you are to already kind of doing the role, which is the easiest way to hire someone is when they're already doing the job.
Yeah. Definitely. If they've already demonstrated that they can, they have the skill set, right? Makes it very easy for you to make that decision.
Yeah.
Now, Stephen, how did you get your start in developer evangelism? How did you get to where you are now?
Sure. So my path started, I spent about 15 years at a software consultancy where we grew from like 2 people to like 400 people. And I was the chief strategy and innovation officer. And so what I effectively did is I sat between the business and the technology. So someone would come with a business problem and I'd say, okay, here's how we can use technology to solve that problem. And so I got very used to explaining technology to folks, and that was a very natural pivot after we sold the company into developer relations.
Interesting. Well, if anyone has any questions about developer relations, you can ask them in the Twitch chat now, but you can also put them in the Discord, where I'm sure Stephen is hanging around if you've got any questions. Interesting. Now, I'm interested in both of you from a different perspective here. So obviously in the last 18 months, we've had this transition to everything being online. And so obviously the way we used to do things is had to change, and like the way people do things is different. So Karen, I'm interested to know on like what you've been able to do to help improve the diversity now that everything is online, right? In some ways being online kind of helps, remove the kind of barrier to entry, but sometimes I suppose it could add extra barriers. So I'm intrigued to know your thoughts there.
Yeah, so something we were able to do at Hack UBC this year is go globally for like the first time ever. So that was really interesting to do online, and I think like once diversity in all forms is like best example of it is people from all over the world. So quite literally we had that this year at Hack UBC. And I think like being online and being able to go globally has also given you this advantage of reaching out to organizations like outside of UMBC and outside the Baltimore area. So we reached out to this organization called Technovation this past year, and they helped market our event to people without a technical background as much, and to put more underrepresented populations. I think just reaching out and seeing what works, what doesn't work is probably the best way of handling it, because you're given this unique opportunity going online, like whether you want it, whether or not, better take advantage of it. So that's something we were able to do at HackUMC this year, and something we hope to repeat again this upcoming year. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Being online does mean that people don't have to actually travel, right? It removes that huge cost and barrier. Now, Stephen, I'm interested to know from a developer relations point of view, right? I imagine you used to travel to events, right, and speak to developers, right? Whereas now, a little bit difficult. Well, I know things are starting to come back. There is a hope that we'll have a bit of both. But yeah, how did you find the transition, and what did you find worked really well for a digital first world?
Sure. So it's been, I'd say, hard, because I will say online events are not as engaging as in-person events, right? When you can see someone, walk up to them after the conference, have lunch with them, there's a sense of place and a time that really connects people to events that we've lost in a lot of ways, right? With online events, people are hopping in and out, they're checking their email while they're at the conference. So there's general less participation and less engagement, which has definitely been challenging. But I think trying your best to recapture those moments of how do we make sure that being live actually matters? How do we make sure that we're not just uploading a bunch of YouTube videos and giving people that sense of place and time, and giving them a separation from their daily work life and their daily school life? I think really, really chasing that. So an example event we just ran a couple weeks ago, we did live speed running of developer speed running. And this is a thing that I'm trying to create overall, which is have two developers who are experts in their space compete to solve some challenge, live sharing their screen, so that everyone can kind of learn and grow and watch this really fun competition.
Interesting. So, well, I mean, it feels sort of similar to our world's fastest hackathon thing that we did yesterday, where people had to sort of come up with some little thing in a very short period of time. But yeah, I suppose you definitely have to think outside of the box, right? Like, what works online, right? People are not engaged. How can I get their attention? It's very hard to get people's attention online these days, that's for sure. But
yeah,
also,
even if you have 10,000 people watch the kickoff of your hackathon, how many of those people actually care and are engaged and gonna submit a project at the end?
Yeah, are they gonna watch your talks during the show, or are they just there to kind of work on it a little bit? It's definitely difficult, because if people go to an in-person event, right, they've made the effort and commitment to go there and spend their entire day there, right? They wouldn't travel for a couple hours if they weren't planning to be there for the whole day. Whereas an in-person event, right, you can tune into a Twitch stream for 3 minutes and then stop and and disappear. And with YouTube and this new world of short videos, right, everyone's attention is incredibly short. So it's definitely a challenge. Cool. Well, if we have any more questions from folks watching at home, let us know in the Twitch chat, and we'll ask those to Stephen and Karen. We've only got a couple more minutes left before we jump into our next block, which is Blahaj Tank. So if you're interested in kind of pitching ideas, then definitely hang around for that. One last question I have for both of you is, do you have any tips or final words to folks who are trying to get started with their careers, maybe in developer relations or just generally in a community sort of orientated role? I'm going to throw it to Karen first for any tips that you have.
For me personally, I think the best advice I have is get started. It seems intimidating at first, but once you pick up your first language, once you pick up your first skills, it's really everything starts snowballing from there. So just get started. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and everybody makes mistakes. Just go through them. Don't get discouraged by a big bug here and there, and you'll start seeing the fruits of your labors really soon, really fast. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. From my personal experience of becoming a hackathon organizer, I volunteered at every hackathon in my area, and as a result, I just gained a load of experience very quickly without having to go through the whole 6 months of planning. And so yeah, just offer to help. I'm sure people will definitely take you up on that. And Stephen, any tips for people maybe getting into DevRel or just generally starting a career in the community?
Yeah, I'll echo what Karen said. There's no celebrities. We have these concepts of celebrities that are on a pedestal and untouchable. Those are just normal people, right? Just like you. You can be there if you want to be there, if you're passionate about it. But the broader idea that I would also share is make sure that you're embodying this idea of yes and, right? Instead of competing or fighting. Always figure out, okay, what's the collaborative way? What's the way that I can understand and accept something that someone's giving me and say yes and do more and more and more. And that's how you're going to build great communities.
Awesome. Well, thank you both. I really do appreciate you joining us today. And if you only have just tuned in, we'll have the lightning talks, I believe, on YouTube for you to tune into later. Well, thank you, Stephen and Karen. I really do appreciate it. And we'll talk to you both in a little bit.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, that was the end of our lightning talks for this section. Now we're going to be transitioning smoothly into the next activity block, which is going to be Blahaj Tank with Manya, Nathan, and Mary. Now, as a Brit, I'm going to use Dragon's Den here as an example. Excuse me. Dragon's Den, or Shark Tank as the actual name, is basically where people with a lot of money might want to invest in your idea, but you have to convince them that your idea is good and that it's worth their money and their time. But we're going to do a little bit of a twist on it, and I'll let our presenters explain that twist. However, before we bring them in, well, you can stay. You can come on in, Nathan. Come on in. I do have a good old Blahaj boy with me. You know, obviously, got to have the crew. Well, hey, Nathan, how's it going? Oh, you are very quiet, my friend. Yeah, you might want to have a look at your audio seconds in 2 seconds. It looks like Manya will be with us in just a minute as well.
Less quiet now?
You're still very quiet.
Okay, I will be right back. Let me fade off into the
While Nathan sorts that out, let's have a look to see what is a Blahaj tank and how can you take part in that. Basically, you're going to have to create a product pitch to a panel of judges, and the product must be pitched completely different from its original intention. Very interesting. Well, I'll let Nathan and Manya explain that in a little bit. But after Blahaj Tank, we have another workshop block with some pretty exciting workshops, actually. We're going to be having workshops on we're going to have the Modern Hackathon Toolkit, as well as Hacking Hackathon Organizing 101. A really interesting one from my friend John on Hackathon live streams, the good, the bad, and the ugly, which you definitely want to check that one out. And then after that, we'll have another activity block with myself, Kunal, and Manya going through how to get started on the main Twitch, as well as doing garlic foam. What on earth is garlic foam? Who knows? Looks like Nathan has got a lavalier mic. I can't even say things, so it should be sounding pretty good in not too long. Well, we've got a pretty exciting lineup. I hear the crew. I hear you in Twitch chat with your Blahaj gang. Honestly, people with their Blahaj gang. Meanwhile, do you have a Blahaj? Because I do, and it's beautiful. This is my friend. He sits on my wardrobe and looks at me while I sleep. And we love him for that. Hey, where's Jennifer?
Okay, so I have a Blahaj and also a new microphone. Is this slightly better?
Yes, you are sounding fantastic now.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'm going to hand it over to you now. And Manya, are you ready to come and join us? But I don't think you have a shark, though.
No, I don't.
Well, so, here's one in spirit. Fantastic. Well, I'm going to hand it over to you to run your very own Blahaj tank. And I will chat to you all in a little bit.
Thank you, Will.
See you, Will, later.
Well, hello. Hi. Welcome to Blahaj Tank.
Hello, hello.
So, I'm getting some people getting really hyped in chat, and I'm so excited. We're so excited too for Blahaj Tank today. Will was doing a little bit of an intro there, but basically what we're going to be doing is a pitch competition where only wrong answers are allowed. So, in essence, you need to pitch something that you have physically in your life around you, whether that be your phone or your wallet, or even like a mask. Oh, I dropped the masks. I was trying to show it on stream, or even like one of those amazing Ellie the Elephant masks. Blahaj can talk, but only in your dreams. And you want to pitch that object, but you want to pitch it in a way that is slightly subversive, and it needs to be a wrong answer. And you're going to be pitching that to us, your panel of judges, on screen. So if you want to do that, you'll want to join us on stream. And if you want to do that, if I could just get like some shark emojis or anything like that in chat to get people hyped so I can see how many people want to get on stream. I will be giving an example, but I want to see if you're hyped because you need to be able to get on stream. So perfect, we're getting some good hype in chat. I'm going to be dropping a link in chat that you can use, and you can use this link to join the stream. And when you use this link to join the stream, you'll be up here with us and you can give us your pitch. So I'm going to be sending that out right now. And while you all go ahead and get on that link and in here, I'm going to give you a sample pitch. I should have thought of something before, but now you're getting this raw and authentic. I am actually going to pitch you my wallet, which I carry with me all the time. So my wallet, I carry with me at like every day. And some people would say that the point of a wallet is to carry things like cards and money, but I think that is false. I think that the point of a wallet is not to actually carry things with you, but rather to ruin the line of your pants. Because you have these really nice pants that look really nice on you, whether you put your wallet in your front pocket or your back pocket, they're so smooth, they flatter your legs perfectly, and then you put this giant rectangle and you just stick it right in there. And it's gonna be really thick. So like if you want to carry all your cards and your money, you make it thicker and thicker until it's just like this giant square thing. So I think personally that if you put it in the back, knocked over a microphone, if you put it in your back pocket, you do the amazing look of the square butt. But if you put it in the front pocket, you have like the double phone, which could be nice if someone's trying to pickpocket you. They don't know which pocket is your phone and which one's your wallet, because they're both giant square rectangles that ruin the line of your pants. Okay.
That was a great book, Nathan.
Manya, would you, thumbs up or thumbs down, would you use my pant line ruining wallet in your life?
I would definitely use it to save myself from some pickpocketers out here.
Okay. I'm so glad to hear that. We have 3 people, it looks like, who have joined us in the stream right here. If you have an idea, if you could say so. Some people are letting us know that they're still getting set up. If you are all set, if you could let us know in the little chat we have in the stream here in the back end to let us know that you're ready to get on. I don't want to bring anyone into the spotlight too early.
And I'll be the timekeeper here. We'll just make sure your pitch is not longer than 3 minutes. If it's 3, you're good to go.
We also would like to point out that slide decks are banned. I know that you're all frantically typing right now trying to create one. We just want it you, your object, and that's it. Ooh, the music just changed and the vibes have changed and it's amazing.
Okay, I'll get my clock up. There we go. I am ready to start.
Oh. So I'm gonna, if any of the 3 people who are in the stream are ready to go, they could just let me know. There's a little section that you'll see on the right hand side of your screen if you're on the StreamYard that says private chat. If you could click on that and let us know if you're ready to go or not ready to go. If not, you can, you can force me to go through and do another one to fill time. Okay.
Why don't you pitch the Blahaj now?
Oh my goodness, yes, okay. So this for those of the uninitiated of you is a Blahaj, and it is a 3-foot long stuffed shark from IKEA. And a lot of people would say that the point of a 3-foot stuffed shark from IKEA is to prowl the stuffed waters of your stuffed living space to eat stuffed fish. But I personally would like to point out that Blahaj is the perfect snuggle companion for forever, all times and always. I personally sleep with my Blahaj every night, and he has scared away all of the bad dreams and all of the stress from my life, and he just like gobbles it up and then just hugs me in a warm embrace. Fun true story about Blahaj, I normally sleep on my side hugging Blahaj, which would make me, if you think about it, the big spoon to Blahaj. But then during the night I roll over, but Blahaj gets caught in the blanket, so I've woken up multiple times where I am the opposite direction from Blahaj, but Blahaj is with his little flippers hugging me. So it ends up where I'm the little spoon to Blahaj, and I think that that is all you need to know about why you need a Blahaj in your life.
That was a wonderful pitch, and now I need to go and buy one for myself.
You do? Oh my goodness. A blahage is an essential item for literally everyone in all time. Okay. It looks like we have someone in the StreamYard Roni. Can you give me a thumbs up if you are ready to go on stream to give us your pitch? Okay, we're gonna bring you on. Welcome, welcome.
Hi guys. My internet cut out, so I actually have no idea what I'm pitching though.
Okay, anything that you want, anything that is around you right now. This is slightly an improv game. We're putting you on the spot.
I am gonna say my phone, similar to your wallet, right? Square butt problems, except it's really just an inconvenience because my pants don't even have pockets, so it's just like another thing to carry, and I only have 2 arms, you know, I gotta drive, gotta like open doors, open pickle jars, very inconvenient to carry around, so. So,
okay, what is the solution that you provide for that inconvenience? Only wrong answers.
That we all wear overalls instead of jeans because they have front pockets. They have plenty of pockets for your phone and your wallets.
Oh my god, I love that.
Just get rid of pants altogether. Like we'll just all wear overalls from now on. That's
oh my goodness.
The solution.
Getting on the overall train now.
I support a society in which we only wear overalls. This is the best society I've ever heard of.
All right, I'm gonna pass it over to Ashwin.
Thank you so much for giving us your pitch. I love it. I'm gonna remove you from stream now. Bye. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Ashwin, can you give me a thumbs up if you're ready to give us a pitch? Perfect. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, hello. I hope you can hear me.
I can. You sound amazing.
Okay, so I found this. It's called a Rubik's Cube, right? And if you're thinking it's used to solve problems, no, it's not used to solve problems. I don't use it to solve problems or have fun. I like doing Photoshop, and you know, in Photoshop when you have to pick colors, you use a color palette. I don't use color palette. I use the Rubik's Cube. That's what I use to select colors from it. And not just that, you know, when you're confused, you do the flip of a coin. You know, you coin flip between 2 choices. You know, when I'm confused between 6 choices, I flip the Rubik's Cube. That's what I do it. That's what it's made for. You know. And not just that, it's a good phone stand. I just stand my phone over it, and you know, yeah. So that's what Rubik's Cube is made for. It was not made to, you know, just solve them like that. No. It was actually made to be a color palette for the use of Photoshop, and to, you know, if you're confused between 6 choices, you can just flip a Rubik's Cube. So that's what I use it for.
Oh my goodness, I love that so much. So okay. Do you think, are there any other cubes that can be as multifunctional as a Rubik's Cube? Or I personally think that you're giving a really strong pitch for Rubik's Cube as the #1 cube. But I'm curious what your thought is on that. Is that a good approximation of your pitch?
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think, okay, would you support a petition to the Minecraft developers to include the Rubik's Cube in Minecraft now?
Definitely. I'll do that right now. After this
I support that wholeheartedly. That is...
Thank you.
I need to get a Rubik's Cube now. Like, I have been fully convinced. Thumbs up. Thank you so much for your amazing pitch. Because, yeah, my phone currently is just, like, sitting on my desk. It's not propped up at all. I need to use, like, software to choose colors. That is a very, very good pitch for Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, you can use different combinations of colors here. You see, it was made for that. You know, 16 billion combinations.
Getting the new color scheme from here next time.
It's the ultimate UX design tool. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It looks like everyone is also sold in chat that you just did an amazing pitch. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
But you have to you have to go to IKEA to buy. I think it will be sold in IKEA.
Okay. When you're there, you buy a blahage, you buy a Rubik's Cube, and then you're set. You are perfect. That is how we will advance ourselves into the future. All IKEA, all the time.
IKEA needs to not sponsor MLH Hackcon. Saves their getting.
Not sponsored, just massive fans. Well, thank you so much, Ashwin, for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay.
We
So-
have more people joining the stream. Where did they go?
I'm gonna drop that link in chat again. I agree. Oh my goodness. If I had any skill in drawing, I would immediately start on that. Okay. I just dropped the link in chat again if you want to join us. Okay. While we're waiting for people, Manya, do you want me to give you another pitch of objects
Yes.
around me?
For sure.
Okay.
Why didn't you pitch one of your medals?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, let me go grab one. I'm gonna
Yes.
sneak.
I think all of us are curious about Nathan's medal wall over here. Can we pitch any established brand? I mean, you can pitch anything that you have physically with you. Like if you have a scrunchie, just pitch it. If you have a comb next to you, you can pitch it. It just needs to be wrong answers only. Remember that. And we have Nathan going to pitch his medal to us.
Okay. I got called out in chat for this. So, some might say that the point of a medal, like an amazing MLH season medal or the amazing season lapel pins, is only to have decoration, like on my wall behind me, and like to have a physical object of like your accomplishments and things like that. But I don't think that that is the true purpose of a medal, and I think if that is the height of your medals, you need to listen to this pitch, because I'm going to revolutionize medals for you. They're actually stealth self-defense weapons. When someone were to break into my room and they were to look at that, they would never think that their ultimate demise is just waiting for them hanging on my wall, because these, especially the MLH season medals plus the season pins, is just like a weapon of mass destruction. I could swing this, I could throw this, I could leave it on the ground trying to angle it with a pointy part facing up, and any of those and all of those would help me protect my room against outsiders and invaders. And in all cases, no one would ever be expecting that. I would surprise them with my advanced defense mechanisms with these medals. Also, if you have a whole lot of them, what you can do is you can shine a light onto them, and then you can wave them, and you can bedazzle your foes and sparkle them until they're blinded and they can't see. And it is my opinion that medals are like the ultimate self-defense weapons. Like, don't believe those... I would like to point out that chat was the one who forced me to do this. Metal, ignore all those ads that are like, this flashlight can blind a bear. You don't need a flashlight. What you need is medals.
That was an excellent pitch right there.
Thank you. Oh, and it looks like we have 3 people who, my medal pitch, while I was doing that, they joined the stream. So if you could either turn your, okay, it looks like San, you have a pitch in chat. Could you give me a thumbs up that you're ready to join? Perfect. Okay. Hello.
Hi. Hi, Manya.
Hello.
Hi.
What are you pitching today?
So I'm gonna pitch Instagram. So everyone must have been in Instagram at least at one point of time. So I'm gonna pitch Instagram. So let me just give an overview. Instagram was basically created for everyone to get to know about each other in a friendly term. But the way I'm pitching it, you're very down. It has been the worst day of your life. You just want to distract yourself. You're going through Instagram. Oh my God, it's lockdown. And this person has been traveling so many places and I'm not allowed to go to the supermarket near my place. Fine, it's COVID. Let's go down. This person got into a relationship with that person. I mean, who are these two? And why am I even following them? Like, do I know them at some point? Maybe I know them. Okay, fine. Let me just scroll down. You see your time. It's been 10 minutes. You again see your time. It's been 1 hour. You again see your time. It's been 2 hours. And all you've done is make yourself feel shitty after you get out of the app. So whenever you want to distract yourself from your amazingly boring life after after a very very long day, be prepared to make your life much worse. So that's their Instagram here for you.
Oh my goodness. You know, that's the first time that I think I've heard someone describe as Instagram's point is doom scrolling. But I wholeheartedly support that. Like, can I? So I think that the recording of this will be on Twitch for a little bit, and in that time, I want to hire someone to professionally transcribe the pitch that you just gave, and I will sell it to Instagram to put, like, you know, in the App Store where they have a little description of the app. I just want to replace whatever they have there, whatever marketing stuff they have there, with just exactly what you said, because you really just distilled the point of Instagram, why we actually use it, and I love that. Thank you so much.
It was exactly at this point I uninstalled Instagram and I was like, let me take a break.
Oh my goodness, that is
Thank
such
you for
a
having me
mood.
on.
Thank you so much for coming on and pitching. Bye.
Two bombs dropped by Sam. Very true, right?
Very, very true.
Okay,
Ooh.
I think next up, Karan wants to join the stream.
Ka. So, Mary has just suggested that we do right answers only. We're gonna do that right after Seekern, because we have one more pitch lined up, and then we're gonna switch over to right answers only, and we're gonna see what happens. Hello.
All right, hey, folks, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. So this is going to be a fairly short pitch, but I am here to pitch this tiny little MLH mask. All right. So to the uninitiated, this might seem like your average COVID protection device. But here's the deal. This has a superpower. And you know what? This lets me change any conversation from whatever we're speaking about to change the conversation to MLH and all of the hackathons that I've won. It lets me start flexing at the touch of essentially all I need to do is wear this mask and I can start flexing about anything and everything that I do at MLH, right? We could be talking about underwater basket weaving, and this gives me the perfect segue to start talking about all of the stuff that I'm doing outside of real life when I sit in front of my computer 24/7 without a life. That's about all I had ready for my pitch. I'm gonna use the same magic trick on you and make you follow my Twitter account that I've linked here. And there we go. That's about it.
Well, oh my goodness. So
love that energy.
I love the perfect pitch, because these are really great masks. They're super comfortable, but at the same time, they are the perfect conversational changing tools, especially when a lot of times people are just talking about COVID and how bad their lives are. You can point to your mask and go, you know what? I do awesome stuff. I'm going to take this off now.
And you know what? There's a second part to this superpower that I just realized as I put it on. When you've been having a shitty day and when you look like shit, this comes to your rescue. You can always pretend you're in a COVID-infested area, and you don't need to show your face ever in any meeting.
Oh my goodness. So,
I mean, is there anything else I need to say?
It's the ultimate conversation starter. It's like the ultimate makeup. Like, it is the perfect...
What more do you need? What more do
you need? Well, I would argue that you would at least need a blavage, as we talked about earlier.
True. It's a blahai, by the way. Just saying.
Ka. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Now it's the best of both worlds.
Okay,
I know.
That's it. I mean, we've peaked. MLH is peaked.
I wouldn't say that, because we have a ton of other cool stuff happening today at Hackcon, but I believe that we have done something amazing here today with your pitch. Thank you so much for joining us.
Let's just call it a local maxima, all right? Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness.
That was a great pitch. I think we have a few really, really amazing pitches coming in today.
That was so amazing. And I love, you can just see Mary in chat, just like the reaction. Like, we all just happen to have our season, our LED elephant masks.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yes.
Kat, does anyone else want to join us to give a pitch?
Come on, folks. We need more pitches here.
You've seen the amazing ones, and I'm sure you can make an amazing one too. If no one is, I might be forced to do another one. I'm looking around.
Okay. Okay, Nathan, let's try to pitch your fan, which is, a fan favorite right now because it's presenting MLH color.
It's a fan favorite?
Yeah, because...
Give me 1 second, I'm going to turn it on so we have the better pitching experience.
Yes. Perfect. There he is.
So this fan is an amazing fan, as you can see. It is actually every color, not every color. It is a rainbow fan, I will say that. It is 6 blades, so it can't be every color of the rainbow. But at the same time, it's showing you the best colors of the rainbow, and it's showing you that very consistently. You can see behind me as it's slowly speeding up, this is at its lowest speed setting, and you can really appreciate all of the colors that are spinning. And like we talked about before, when we talked about the Rubik's Cube, exposing yourself to the colors on a regular basis is really, really important. And what this fan does is on a hot summer day, when you just need a little bit of airflow, a little bit of circulation, you can turn this on and it can start spinning. And then when you're like 7 and you can't fall asleep because your parents are making you to go to bed too early, you can turn this on, you can stare at it, and you can see these rainbow colors swirling, and acts almost like a hypnosis device. So like multiple use cases now. As I'm older, I use it as my color palette. When I was younger, it hypnotized me to sleep. Do I think my parents did that deliberately? Yeah, probably. I think it was a pretty genius play on their part. I'll be honest. Oh, does it turn white on max speed? Well, if you give me 1 second, we can test that together. Join us in the scientific discovery in Blahaj.
We're finally going to repeat the light experiment. Let's see.
Oh, it's now on max speed. We're over 9,000, and you can see it spinning very quickly, but I don't believe it's actually going to turn white. For that, we'd need to spin it much faster. But I have like some paper and stuff on shelves above my computer that have in the past blown off of those shelves onto me or my computer. So we're gonna avoid like hacking in today and like turning it up to over 9,000, but we're currently just hitting that 9,000 point. Oh my goodness. Who's that? Oh, do you want my fan? Yes, no. Oh. Do I need to keep pitching? Okay. I don't know what else I could pitch. Okay. Thank you. People are coming in chat that I did a good pitch. They're coming over to steal it. See, but you can't steal it because I have my medals. I have those medals in self-defense. If you come in here to steal it, expect a medal under your foot, in your face, blinding you. We've covered this. My fan... Ashwin. I'm touched. I'm deeply, deeply touched. Getting some screwdrivers ready? Oh my goodness. I would like to point out that MLH does not condone using household objects as improvised self-defense devices, nor do they condone fan stealing. So for the FBI agent who's watching this call, all of these things have been jokes. Thank you so much. Oh, I meant screwdriver as in to dismantle your fan to steal it. Oh, we're coming in with the technical expertise and like the preparation to make sure the fan stealing goes off successfully. My only request is if you come and you steal my fan, you need to make an amazing YouTube video about it that is like basically Ocean's 11, but with my bedroom and my fan. If you do that, you know, honestly, I wouldn't be mad. Like, it would be a fun video to watch. Nathan's 11. See, but I'm not doing the stealing. It's not my 11. Oh my goodness. Shop classes is finally paying off. I love that. Okay, it looks like we have 2 people in the stream. So let me double check to see. Okay, Rico, can you give me a thumbs up if you are ready? Okay, we're gonna bring Rico onto the stream. Hello.
And okay, this is going to be a competition.
Oh, Rico, you're currently muted.
Oh, hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, how about yourself?
I'm doing good. So this is an object which I actually don't have with me.
Kat, what are you pitching?
Blahaj.
Oh, okay, I'll move back and I will show you. I will be your demo. I will be pointing and gesturing to Blahaj as you demo.
Blahaj, Blahaj is a shark, which when you have him by your side, he makes your day very bright. And I would like to invite all the people to come and join us over at Blahaj Gang. And do head out to your nearest IKEA store and check him out. And if you like it, you can buy it for yourself. He's a very nice shark, which everyone loves to have around.
Oh my goodness. Yes,
That's about
he is. Blahaj seconds that. Blahaj is giving you many, many claps and applause.
So that's about it.
Don't gender appropriate Blahaj. So each Blahaj is an individual. My Blahaj is a he. We've talked about that in the past. He's told me that in his dreams. Your Blahaj can be whatever your Blahaj is. I'm not saying that all Blahajes are, but my Blahaj, his name is Blahaj, and he uses he, him pronouns. Thank you, Rico, so much for that amazing pitch.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my goodness.
I think Ashwin is here with another pitch for us.
Wait, Ashwin, can you give us a thumbs up if you're here to pitch again? Oh my goodness, we're bringing you on. Hello, hello.
Hello, I have to come back because I was trying to search for a thing which is... so what I'm going to pitch is a remote. This is not used to control devices, televisions. No. This is used to test your strength. All right, if this doesn't work and if your strength is less, if your strength is high and if you beat it, like it works like that, you know, it doesn't work on batteries. It works how hard you hit it on the, how hard you hit on it. All right. And this is also something, this is your hide and seek best friend. So if you come from home and if you're trying to watch TV, this won't be there. This won't be on the table. This won't be under your sofa or somewhere on the another world. We don't know that. So this is a multi-purpose device. You know that it was not just meant to control devices. It was meant to be, you know, fought over with your siblings. If you want to watch TV, it was meant to be thrown in case if your mom is pretty mad and you're watching TV for a long time. So it can be thrown at you. It could be a nice self-defense device. And yeah, so this is also a test of your strength, and that is what remotes are used for. Don't you think?
Oh my god.
Can we have a round of applause for a remote?
Thumbs up, round of applause for the remote. So I talked earlier about how we needed to change the Instagram description. Can I just get that? I'm gonna take that recording and I'm gonna make a kiosk at every single retail establishment that sells devices that have remotes, and your face with that video is gonna be playing, just like you've seen faces with videos and salespeople before, because that is the most accurate description of a remote that I think anyone will ever see in all of time. I'm gonna give you another round of applause for that one. Chat seconds that I believe we had it on here. Best pitch, hands down. I'm slightly hurt that my fan wasn't that high up, but at the same time, I totally get it. That was an amazing pitch for a remote, and I'm totally getting it. We do have a question in chat. Does it work remotely?
Depends on how hard you hit it.
Cat, there we go. Ooh, so it's like, capacitive is the wrong word for that, but if you hit it harder, it works better. I second that so much. Well, thank you again for the amazing second pitch this time, and I think the common consensus in chat is that was the best pitch so far. So congratulations, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Oh my goodness. These have been amazing. See, okay, I'm scared that my fan is going to distract people. Don't stare into it too long. Don't fall for the hypnosis.
Yeah.
Hypnosis? I might be pronouncing that wrong. Someone will correct me eventually on that one. That is okay. We've talked about Blahaj multiple times now. That is one thing that Blahaj is not good at in terms of self-defense. Blahaj being all soft and cuddly, he's not very good if you throw him at someone, at being self-defense. The only self-defense that you would get is they would immediately stop everything that they were doing just to hug him and to be with him and to show him the love and cuddles that he deserves. Manya, do you have anything that you want to pitch, or do you want me to pitch something else while we're waiting for people?
I will pick something for you to pitch because I'm really bad at pitching.
Okay, so I'm gonna look around my environment again.
Noise cancelling headphones that you're wearing.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm thinking Blahaj for nonviolence. Blahaj for nonviolence, I agree. Blahaj for nonviolence. Okay, I'm gonna take these off so I can like show them off, but that means that I won't be able to hear you. So like, mime to me if you're trying to say something or like do something along those lines. So okay, these are noise canceling headphones. And a lot of people would say that the point of these are to listen to music or to streams or to StreamYard like this, and to have an amazing experience where you don't hear the things around you. But I would like to argue that these aren't headphones designed for listening, they're rather headphones that are designed for managing your hair when you get up at 5:30ish in the morning because you're going to be on stream at 6 a.m. in the morning and you can see the sunset in the window outside of you. Because you'll notice that like my hair is like kind of like triangular now, like up this way, but when I have my headphones on, you don't even notice. Like my hair just looks fine and perfect because they hide it all and they keep it away. It is the headband for people who don't want to be seen wearing a headband. Because I have this nice like the hairband, it's keeping everything in place. It's keeping me looking like fly and perfect. Their job isn't for listening. It's only for style. The listening is just like an added benefit.
Definitely, yes. Going up for the $350 headphones and
We're now on QVC, and if anyone wants to buy these headphones, type 1 in chat. If you would like to buy this Blahaj, type 2 in chat. If you would like to buy my fan, type 3 in chat. Oh, they've all been bought instantly. They're all gone. Okay, wait, who bought what? Who bought what? Okay, wait. I'm gonna go from the top. Our first 2 was here. 2 was Blahaj. So Blahaj has been sold to Natsu Dragneel X, and then Rico bought the headphones. Who bought the fan? Who bought the fan? Oh my goodness! And we had a double sale to Natsu. I'm sorry if I'm destroying your username. Natsu Dragneel X bought both the Blahaj and the fan, and then Rico got the headphones. So, wow. Okay. You'd like to buy my friendship? Oh my goodness. The vibes have gotten so wholesome. Okay. Well, okay, if you'd like to type my friendship, just go ahead and type in my Venmo and send me $5, and there you go. That's the thing that you need to type in chat right now. In all honesty, though, just by being here, you're getting our friendship. Thank you for coming to Hackcon. Like, just seeing people here and participating, like, that's making my day, or my morning, because I can see the sunset right out my window. It's very early for me in Eastern time. I don't know. I'm just enjoying being here with y'all. This is amazing. Okay. With that, we're gonna go back to forcing me to pitch things.
Or we should force more people to pitch more things.
Yes. Okay. Again, I'm gonna type it in chat again. Join us on stream. The link is in chat again. If you want to join us on stream to give us a pitch, you know it would be amazing. Let me look. See, the good news is that I didn't clean off my desk. So, like, I have a ton of just, like, random stuff all over it. Okay. Okay. My mechanical keyboard gave an idea. Oh, okay. I'll pitch that. I'm gonna turn it off so I don't, like, destroy my computer by hitting buttons accidentally. Oh, wait, no, I can't turn it off. Okay. Welcome to my pitch of my mechanical keyboard. Let me turn up the backlight for y'all. Oh, this is why I thought I'd destroy things. I think I almost accidentally just like exited out of StreamYard. There we go. Okay, you notice that it is a white backlight. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're keyboard twinsies. Keyboard twinsies.
Keyboard twinsies.
Oh my goodness, I changed out the escape key for the gray one because I didn't really like the orange. But,
I like the orange one.
Oh my goodness, okay. So some might say that the point of a keyboard is to type and to interact with your computer. But I think that that's false, and I know that it's false because the point of a mechanical keyboard is actually to have rainbow colors so that you can have a rave in your room when it's dark. These aren't showing up very well on stream. I'm doing my best to get them to show up, but this is just like my party time. I don't use it for typing. Typing is too bland and boring. There we go. It's a party time. The point of a mechanical keyboard is just to have as much rainbow colors happening all at once as you can. So this is how I spend my evenings when I'm done with streaming and with MLH and all of my work and my school. I turn my keyboard to RGB mode and I take Blahaj and we have a rave. And this is my rave device. It's also great for annoying everyone watching your stream. I apologize. It's brown switches, so it's the quietest I could get them. If it is annoying you, you can go ahead and go to that Venmo address and you can donate $5 and then you will be bidding on these noise-canceling headphones that'll help remove that noise. I'm gonna get a Slack message from Mary that's like, hey, you aren't allowed to like promote bribery in the MLH live stream. Okay.
I thought some people joined the stream and then they left suddenly.
Oh my goodness.
We want to hear your pitches.
Did I scare you away? If I scared you away, please come back. We want you. We want your pitches. We want you to be here.
Ooh.
Someone pitch contact lenses, the one thing that makes you cry more than onions. So I'm lucky enough, I have just like perfect eyes because I'm perfect in every way, what can I say? So I don't know what contact lenses are like or what glasses are like. So you know who that someone should be? That someone should be you. You should join us on stream if you feel comfortable. You don't need to have the webcam on. You could just be audio if you wanted. If you can't, I totally get it, that's fine. But totally, come pitch contact lenses. I think you've already done a pretty good pitch. If you don't feel comfortable going on stream, because I'll be honest, the one thing that makes you cry more than onions, should be a great tagline for something that you put in your eyes. I think we've had 3 great like new taglines for remotes, for Instagram, and then makes you cry more than onions for your contact lenses. If anyone else wants to join us on here, otherwise I'm gonna keep having to pitch stuff, and it's gonna be.
Come on in.
Join us. We don't bite.
Everybody just like hype stand to like up.
So Blahaj looks like he might bite, but he doesn't. None of us bite here. He just gives you like warm, gentle cuddles.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the tagline for Major League Hacking?
Okay, somebody joined.
Ashwin joined again. We're gonna bring Ashwin on here to give us a pitch while we think about what the pitch for Major League Hacking is. Ashwin, hello, hello.
Hello. I think it's Nathan Mane and Ashwin's pitch today. Okay. I was just looking around with my book stack and I found the geometry box. I'm gonna pitch the geometry box. You know. Oh yeah, this is your, what do you call it? This is your, I would call this like your armory in school, you know? You carry it like it's your armory, it has all the weapons in it. So let's see what we have this thing. I'm gonna open this and, oh yeah, this is called the compass. You know, although it doesn't tell which way is north, but it's still called compass anyway, to draw pretty cute circles. And I call it rangolis, you know, those patterns that you make, flowers and all that, apart from circles. And yeah, it's used for that. And apart from that, let's see what we have. We have a divider, which I have no idea why we use it for, except from poking your friends. I don't do that, but some naughty friends would poke you with this. This is usually used to measure distance, although I can use the scale for that. I don't know why they supply it with it. What else do we have? We have the most unused thing, the pencil. Okay, we use the pencil a lot. This is a mechanical pencil. You don't have to sharpen it, right? This is an amazing thing. So you will have your naughty friends which will just take it out and just break it like that because it feels so good. So that's what they do with mechanical pencils. And yeah, so mechanical pencil will have this back and this eraser at the back, which is used to erase things. But within a week, I can guarantee it will be lost or it will be, I don't know, gone. It will never last long on the back of mechanical pencils. So that's what it's used for. And then we have 2 more pretty weird things. These are some weird triangles which I've never used in my life, even though I am doing engineering. I have no idea why do they supply it. Maybe for some design or anything like that. But it feels good because it's there in the geometry box, and yeah. So that is what we use the geometry box for. It is for 20% maths and 70% flex.
Oh my goodness.
The triangles are there for when you lose your scale. So you can use them as well.
I love the commentary on mechanical pencil erasers, because that is the most true thing. I didn't know if I just made mistakes more than people normally did, but they disappear instantly. And round of applause. Amazing pitch. Thumbs up. I would want a useless box of mathematical garbage in my life. I very much appreciate. Thank you so much for joining us for your third time on stream.
Thank you.
Bye.
We have a lot of people joining us now. Wow, that's so nice to see. Which one of you is ready to Twitch now?
First one who gives us a thumbs up is the one I'm going to join into the stream here. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to give other people a chance, so that's why I told contact lenses in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone knows what you use contact lenses for. It's basically it is a replacement for your specs. But what actually it means to me, and I'm trying out contact lenses. So you're wearing it. It is making you cry, and you can't hold your eyelashes. And it is a strength between you, your hands, and your eyelashes. So you're just trying to keep everything open, trying to insert it, hoping that it will stick on. Yes, you have done it. You have stopped crying. The next step. One side is clear, the other side not so clear, but you're pretty sure that you put the lenses there, but something is different. It is not usually the same. So you just walk around, and then you come back, you realize you never put the lenses on, it was in the flow. And you were very confident about yourself that you did entire thing. And each lens costs about 1,000 rupees that you can put it back. And it's just gone forever. So whenever you want to feel that you can't even do small things such as wearing a lens, feel great about it and do go for it. So that's my pitch for contact lenses.
Oh my god.
And also the process becomes easier once you practice it, but the practicing part is a bit tricky.
I'm so sorry that you need to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. Like, this was very funny and like very good pitch. I love it, but at the same time, like, I'm gonna go and like contemplate the fact that I don't need to wear these and like thank my lucky stars that like I don't need to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. That sounds like what? I'm blanking on the author who wrote love. That sounds Lovecraftian. That sounds like evil and designed to cause pain. So, thank you for the amazing pitch, though. Like, thank you for joining us.
You wear contact lenses. If someone wear contact lenses, I think they might be able to relate much more.
Yes, quite relatable.
Oh my god.
It's a struggle every time I have to put them on.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye. Who's ready up next to join us on stream?
If you can give us a thumbs up in your webcam so we can see.
Okay, I'm going to call out the people I see. Prajna, are you ready? Come on.
Okay.
Right.
Hello.
Hey. Hi everyone.
How are you?
So, I'm good. How are you all doing?
We're doing well. What are you pitching today?
So, you all have any idea what this might be?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, this is a dart, okay? So, basically, it's used, you know it, right? So, I basically use it to trouble my friends, and it's kind of fun. And I suggest, please don't, use it for that purpose. It's a dartboard, so use it on dart. Okay, so that's about the dart. A small pitch. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes,
yeah?
You are. Sorry,
Okay, cool.
you didn't switch back fast enough. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Thank you
So,
for that
you want
slightly...
to try? Who want to buy this?
Oh my goodness.
This can help us
I
as,
want to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to buy it, but I also feel like slightly threatened. Like if I don't buy it, I'm going to get it anyway, just in a way that I won't enjoy. Thank you so much for that amazing pitch. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I have a lot of, Oh, sorry, Nathan, you were saying something. Sorry.
Thank you so much for a pitch. I would. Were you about to pitch your sunglasses?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay. Can you give us 1 second? We're gonna check to see if there's. I see that. Is there anyone else who just joined? Okay. No, it doesn't. It looks like Rico's here, but Rico's also pitched before. So go ahead and do your second pitch, and then we'll bring Rico on to do their second pitch as well.
Okay, I have sunglasses here. So I don't basically use it here. Instead, I use it here. Because my hair, most probably, as you can see, sorry, where am I? Okay, so it's always messy, right? So I basically use it here. Cool. Yeah, I guess Nathan, gave us an example with his headphones. I remember, it can act like a headband. I guess this will, even protect us from sunlight as well as, protect our messy hair. Okay. You have the next
one. Oh my goodness. I love that so much. Secret hair control devices is literally my favorite thing in the entire world. These make my streams so much easier, and if those sunglasses make your life easier in the same way, I applaud them, I want them. Thank you for the amazing pitch.
So I have one more, Nathan. So
Okay.
I've come with all the
Go
stuff
for
that
it.
I've got.
Your pitches are short and sweet. Go for your third.
Right. So basically, we're here, right? So what happens is usually when I travel, there's a lot of like I usually travel at night, and there's a lot of light which won't let me sleep. Okay, so slowly I get my mask to here, and I have a very peaceful sleep.
Oh my goodness.
I know I'm a little.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
So, I think we're now proving that masks actually can also double as eye coverings, mouth covering, eye covering. Of course, you do need an eye covering in a lot of parts, or a mouth covering in a lot of parts of the world. So don't sacrifice your mouth covering for your eye covering. But when hopefully the world goes slightly back to normal and we need these less and less, we have alternate options for them. Thank you so much for that amazing pitch.
Thank you so much both. Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
Okay. Yeah.
Rico, if you could give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join the stream. Okay, we're getting a thumbs up from Rico. Hello, Rico. What are you pitching for us now?
Nokia 1100. If you have used those phones, they are really tough. You can literally throw them at the thieves who try to enter your house. Put it under a train and still it won't break.
Oh my goodness.
It's that super strong.
The world.
We're getting confirmation in chat. You can derail trains with it. Oh.
This one. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Check out the memes on Nokia 1100.
It's the super strong phone. Oh my goodness.
And it will protect you from a bullet as well.
I would... Disclaimer, please do not try shooting someone with the protection of a Nokia 1100. We don't want... Well, I trust that the Nokia 1100 is strong. Please do not put anyone in harm's way, even with your self-defense medal or your self-defense dart like we talked about before. Putting people in danger is not fun, but at the same time, it's bulletproof. We all know that it's literally bulletproof.
And just don't try to shoot anyone like Nathan said.
Thank you so much for the amazing pitch of the Nokia 1100.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Have
so
a
much.
nice day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. If anyone else... Oh.
Karan
we have...
wants to do the pitch.
Okay. Let's add... Hello.
All right. Okay, first off, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You're good.
Perfect. I wouldn't have done this the second time, but San and Ashwin decided to. up the pressure by coming on here multiple times. So here goes nothing. All right. What I'm going to be pitching today is something that a lot of Indian kids will relate to for sure. It is these massive, monstrous, absolute beasts of books that every single 12th grader has at some point or the other been traumatized by, right? These are, okay, everybody has negative emotions towards these, but let me tell you, you should love them. They're worth their weight in gold. Let me go over why. I have a 6 monitor setup, all right? And every single one of those monitors is held up by 4 of these books. Not kidding, I just have that many books. All right, that's feature number 1. At this point, I would already be sold, but let me just keep on going, right? And continuing the theme of Hackcon 9, which is self-defense, which at least seems to be self-defense, find me a better weapon than these. I dare you. I genuinely dare you, find me a better weapon than these. One chuck at that Blahaj's face and it's done for, right? All right, that's point number 2. And these always came in handy whenever I wasn't studying and my dad really wanted to beat the shit out of me. These were his go-to weapons, right? So segueing into point number 4, childhood depression, right? We've all got to go through at some point or the other. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, that's point number 4. and let's say like me, you find tons of these books lying around during the quarantine and you want to get off your ass and start working out. Let's just get a pump going, right? Then find me better dumbbell. What's the word I'm looking for? Nathan, help me out here. What's the word?
They're amazing workout weight. I think dumbbells is the right thing, but
there we go. Yes. All right. Perfect. And all of these features are in addition to being a crazy, massive waste of money, right? I mean, you generally just can't beat that. Yeah. And
oh my goodness.
Touching back on my first point, these monitor stands won't cost you $1,000 unlike Apple's Pro Display XDR stands. There's nothing more you could ask for, honestly. And that's it for my pitch. But I like all of you to know that none of those points were at all about studying. So you know where my head's at.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for the pitch. I'm sorry for how those books have hurt you, both emotionally and physically, it sounds like. But at the same time, I'm glad you were able to share that with us so we could all understand that.
Anything for the TRP.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
With that, we have like 3 minutes left of Blahaj Tank today, so it doesn't look like there's anyone else who's in here trying to demo or to pitch. So I'm going to close off with one more pitch, and I'm going to be pitching Major League Hacking. So a lot of you know Major League Hacking as the World Hackathon community that brings students and professionals together in environments like this one to meet each other and have amazing times learning things at hackathons or talking and interacting at Hackcon. And it's just a really great community to meet people, to learn things, to gain new experience. But that's not Major League Hacking. We all know that Major League Hacking is actually just a secret front to IKEA to sell Blahajes. We know that Jacqueline Biggin is the mastermind behind this, and the end result is Major League Hacking. It does, yes, bring people together and have amazing experiences, and you learn and you have fun. But at the same time, we are the multinational cabal of people trying to get you to get large 3-foot-plus sharks into your room. Learn Blahaj Share. Yes, exactly. And I think that is truly the peak of what MLH is, and the fact that we started this stream with 2 people in literally opposite sides of the world, both holding these together in solidarity to talk about a project and a stream activity that was named around Blahaj. I think we can agree that is the true purpose of MLH, and just over time we're getting closer and closer to that being the entirety of it. Welcome to the future in which every hackathon is Shark Hacks, and all of MLHers are all just replaced with Blahajes with their own amazing MLH shirts. If you think that this is an interesting idea and you like this, feel free to second it in chat so we can show all the support for MLH becoming Blahaj Sales Incorporated.
Oh my god, that was wonderful.
with that, in all honesty, we're coming up briefly, like in a minute on our time, because it's 7:30. We're going to switch back to everything else that's happening that is amazing at Hackcon this weekend. But thank you all for showing up here today and for joining us and for giving us your amazing pitches. This has just been super fun, and I've legitimately loved being here with you all. I'm super happy that you're choosing to be active in the MLH community. I hope to see you at a future event, maybe here at Hackcon, maybe at a future hackathon, just in general. Thank you.
See you all later. Your pitches have been amazing. Hope to see those products on market. Bye-bye.
Bye. I believe, wait, Will, do we, this is Kat.
Hello.
Hello.
I am back. Thank you both. I really do appreciate some of those interesting pitches, to say the least. But yeah, I appreciate you both, and I hope that you have had a good time with your pitches. I'm going to take you off stream if that's okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, hey, multiple people clicking at the same time. Well, that was Blahaj Tank. I hope you all enjoyed that. Coming up in the next 15 minutes, we have our next workshop block with some pretty interesting talks lined up, if I do say so myself. We have Harshal talking about the Modern Hackathon Toolkit, followed by Adichie talking about Hacking Hackathon Organizing 101. And then to finish up, we have John Kingsley talking about hackathon live streams, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And trust me, there is some ugly out there. If you're interested in any of those things, you should totally stay tuned, as we'll be getting started with those in about 15 minutes. However, in the meantime, you get to deal with me talking about some more memes and useless facts I have not fact-checked for you all to endure today. Now, I just experienced that McDonald's are currently selling a barbecue quarter pounder. Who else in chat was aware of this, and anyone else tried it? Someone's saying to get yeeted, memes, non-programmer friends can always hack your Facebook account. Yeah, I can hack my own Facebook account too. It's called using the username, password, and the two-factor authentication code. Very useful one there. But yes, after our workshop block today, we do have a few more bits, including more of me. I know you already have had a lot of me, but you get even more of me in case you just didn't have enough of it. And I'm actually going to turn up the tunes that little bit more. Let's get a bit more energy in here. That's the spirit. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so coming up after our workshop block again. Don't want to miss that. We have a mini event with myself, Kunal, and Manya, and we're going to talk about what it's like working at MLH as a student. For those of you who haven't been part of, who are new to me and haven't actually met me before, I've been working at Amazingly Hacking for the last year or so while I've been finishing off my degree. And so I've had an interesting experience of how to balance that part-time as well as along with, you know, my studies. So we'll be talking a little bit about our experiences there, what we've learned, and how that's really helped us kickstart our careers in tech and the community. People are saying that they can't get enough of me. I mean, if you ask my girlfriend, she'll definitely tell you that you can have enough of me, because I don't stop talking, ever. I'm sure other people can vouch for that. When there is a will, there is a way, that is for sure. We also have coming up, according to my schedule off to the side, I should actually put that over there. After we have the working at MLH as a student, we have the Garlic Phone activity. Now, if you don't know what that means, you should totally check into the yellow stage at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. For those of you in other countries, that's 5:45 in the West Coast. I'd hope you'd be asleep, West Coast folks. You should be. 1:45 for the UK folks, and 6:15 p.m. for the folks in India. If you're interested in that, definitely stick around because we've got plenty more lined up. And then, unfortunately, even though you can never have enough will, we will have a hard limit just after that activity block where I will be swapping with John, who was the MC who kicked off Hackcon yesterday afternoon. If you enjoyed John, you should totally stay around for his funny Emilio, can't remember the last name, jokes, as well as some good memes about him wearing a Swift t-shirt. And if anyone asks and he's wearing the red MLH t-shirt, ask him to turn around because it says Swift on the back. You heard it here first, kids. Awesome. Now, We've got 10 minutes until our workshops start. Let me know in Twitch chat if there's any of these workshops you're particularly excited about, any of them that particularly spark an interest for you. I must say, I'm pretty interested to watch the live streamed one because I do love me a good production quality. But yeah, let me know in Twitch chat and maybe we could vote with our favorite emojis. I don't know. Now, other useless facts of the day. The most popular emoji in the world is in fact the shark emoji. I haven't fact-checked this, but I'm 99% sure that this fact is completely accurate, and there is no flaws in what I'm saying in any shape or form. Yeah, you heard me. These bad boys are the most popular thing we have in the emoji. Yes, it is correct. See, look, everyone's agreeing with me. See, if you know, there's a will, there's a way. Are you going to pitch anything for us? Could I pitch things for you? That's a hard one, you know. I didn't take part in the Blahaj tank. But if I was going to pitch something, what's the most useless thing that I own sorry, most useful thing I'd own that I would pitch to people? Having a look around, getting some ideas, you know. Can't jump the gun too quickly. You've got to think about it so that you can really, you know, chef kiss that execution. Otherwise, it's just gonna flop from day one. Let me. Ooh. Fun fact: I'm trying to use my mouse, and I'm trying to use my mouse on my lap, and it's not working very well. Someone says, "Are you George Russell's sibling?" Do you mean George Russell from the Formula One? I hate to break it to you, my last name's a bit like the last name Smith. It's a very common last name, and I don't know George Russell from Formula One. I'm sorry. Pitch the mic. I actually have several microphones around me. I have a lav mic over there, and I have this microphone, and I've got one in the box behind me. So microphones. Of course, I've thought of the best one. There's two things I'm known for here at MLH. The first one I'm known for is my my interest in audio and video and generally production quality, and as a result of that, the ASMR experience. That's probably a little crackly, I'm sorry. And then we also have my interest in dongles. Now, you may be wondering, what are dongles for? In this day and age, in the day we live in nowadays, it's incredibly important to be able to carry a dongle around and be able to do whatever you're trying to do quickly and reliably without failure. So I always carry a little box of dongles. In fact, do you want to see these box dongles? I heard you all like a good dongle. So, we're going to have the tour of the official Major League Hacking dongle supplier, the Dongle Box, which is 2 seasons out of date. But this made history. It's incredibly valuable. Now, when you go into a hackathon, something that you may not think about, and hackathon organizers, this is actually a crucial bit of information for you all if you're watching along. When you do your demos at the end, how are we going to plug everyone's laptops in? Yeah, don't think you thought of that, did you? Don't think you thought of that. And that is why the Dongle Box exists. As you can see here, these are all the events that have been officially supported by the Dongle Box. Look at that. And we've got many more as well. Now you may be wondering, what is in the Dongle Box? I'm glad you asked. Inside of here, we do have... Ooh, we have a lot of dongles. And you may be wondering, what do you possibly need dongles for at a hackathon? Well, when you're at a hackathon, there are developers like these certain laptops. These laptops where they only have 2 ports on the side. And these 2 ports are, as you can see, not HDMI ports. Trust me, if you try plugging a HDMI dongle into that, it isn't going to work. So that is where I introduced to you the MLH Dongle Box. This is a MacBook Pro from 2018 that is currently being used as a paperweight. So, what possibly dongles could you need at your hackathon? Well, you have a projector, probably have HDMI and VGA, but what if it doesn't have VGA? Well, boom, now you have a VGA dongle, so you can plug your HDMI laptops into VGA. You also have an Ethernet dongle, because you never know when you might need to plug your MacBook in to a local network. We also have ourselves a USB-C to A. You never know when you might need one of these. Very useful to have. Of course, the classic, the USB-C to HDMI. Come on, autofocus, like the USB-C to HDMI. Everyone needs one of these. Very, very useful as well. And then, you know, sometimes it's useful to be able to split your audio into left and right channels for RCA. We also have old school DVI, just in case you need that. We also have VGA to DVI, but slightly differently, because you can never have... Oh, sorry, this one's HDMI to DVI. Very important, very important. And then we also have a mini HDMI for those people with cameras or very bizarre devices, such as the Raspberry Pi. I'm pretty sure the Raspberry Pi Zero uses HDMI, mini HDMI. And then my camera and the Raspberry Pi 4 use micro HDMI, which is even smaller, and the dongle for that is currently plugged into my camera. We also have a way of being able to split audio and input a microphone. We also have another USB-C cable. Again, you can never have too many of these things. And then to wrap things off, we have a couple of 1/4-inch jacks for plugging headphones into mixers, in case you ever need that. Oh, the classic, hello, it's gone. USB-C to HDMI, as well as a Bluetooth adapter, just in case you need to connect your audio to Bluetooth. And to wrap things up, that is the dongle box. It's just an Amazon Basics box I got for like £15 a couple years ago, and I repurposed it into the dongle box. Incredibly useful. Would highly, highly recommend getting yourself one of these, especially if you're going to hackathons, because when you're the person who rocks up with one of these bad boys and you don't have any way of plugging it into a projector, generally people don't want to be your friend. But as a hackathon organizer, you can make it as inclusive as possible by providing dongles that people can use. So I used to turn up to events and I would plug in micro HDMI, USB-C, VGA, DisplayPort. I would plug in everything. I have more dongles than that. Trust me, that's only that's the empty dongle box, the COVID edition. A noob to pro streamer like Dongle Boy. First step is buy yourself a good dongle. That is the first step in getting into pro streaming. Second step, buy yourself a nice light. And then third step, be funny. But yes, people asking in chat, this laptop is a 2018 MacBook Pro base model without the touch bar, so it only has USB-C on on one of the sides, but not on the other side. And as you can see, it has only got a headphone jack. And for those of you who might also be interested, the USB-C ports on this don't actually line up to the modern MacBook. So if you put this next to like an M1 MacBook Pro or even a 16-inch MacBook Pro, the USB-C ports are slightly off the center. Whereas if you put a 13-inch and a 16-inch on top of each other, they will all be in line. There you go. Fun fact, and I can fact check that for you. Apart from my laptop, the M1 one is currently plugged in, and I don't want to unplug it. Well. Other fun fact of the day, Blahages are actually fantastic at using laptops. They do it only when humans aren't watching, and they do it specifically when people are trying to sleep, because then they can't get caught and people will find out about their hidden talent. If I'm not careful, actually, this shark might come after me. And so it's really important that when you're at a hackathon that you make sure you lock your laptops, because Blahages might come out at the dark and start writing the code for you, unless that's part of your plan. And if that's part of your plan, then you'll have no trouble. All right, I think that's enough useless facts of the day, and I think that was a pretty good Blahage tank pitch. What do you think in chat? Anyone got any opinions on my little pitch? I'd love to know. I'd love to know. I'm just gonna keep him on my lap, pet him like I'm an evil master. Good one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, everyone's talking about. Aaron asked, "Do I have a micro HDMI?" It's plugged into my camera, but yes, I do have a micro HDMI. I have 3, in fact. Well, 2. I broke one of the cables. I tripped over it. Okay. Right. So, I think we have stalled enough time to make sure our workshop guests are all ready to rock and roll. Looks like we have, on the main stage, we have ourselves. Let me just double check before I get too carried away. Cost of dongle more than Mac cost? It's been a gradual thing. I bought them over time, especially that old laptop with USB-C, and it was very useful. So on the main stage, we're going to have the Modern Hackathon Toolkit by Harshal, one of our coaches, and previous fellows from the MLH Fellowship. So if you're interested in finding out about the best toolkit that you can use to organize your hackathon, stay here on the main stage. We also have the Hackathon Organizing 101 by Adichie, one of our coaches, on the red stage. And then we also have the hackathon live streams, the good, the bad, and the ugly, happening on the main stage after the one with Harshal. So definitely make sure that you stick around for that. And then we'll do some Q&A on run a show, confusing. Should get someone else to read it for you. Anyone got any more questions about dongles, or do you think it's time for us to bring on our workshop guests? I don't know. Oh, cost of dongle more than Mac cost? Probably not. I probably have a couple £100 worth of dongles, but probably not £1,000 worth of dongles. But then again, you never know. One day I might get there. Okie dokie. Any recommendations for a US camera USB? Probably buy something like a Logitech C920. It's a pretty good value option. John's workshop is going to be on the yellow Twitch. So if you want to follow along for the hackathon live stream, the good, the bad, the ugly, you can check that out on the MLH yellow stage at hackpack/yellow. If you want to check out the hackathon toolkit, stay right here. We'll be kicking off in just a minute. And on the red stage is where we'll have Hackathon Organizing 101. Now, if you're in my position, you probably want to attend all three of them. But obviously, you can only be in one place at one time. But don't worry, we will be putting... do not hesitate, because we will be putting all of these onto YouTube after the event, so you can tune into them there. Mary has just reported in that they may be starting a little bit late on some of these workshops. But if you keep a close eye on Discord, you can find out when the next talks are happening and when you can tune into them. Fantastic. Okie dokie. Aaron and Harshu, are you ready to come and talk to us about the Hackathon Toolkit? All right. Hello.
Hello.
Fantastic. I'm going to hand it over to Aaron. We can't hear you, Aaron.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right. Can't have Hackcon without AV issues, can we? But yeah, thanks so much, Will. As we've already said, this is the modern hackathon toolkit, getting you absolutely sorted for your hackathons all around the world. So yeah, I'm gonna hand over to Harshal. Take it away, and yeah, I'll be back on in a bit.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to the workshop Modern Hackathon Toolkit. Now, I am gonna talk a lot about the dongle box that Will showed. Well, not actually. I'm just gonna talk about some tools and share some tips and tricks that I have learned over the years. Now, closely working with various organizers and organizing an hackathon myself, I realized that this is a stressful process. It may seem easy, to the other people that organizing a hackathon is a piece of cake, but trust me, there's a lot that goes under the hood. Now, being in this domain for a while, I learned that the right tools can make a lot of difference, and that's what I am going to cover today. But before jumping into that, let me introduce myself. My name is Harshal Agrawal, and I wear different hats. During the weekdays, you will find me working as a DevRel at N10. On the weekends, I might be at a hackathon, and for some part of the year, you may see me organizing silly hacks. Now, this workshop is very much influenced by my experience of organizing silly hacks, and I'll be sharing some useful tools and a few tips and tricks that you can add to your hackathon toolkit. A small disclaimer, I didn't add the dongle box to the toolkit, which you should all definitely add. So let's get started. Meet Eve. Eve is the organizer of Pokemon Hacks, a hackathon for the Pokemons. Now, Eve is organizing a hackathon for the first time and is not really sure what tools they need. So let's help Eve together to recognize these tools that the Pokemon Hacks team will need for organizing a hackathon. So I would love to know from you all, what tools do you think they might need? While you are all sharing the tools that you think that they might need, let me tell you, Pokédex is not the tool that they would be using for their organizing. Okay, just to help you out with this, let's divide these tools into different categories. The first is the communication platform. The next is the registration platform, and then the internal documentation. Now, there are a lot of other things that go into place, but with the constraint of time, I thought these are the best three stages that we should talk about. And I see Aaron saying, I think having a will is the most useful tool. I definitely agree. Awesome. So let's move forward with the first category, and then it's communication. So when it comes to communication, we immediately start thinking about Discord or Slack, which are definitely an essential part. But the initial communication platform might be something else that you all don't realize. Anyone wants to give a try of what would be that initial communication platform? Alright, so that's a website. Now this is where you communicate the information about your hackathon to not just hackers, but the sponsors as well. And I see someone answering Gmail as well. Well, I am gonna come to that because that is a really useful tool that one needs. Now, website involves two important services that the Pokemon team needs to take care of. The first is the domain, and the next is hosting. Now, these both can add to their budget, but they can get this for completely free. Yep, completely free. So you can get domains for free, and if you haven't tried this, go ahead, sign up for the GitHub Student Developer Pack, where you get domains free from both name.com and .tech domain. Also, you can get domain free from Namecheap, but with Namecheap, the only caveat I have found is that it's a .me domain, and it is especially gets registered with your GitHub username .me. The other way around I found was to reuse your old domains. Now, Eevee took part in a lot of hackathons, and some of them had domain providers as the sponsors. So Eevee would often get a domain for free for a year from them. Now, Eevee started collecting these domains that were not necessarily related to the hack that Eevee was working on. Eevee is smart. So what Eevee did? Well, she got the general purpose domains which she could later on use for some other project. Downside, Eevee never won the best domain category. But the positive side, Eevee got a domain for free. So, if you're attending a hackathon and if you are not sure whether you're going to continue working on that project, and they have a domain provider as a sponsor, be smart and get a domain that you can reuse later on for some other project. Now let's talk about free hosting. So almost all the hosting providers have a very generous hosting plan, and the free tier is more than enough. Now everyone listed over here has a great documentation that allows you to quickly set up hosting. So whether you are building a website using React or Vue or simple HTML or CSS, you can simply host your websites on these platforms for free. Now next, I am going to talk about a bit on emails because emails are really important, as Deepo said in the chat. While we are still on the subject of communication, the Pokemon Hacks team realized that they might need a professional email. So something like heypokemonhacks.com and maybe sponsors at @pokemonhacks.com, because this makes them look more professional and adds value to the brand. Now there are two different solutions that I came across. There is a third solution that I haven't added over here in the slides, which is using email service providers like Mailgun, which allows you to create an inbox where you can receive these emails. Well, Evie talked to other organizers for a solution for this, and most of them said that they used Google Workspace. Evie looked into it and liked the idea, but there was one issue. Price is of course one of the major issues, but the other issue was that everyone in that team already had multiple email accounts, and adding one would just create chaos for the teammates. So this is where email alias and email forwarding is really helpful. Now in the next slides, I am going to walk you through the steps to setting up email alias. So what I want you all to do is go ahead and sign into your Gmail account. And if you already have a domain, go to your domain provider and log into the dashboard. Now the first step is to set up email forwarding in the DNS configuration of your domain provider. So go to the console and look for the section that might be called redirect email or forward emails. And over here I have added a screenshot for Namecheap. So if you are using Namecheap, scroll down to the page of your domain and you will find the section that says redirect email. Now I am going to wait a couple of minutes over here so that if you are following along with me, you can complete this particular step. While you are doing that, let me just talk a bit about this approach. So adding any alias and its corresponding, so you just have to add any alias and its corresponding forwarder you want. So let's just take an example. If you are creating an alias for sponsorship and finances, and sponsor is the alias that you want to use. And now let's just say Bulbasaur is responsible for the finances and sponsorship. So enter Bulbasaur's email in the forward to field, while you should enter sponsor in the alias field. So any email that is now sent to sponsors at @pokemonhacks.com will land in Bulbasaur's inbox. I see a question in the chat. Could you again provide the free hosting tools? Sure. Okay, let me just quickly talk about them. I have already added a list of all the resources, which I'll be sharing later on in my slides so that you can follow them. But one of the easiest and the most friendly one that I found was GitHub Pages, because our team used GitHub for collaboration. Our website was the website code lived on GitHub, so it is easy to just deploy it using GitHub Pages. The next is Netlify. For my personal websites, I have used Netlify a lot. Then there is Vercel. Then there is a new platform by DigitalOcean that's called DigitalOcean app platform. So these are a few of the hosting providers. Now just talking a bit about them, these mostly allow you to host static websites. So if you have a dynamic website, you might need to check for this particular providers. All right, I am assuming that you all were able to add your alias and the forward to email for your domain. Now this only forwards the email to your inbox, or in our example to Bulbasaur's inbox. But what if Bulbasaur wants to reply to this emails? Well, at that time, they will be sending an email from their original address, that is bulbasaur@gmail.com. So in the next steps, you will configure the reply back email so that it looks professional and you can send it via the alias that you just created. Well, before moving forward, I found this really useful is to always add a catch-all alias so that if someone mistypes the email address, maybe instead of sponsors, they just do sponsor or they do sponsorship, right? So they still should be able to send you an email, right? So that's why I always make sure that I configure the catch-all alias. Now you can also use the star symbol or the asterisk symbol in the alias field for this. Now the steps that I'm gonna show to you all is gonna be all around Gmail. I am not gonna talk about Yahoo Mail or Microsoft emails because I haven't done these steps with them, but I think you would be able to follow the steps and you would be able to configure the reply email as well. So now in your Gmail account, click on settings and then click on see all settings. Once the setting window is open, this is what your screen may look like. Now all you have to do is click on accounts and import on the top. Then click on add another email address. But before you do that, make sure that you select reply from the same address. The message was sent to, because this makes it easy for you to send a reply via the same email address that received that message, right? So if Bulbasaur received a message via the alias sponsors@pokemonhacks.com, and if Bulbasaur replies back to the sponsor, it automatically configures and sends the email using the email address sponsors@pokemonhacks.com. So Bulbasaur does not have to configure that email address on its own. So after you select add another email address, this screen will pop up for you. And this is where you would add another email address that you own, right? Now in the main field, I usually use the words which are related to that particular alias. So if it's for sponsors, I do sponsors and finance. If it's for workshops, I do workshops. If it's a general email, I just write Silly Hacks Team. So this name is shown in the reply. So just make sure you use appropriate name in the name field. The next is in the email address, enter the alias that you created. So for Bulbasaur, this is going to be sponsors@pokemonhacks.com and not pokemon.hacks. And then you have to click on the next tab. And this is where you need to configure your SMTP server, your username, and your password. So again, if you are not using a service like Mailgun, or if you haven't set up your own SMTP server, you can use Gmail's SMTP server. If you want to do that, simply enter smtp.gmail.com and the port by default is 587. In the username, this is where you have to enter your original email. So for Bulbasaur, this is going to be bulbasaur@gmail.com. And this is the password that you have to enter is again for this for your email address. So this is not a new password. This is the original password for your Gmail account. Once you do that, click on add account and you will receive an email with a verification code. So you have to enter that verification code in the next step, and your email will be configured. So I am gonna wait for 2 more minutes so that if you are following the steps, you would be able to configure it. In the meantime, I'm just gonna take a look in the chat and see if there are any questions. Okay, so Realize is asking me Infinity Free for Dynamic. I haven't used Infinity Free for Dynamic, and I really don't. I'm not into creating dynamic websites. I'm more into creating static websites. I'll tell you the reasons why. Because static websites, the load time is really good. They are faster. They load quickly. There are a lot of SEO benefits. And in general, for the hackathon websites that I have seen, there is some static data, right, which may have to be, changed, but it can always be updated when you are building the whole website. So you necessarily don't need any dynamic information going over there. But I am not sure about Infinity for as a platform for hosting websites. But what I would look into for such platforms is how compatible they are with something like GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket. Because if you are hosting your code into a platform like this, you don't want to add additional steps for deploying your websites on these hosting providers. All you want to do is make sure you create a pull request. Your pull request, when it's merged, gets automatically deployed to the services. Now, another really interesting things that I like about Netlify and Virtual in general is whenever you send a pull request, they also give you a link for preview. So this is a live. This is to show how your website would look like when it's live. So that also really helps you to see, if there are any other changes that you want to make before you actually deploy those changes out to public. So I know I haven't answered your question directly, but as again, I don't have a lot of idea how Infinity works, but I hope this gives you a bit of more idea about how I approach to this things. All right, so moving forward, now there are a couple of trade-offs when you use alias. So aliases can't connect to other Google apps. So let's just say you got a call scheduled with one of your sponsors, and they send you a calendar invite. Now you can accept that, but now on the calendar invite, it's gonna show your original email and not the alias that you configured, which is a very minor trade-off, and I kind of think that's kind of okay if you are, if you are happy with that. And the other thing is security, because with Google accounts, you need to enable less secure apps. So this does not have a major security impact, but you basically tell Google that it's okay to connect to applications which are less secure. So now if you are connecting to any other application via your Google account, you need to be really careful. You need to double check what kind of scopes these applications are using and what kind of information they're taking from you. Okay. For emails, now let's move forward to our favorite tool. That's chat. Now, while doing the research, Evie found out that Discord and Slack are the popular choices among the hacker community. But before jumping into talking about Discord and Slack, I would like to know from you all, which is your favorite chat platform? I know a couple of hackathons have even used Telegram, and a few of them have used Zulip, which is again open source, and then there is Rocket Chat, which is open source as well. Another alternative is MetaMost. So there are a lot of options, but I want to know from you all which one is your favorite. And I see Discord in the message. I like it. Yeah, Discord is kind of my favorite platform too, and I might be a bit biased about Discord. But let's see what Evie found out when they did the research. So Evie created a small pros and cons list for us, where she laid down all the features for both Slack and Discord. Now, before jumping into them, you need to first understand what features you need from your chat platform and what is necessary for your hackathon. Because a lot of time people use the platform which is just popular, and then it does not work out really well for them as they expect it to be. So now let's take a look at both these platforms. So with Discord, one of the things that I really like is that there's just one account for multiple servers. So if I want to join a server for Pokemon hacks, and if I already have an account on Discord, I don't need to create a new account. So that's something that I really liked about Discord. While with Slack, you have to create a new account for that particular workspace. This works really well in terms of security, because you are only allowing people with verified email addresses, with who are actually invited to that particular workspace. Now, Discord also has this role-based architecture. So if you have joined Discord server, you go through the rules, you do the check-in, and you get a role for that. And this role gives you access to all the necessary channels that you might need during the hackathon. For the organizers, this makes it really easy, because now all they have to do is configure the roles, and they don't have to manually manage the access for each individual hacker. And with Slack, you don't have this access, right? You don't have this role-based access. And looking into the free plan of Slack, they also don't allow you to configure these channels with particular access, which is a bit annoying when it comes to moderation. With Discord, there is no limitation on message history, which is something that I absolutely love, because you can go back to a message that was maybe sent a few months, which is a few months old, right? And you can just read through it, again comment on it, and yeah, that's the message stays over there. But with Slack, if you're in the free plan, there is no message history after 10K messages. So if there was something very important that you shared earlier, it is going to disappear after you hit the 10K message mark. With Discord, you can create bots, and bots. And it's possible for Slack as well. But with Discord, I found it more flexible of creating bots than there are with Discord, than there is with Slack. Because Discord has this huge community around enthusiasts, where you can interact with them, learn how you can create a bot, and there are a lot of open source bots present which you can add to your Discord server. But with Slack, you can already connect apps which someone has already created, but there is then less flexibility. You cannot customize those apps as per your need. And Discord also has voice and video calls, which is something that I absolutely love, and which makes the hacker interaction, the hacker experience really amazing. So yeah, that's a small pros and cons list that Evie got for us. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Paul and Patrick for hosting a wonderful workshop yesterday. So if you haven't, just check out their workshop, where they show you how you can create a Discord bot. And I see Aaron sharing a pro tip with Slack. So if someone with paid Slack you can share a channel with the free workspace and it will start a 90-day trial. That's awesome. I was going to talk about shared channels. Okay, I missed that. So with Slack, you can have shared channels. So let's just say your sponsors have a separate Slack workspace and you are using a separate Slack workspace for your hackathon. You can have a shared channel with your sponsors. So your sponsors don't necessarily have to join your Slack workspace. They can still be a part of that channel from their own workspace. Now moving forward is streaming. And this is where Eevee's budget can explode. Yes, OBS is free. But do you have a machine that can run it smoothly? I don't have it. And I don't think most of us do have it. And that's where services like StreamYards are really useful. So another alternative to StreamYard is Restream.io, which you can definitely check out, and it's really cool. But I wanted to focus more on StreamYard today, because if you are an MLH member event, you can ask MLH for access to StreamYard for your hackathon for free. Or you can get StreamYard for free via the GitHub Student Developer Pack. And trust me, I am so jealous that I'm not a student anymore. Now, before moving forward, I'm just going to address a few messages in the chat. Okay, so there's a question. Are you talking about free hosting platforms, Netlify, virtual GitHub pages? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm just waiting for a response on that. So let's see what they say. And there's like Deepo is asking, how do we check out previous workshops? That's a good question. So if you go to the MLH's, I think this workshop is on the main Twitch channel, so twitch.tv/MLH. And if you go to the video section, you will find that. And we are gonna share these videos on YouTube. So you can always later on go to the MLH's YouTube channel and go through the workshop. Now let's move forward to the next important part for a hackathon organizer, which is to handle registration. Create an app. This is a really bad idea. Now the Pokemon Hacks team has a wonderful tech team, and they want to build the whole registration app for their hackathon. But can anyone tell me why this is not a good idea? One of the issues that I can talk to you about is I see bugs. Yeah, bugs is definitely one of the issues. The next but I can think of is scaling, right? Because we build the app, which when we build the app, we necessarily don't think about the scalability of this app. And when you start thinking about scalability of the app, you start adding more and more resources, which your finance team might not like. So let's just say you build an app and it can, the next thing you should ask is, can it handle thousands of users at the same time, right? The next question, what happens if you who created the app are not available and your team needs some changes ASAP, right? This becomes really difficult then. And then it takes a lot of time and money to create your own app. So there are tools out there which you can use. And I always, tell this to the organizers that let's not create and reinvent the wheel today. Maybe after the hackathon, when you use these tools, when you use these platforms, you find out some pros and cons, and then you try to build your own platform. Try it out before launching it publicly. So let's take a look at these tools and platforms. Now, there can be two different stages. That is, first is the initial registration. So let's just say you are creating, so you don't have, your dev post page set up, right? But you still want to start with the registration so that people can get the information that they need and they can start joining your Discord server. So for those initial registrations, you can either use Google Forms, Typeform, or even the Airtable forms. Or you can use the MLH organizer. You can use the MLH organizer dashboard, which allows you to create an event and allows you to manage your registrations. Now, there are platforms which you can use on the day of our check-in, which is DevPost, HackerEarth, Hackster.io, which is mainly if you're doing, hardware-based hackathons. It is very popular for, using for the hardware-based hackathons, and a lot of other platforms as well. Now let's talk about submissions. Don't use Google Forms. I really try to avoid and try to explain this to the organizers that, hey, Google Forms is cool, but you might want to think about it, because the first thing is it's not publicly available for the hackers. Hackers may not get to see what others have built. Like, unlike in-person events, it is a bit challenging to talk and learn what others are working on, right? So keeping their submissions public helps them see each other's work, helps them network with the other hackers. And we all love to showcase our work. So if our submission is publicly available, we can share it with others. And lastly, sponsors can look at the submissions and get an idea of what kind of projects are created at your hackathon. So use something like DevPost, HackerEarth, or Hackster.io again. The cool part about using these platforms is you get organic marketing. People can search for your hackathons. Your hackathons can, they are displayed on the homepage of the websites, which can help you get a lot of registrations as well. Now that we have talked about registration and communication, the Pokemon team decided to use Typeform for their initial registrations until that their post page was being set up. Now there was a small issue. Now, how do they communicate with everyone who registers on Typeform? They want to send out important information to the hackers as soon as they, they register, and they also want to add this information to Airtable, assuming they prefer Airtable more than Google Sheets. Well, this is what they started using. So this is a workflow that they created. Now they could have written a script and deployed it on a server to handle that scenario, which has again some cons. What if they want to add more services to their particular workflow, right? For example, they decided that they also want to add this data to Google Sheets. Now they would have to write the code to interact with the Google Sheets. And if you have ever tried connecting to any Google API, it's a bit painful. So they used N10, which is a fair code license automation platform. So all they have to do is to get the credentials of the services they want to use, configure the node for these respective services, connect them together. Now I wanted to show you all the steps on how you can create this, but I think I am kind of running out of time. So maybe if I have time at the end of the workshop, I'll cover this step later. But just to give you an idea of what is happening over here, you can see that there is Typeform trigger, which will trigger the workflow whenever a hacker registers for your hackathon. Then there is a set node which just extracts the information that is coming in, and we are using the Airtable node to append that information to our Airtable, and then we are using Mailgun to send them an email. Now, now this is something that I did for Silly Hacks, and while I was building this, I realized something that this Mailgun might not be able to send emails every time. The common reason was people sending in their wrong emails, or just trying out the registration form and adding example@gmail.com or some emails like that, right? And I wanted to get an alert for such emails to make sure that if it's a genuine email, we still are sending them the information that they need. So what I did was I set up again an end-to-end workflow, created a webhook which listens to this failed emails. So whenever there is a permanent failure in Mailgun sends a request to my webhook, and my webhook then sends a message to me on Discord. So now I know this particular hacker with this email hasn't received a message, and if it's a genuine registration, I send it out manually. The other important part of communication is sending email blasts. So you have all the registrations coming in, you want to send out now new information to them, right? You want to maybe send out some resources or send out some useful links from the sponsors. Now sending them out one by one is not a really good idea, and that's where again I started using N10 for this. So what this workflow does, it captures all the information from Airtable of the registrations, and then it sends out that information, basically the name of the hacker and their email address, to Mailgun. And I already have set up a email body in the Mailgun node, which then gets sent out to all the participants at the same time. So I don't have to worry about creating and checking it manually. It's done automatically for me. And again, the alerting system sends me a message if an email wasn't sent correctly. Okay, so just gonna go a bit fast over here and talk about internal documentation, which is really, really essential. If you are a hackathon organizer or even a hacker, documentation is something that you should get into. But what is documentation? So it's basically, creating information of your processes, of your communication channels, of the tools and services that you are using for maybe your project or your hackathon. And why is this important? Because we have bad memory. Trust me, this is true. You think that you are gonna remember something. Let's just say let's just say there is a task that you want to do. Maybe send out this particular email to hackers on Sunday, right? You think you are gonna remember it, but with all the other responsibilities that come in with organizing hackathons, you may forget this, and your hackers may not get those information in time. So again, document that process. Once you document it, it becomes easy for others to access that information. And it also makes a system future ready. So if you are going to have new members for the next iteration of your hackathon, they already know the process. They can go through the documentation, learn about your learnings, learn about the processes that you took, and maybe reuse them or change it according to their needs. Just to give you an example over here, coming back to Pokemon hacks, Pikachu is leading the tech team, right? And he creates a, let's just say, an N10 workflow to do something. Now this workflow is not working as expected for some reason. Maybe the server was down, or maybe the API broke or something like that, right? And Pikachu is on a holiday. What now? Well, because Pikachu documented all the steps, the team can go refer to the documentation, make those changes, update the workflow, and everything is fixed and all good to go. But how do you do the documentation? Notion is one of the best tools that I found you can use for internal documentation. A small caveat over with Notion is it is a bit slow. It can get a bit slow sometimes, but in general it works fine. An alternative to Notion is Coda, which is again really good. And then there is Google Docs, which I generally don't prefer a lot because for each and every step you need to create a new Google Doc, and managing those docs can be difficult. While with Notion and Coda, you can have everything in one single space. So now I'm just going to quickly walk through the Notion doc, like how a Notion workspace looked like. So this is the initial wiki that we had. So someone is in our Chili Hacks team opens the workspace. This is the first page that they see, which contains all the required information and links to the other pages. Now with with Notion, you can have different views, and this is what we ended up using. This is the view that we ended up using. So we had tags like, is this a low priority? If it's a high priority, or if it's a medium priority. And we also added tags like, is it completed, is it in progress, just to check the status as well. Then there was marketing campaign. So we had a process where our marketing team would write some content, and then someone would review them, and when it looks good, we would then post it on our socials. Now there was again, we thought of why not automate this. So this workflow that I'm showing you, we actually didn't use that because Notion didn't have an API at that point of time. So we were basically using Trello, but this is what the workflow looked like in general. So if anything changed in Notion for that particular workspace, this workflow would get triggered, it will get the information, and then it would send out a tweet. And we also documented on-day content because this we found was really important for our team to know what to post when, what information should be out there on our socials, on our Discord, so that the hackers know what is happening. And this is how we managed our sponsors list, right? So we assigned, whoever was responsible for that particular sponsors. We also talked about which stage in the pipeline the sponsors were, and then a quick overview of how our judges tab looked like. So looking at the time, I am already over 2 minutes. So I'm just going to quickly do a recap because Evie is overwhelmed with all the information. So number one, don't reinvent the wheel unless it's really, really important. Number two, document everything. Trust me, once you start doing this, once you have proper documentation in place, you're going to thank me later on. Now your documentation can have a different structure from what we use at Chili Hacks, and it's completely fine. Adapt the documentation structure that seems fit for your organizing team. And lastly, automate wherever possible. Because we had these automations in place, we knew system was working fine, everything was up and running, and we didn't have to worry about these things. So once again, don't reinvent the wheel, document everything, and automate wherever possible. A few things to keep in mind when you are selecting these tools and services. is the cost. Cost in terms of monetary, how much would it cost to host this? How much would it cost to use these services? Is it still fitting in your budget or not? And the cost in terms of time. How much time it's gonna take for you or your team to learn this particular tool or to adapt to this tool or configure this tool as per your needs. The next is customizable. How customizable are these particular platforms, are these tools? If they are not customizable as per your needs, try out to look out for the options which are really customizable. And the third is API. Because we are developers in the end, we are programmers in the end, and we like to code stuff. So make sure these platforms you are using, they have an API. Now this is not necessary, but can be useful if you want to have your own custom workflows for some stuff. Now, I have created a small GitHub repo which contains a list of all the resources which you can use for your hackathon. So right from what you can use for documentation to what you can use for getting your domains as well as hosting those. So the first link will take you to that GitHub repo, and MLH has already created this wonderful guide which contains some useful resources. So don't forget to check that out as well. Now, I'm not sure if we have time for some questions. Aaron, do we have some time for questions? All right, so we have some time for questions. So if you have any questions for me, tell me. Just clear your mind. Tell me what are your questions. What tools do you want to know more about, and anything else. Is the document with all the great tools listed. So here is the link where you can find all this list of resources that you can use. I haven't documented it properly, but I am sure you can. The MLH team has documented it very nicely.
Hey, Arshil, sorry. I can't read a schedule, and we're actually just a bit over time, so we are gonna have to call it there. That said, yeah, thank you so much for teaching us about all the tools to make our projects a success, our hackathons a success. I can personally preach for most of everything he said in there, and in particular is particularly awesome. But yeah, with that, I think I'm handing it back to Will to take over the rest of the stream. So yeah, thank you so much, Harshal. That was a fantastic talk. And yeah, you get Dongle Boy back.
Fantastic. Well, welcome back, everybody. Good to see you all. I missed you all for that during that workshop block, but that was a pretty dope workshop from Harshal, as well as on the other channels, the yellow, as well as the I think it was the red channel, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and those workshops will be uploaded later onto our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure at your leisure. Now, we've got a couple of things lined up. For those of you who are interested, we have a new activity block kicking off right now. In fact, we're going to be kicking things off with a activity on the live stream here. So if you want to understand a little bit more about what it's like to work at MLH while studying at university, then join me, Kuno, and Manya for a discussion on that. Following that, we're going to jump into, we're also going to have some organizer hangouts, starting off on Discord. Mary is going to be posting some questions in Discord, so if you're interested in going and chatting among yourselves with organizers, meeting some new people, and like we've said many times at Hackcon, meeting people is the best way to learn building hackathons, right? You know, you've just learned from Harshal about some of his pro tips on organizing hackathons, but you never know. As we transition back to in person, right? You might find some people who've been, you know, Aaron, for example, is a good example of this, of someone who is very much a champ at organizing in-person events. So maybe go find, if you can find someone like Aaron in Discord to chat to and learn a few tips and tricks there. So those organizer hangouts will be kicking off just now inside of Discord. If you head over there to the announcements channel, you'll be able to find out all of the information you need and the questions that you need to kick off those. Now, we're going to be just stalling for a little bit of time here as we wait for Kunal and Manya to join me for the working at MLH as a student. I'm going to ask a very nice little gentle nudge to a wonderful Aaron if he could go and chase both of them up for me. I know that Manya is running over a little bit on the blue stage, but if you could find a Kunal, that would be fantastic. After the activity block that we have later today, we are also going to be running another discussion panel inside of Twitch, as well as inside of Discord. So we're going to announce that with John, and me and John will be swapping over at the end of this activity block as MC. So you only got another hour and a bit with me, but you will be joined with John. And who doesn't love John? Everyone loves John. But after that, then we'll have a bunch of more lightning talks, some discussions happening in Discord, and to wrap things up, one final workshop block where we're going to be discussing some pretty exciting stuff, including empowering beginners and first-timers at hackathons, as well as fundraising 101. You know, how do you get all of the sweet monies? You don't organize a hackathon if you don't have that sweet budget for pizza. I'm all hyped up. Looks like I have a Manya and I have a Kunal. We'll give them just 2 seconds, and then we're going to kick things off into working as a student at MLH. Fantastico. How's everyone finding Hackcon? Everyone having a good time? I've been having a pretty good time, if I do say so myself. How's everyone else, you know, doing? I can see some people really enjoyed the talk with Harshal. Should totally go follow him on Twitter. You'll be able to find him at Harshal1712, I want to say, and check out all of the developer evangelism stuff that he's been up to. I know it's been so long. I was gone for so long, and in that time I ate a brownie. Manya and Kunal, are you ready to join the stream? Fantastic. So I'm going to be joined with Manya, who has been a MLH fellow in batch 0, the first ever batch we did back in the summer of 2020, as well as Kunal, who was also a fellow, and I believe they were in the same pod, both working on Facebook tools such as React and more. And they can talk a little bit more about that in our discussion. Since then, they both joined MLH as part-time pod leaders, or junior team leads as we sometimes call them, who are the people who run our pods, make sure that our fellows are well equipped to tackle anything in their way. Kunal and Manu have also joined our coaches program as a chance to go and help others at hackathons and empower as many people as possible, as part of their journey in empowering as many people to get into technology. They're going to join me and talk about their time as being a coach and being a junior team lead, and what you can learn from this as how you can basically get some more experience, maybe how you can sell yourself a little bit better and try and apply to internships and stuff, and how you can just set yourself up for success as you kickstart your careers. Manya and Kunal, welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing?
Everything's going good.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm doing great. You know that already.
I know that. Me and Kunal talk quite a lot because me and Kunal are working this summer on the Fellowship Batch 3 cohort. So Kunal doesn't get enough of me. And I know some of you in the chat are like, oh, we want as much will as possible. I'm sure Kunal will be like, no, there's definitely a limit. Now, for those of you watching at home, before we jump into introductions, can you let us know if you've got any questions for the chat, for our wonderful panel of guests? If you have any questions about what it's like working at MLH, what it's like being a student, trying to balance those things part-time. I already see there's a time management question. But yeah, let us know as many of those questions as possible. Manya, I'm going to throw it over to you to do yourself a quick introduction and just sort of say about kind of like how you got started at MLH.
Okay. So I got started at MLH now, wow, over a year ago. It's been a while, didn't even realize that. I started as a fellow in the first fellowship. I did open source contributions here, Loved it. Did a live stream with Will and asked him, "Oh, hey Will, what more can I do to stay in touch with MLH?" And he just goes up and says, "Oh, you know what? We're looking for more APAC coaches." So that led me to apply for the coaches program. Meanwhile, we realized there were more ways to get associated with the fellowship. And honestly, it had been such an amazing experience in my technical journey and the community of people that I met that I just wanted to stay in touch and just do more here. So I joined the admissions team and became a part-time pod leader with the fellowship. So that's been my journey with MLH. Also, obviously, that whole summer, I only survived because of the fellowship and the hackathons I did on the weekends, all thanks to MLH's Summer League. So
set an alarm for 7:30 p.m.
You good there? Kunal making sure he's awake for his shift.
Well, that's been my journey here at MLH, yes, and it has been pretty amazing.
Awesome. Yeah, I can definitely vouch for that. As part of the fellowship, right, we end up generating a huge amount of this talent, right? And, in order to help us run the fellowship, we need some of this help, right? I couldn't do it possibly all on my own. And that's where, we rely on a lot of our previous fellows who honestly understand the fellowship dynamic probably better than I do. They have got this super wide knowledge of understanding how it is as a fellow. And so when it comes to giving back to the community, they know exactly what, helped them get to what helped them get there. So definitely very, very useful experience. And now, Kunal, I'd love to know a little bit more about how you kind of got started at MLH and how your journey's been.
Yeah, my journey with MLH is I started with the very first APAC hackathon that was in New Delhi, where I am right now. So basically, we heard this thing that, hey, MLH is coming to India, the APAC region, for the very first time. So I was like, okay, I did not know much about MLH. I was just there, and I was a judge over there, by the way, because I was a part of the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors. So I was a judge over there, and that's when I first met Swift. People are asking to turn up the volume. How about now? I think that should be good. All right. So yeah, first APAC hackathon in India, I got to know about MLH, and then last year in the summers, I applied to the open source fellowship, basically. So basically, I applied to they came up with this thing hey, if you have lost your internship, you can check out this thing that MLH is coming up with, which is known as the MLH Fellowship. I got to know about it via the MLH newsletter. So if you haven't already, make sure you sign up for that. And I applied, gave my interviews and stuff, then I got selected, and it was one of the best experiences of my career. So I learned a lot of amazing things. I contributed to Facebook open source, and I also met a lot of nice friends like Manya herself and all the other amazing pod members. And then ever since then, I've been a pod leader, helping out with the admissions. Another fun fact, I have done the most admission evaluations in fellowship.
Honestly, you can't go anywhere without Kunal flexing the fact that he's done more evaluations than everyone else.
Robbie comes at second.
Competition.
It's not a competition, but I just found that out. It's just like a fun fact, But yeah, then I became a coach, and now we're doing fellowship management and all the events that happen at fellowship. We're doing that, doing some nice sessions and everything, and we got some really amazing things planned. So yeah, that's highly encourage everyone to apply.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the introduction. Hopefully that's given you all a little bit of an insight into kind of how Kunal and Manya are where they are now, and kind of give you an insight on maybe how you can kind of incorporate some of their tips into your career and your little journey. Now, I suppose I haven't really introduced myself and how I'm here. That's probably a useful thing to do, because I also was a student who worked part-time at MLH while finishing my degree. So originally, I used to be super involved with hackathons in the UK. So I used to go traveling to hackathons all the time, be super everywhere. I would go along with my dongle box, which if you were tuned in earlier, you would have heard all about how I used that and how I helped hackathons make sure that their demos was smooth as possible. And then along with that, I would just go and help as much as possible. So I applied to become a coach, and then, COVID started happening. So things just took a long time because no one really knew what was happening. And from that, I eventually was able to become a coach at MLH from what I'd learned volunteering everywhere. And I was a little confused, right? I joined as a coach to go and travel to physical events and help people, all over the UK. Apart from that wasn't happening. Unfortunately, the pandemic put all of that on a huge pause, and so it left me wondering, what can I do here, right? Like, this thing I've been idolizing for ages has just sort of been vanished. What shall I do now? And then all of a sudden, MLH announced the MLH Fellowship, and they were looking for coaches and other their part-time staff to help them with interviewing the thousands and thousands of applications that help people, actually get into the fellowship. And Kunal mentioned about how he's got the most number of stats. Once upon a time, that was me. I did not have the the esteem to keep up with Kunal, but I started off with helping out other missions, and then Swift goes to me, hey, you've been super useful with just being able to just handle all of these missions. And trust me, being stuck inside, it was a really fun chance to actually speak with hackers, get to meet a load of people, and understand a bit more about people all over the world. And then Swift comes to me and goes, hey, could you give me a hand this summer, actually running the program? I'm a little understaffed, and I think you'd be a great help. And I thought, well, my internship got cancelled, unfortunately, and I didn't really have any other plans. So I thought, it might not be for me, but it's better than sitting at home and doing nothing. So next thing you know, I'm 12 weeks helping run the fellowship for both Manya and Kunal as fellows. And I basically have been helping out ever since. And so I started, and Swift got me to join, and I haven't left yet. And in the last year, I recently graduated from the University of Birmingham in the UK. And so I recently started full-time at Major League Hacking, where I can focus 100% on making sure that the fellowship is the best educational program in the world. So that's a little bit of an insight into kind of how I got into MLH. Nothing was planned. I very much planned to go and become a computer scientist. It was a little bit strange, obviously going, I'm not writing code at the end of uni like I thought I would be, but that doesn't mean that it was a bad choice. Now, I would love to dig a little bit deeper into your post-fellow experiences, Kunal and Manya. Both of you have become junior team leads, which we then renamed to pod leaders, because in the fellowship we have a number of pods. They're basically small groups of about 10 people, and these are people who you end up collaborating with, running stand-up with, and so on. And Kunal and Manya basically stepped up to help us run these pods at the beginning of at the end of September last year. So Manya, I'd love to know, how was your experience transitioning from being the fellow, writing lots of code, to more of this kind of managerial sort of role and community, role, requiring a lot of soft skills and, confidence?
So honestly, in the beginning, it was really scary, because in your head, you were sort of replacing this technical mentor that you had in the beginning of your summer fellowship, who had 10, 15 years of experience in the industry. And you were trying to create this sort of experience for the pod that had been given to you, but you feel I personally felt extremely underqualified to do that. But I think after a couple of weeks, I got over this whole complex, I might say, and I realized that my role was very different from what I had seen in the summer. In the summer, what we had seen was a more experienced person heading us, but what we were now catering to was a more friendly, a person who is pretty much at the same level as the other fellows, who was trying to basically help them out and sort of be there for them. So that, once I got over that hurdle, it was a pretty interesting experience, because obviously you help people out, you help facilitate this group, you develop a bond with these 10 new people in the pod, but at the same time, you're also constantly learning from them. I remember how in our stand-up notes, we would ask people to, just sort of link to things that they had learned today, that they had seen on YouTube, maybe a blog that they read. And that just gave you so many resources and so much more insight into what they were doing technically. And that's been that has been a place where I learned crazy amount of stuff. And as a pod leader, you get to guide people through, say, how they would run their show and tell. And in that process, I also end up thinking more about, what are the ways in which we can make those talks more interesting, and, how we can get people to show the best skills that they have out to the group. And then definitely, I've always said this, I've been saying this for the past 1 year, I love show and tells about the fellowship. They are such a great platform for people to just start talking about what they know, plus for everybody else to learn so much more from the other people in the pod. So, yeah, those are a little bit of tidbits from my experience as a pod leader in the fellowship.
Yeah, definitely very, very interesting, because you definitely have to like take a huge shift in the kind of the skills that you already had, and it definitely takes a little bit of learning, and you get to experience that through training. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience for our pod leaders, especially because it's the first time they've ever done things like this before. Now, Kunal, I'm interested to ask you a little bit more about your experience with the admission side of things. So you've been a pod leader and you've been helping out like with the fellowship for quite some time, but something that really like you're very proud of is your admission side of things, right? You're very, very proud that you have that top rank, and never know, we might end up having some more admission specialists come and take you off the top spot if you're not careful. But yeah, how was your experience being able to even though you're a student? And the really interesting thing is, right, people our age, a lot of them end up having stuff like imposter syndrome. How do you deal with like interviewing people the same age as you and being confident enough to run those interviews while also like studying?
First of all, I don't think like the age matters when you're talking about the interviews stuff. It might be like if you're good at a particular tech, because all the interviewers at MLH, they know what they're doing, right? So it's not like the age thing. Even I have interviewed people who are like pass outs and older than me. I think in the end it just boils down to what experience a person has, and if they're able to ask good questions, if they're able to understand, because it's not just about MLH interviews are very different. We're not giving you like a random question. It's like a conversation. So you are basically going to go through the code sample that you submitted, and you're going to you're going to showcase your best work. And all the questions that we ask are basically focused around that. So I think so the thing I mentioned previously, the knowledge check, that matters the most. Age does not really matter. If I'm doing an interview with someone who is showcasing a React project and I know React very well, then yeah, more than happy to do that. From the student's point of view, I would just like to share that don't be overwhelmed, because this is not like other interviews. Just do your best. What we're trying to look for is first of all, whether the project is original, whether you made it yourself or not. If you totally understand the project that you have made, like if you can navigate the code base well, if the code base is clean, if you know what library you have used, what function you have used, what that thing is doing. I'm not saying like dive deep into it, like how the internal library is written or anything. No, but at least have a basic understanding of what the thing that you have written does, right? So if I ask you, what is this route doing? And that you should know what that route is doing. I'm not asking how that is working internally. So one more thing I would like to share is interview levels vary. So if you're applying for a very beginner level program, your interview is kind of, the difficulty of that is like going to vary with if you're applying for some really advanced track like open source, for example. So the only thing that I would give you is, do not worry about these things. Do not worry about which track you apply to or whatever. Just give your best and communicate during the interview. So it's a conversation, like I mentioned it again and again. So if you're getting stuck anywhere, ask questions. And most of the time, when I'm having conversations with the students, I actually ask them questions. They ask me questions. I'm like, okay, do you know what this is doing? They're like, okay, I think it's doing this, but I might not be 100% sure. Then we end up having a conversation on that topic for like 2 minutes. So it's a great learning opportunity for you. This is one of the first times you're actually interacting with an MLHer one-on-one. So it's a great opportunity for you to ask questions about the community, the fellowship, and the overall program. So that is pretty much about it. If you have made it to the coding interview, your code sample is more than enough. It's very good. Now only thing you need to do is communicate well your practices, your whatever things you have done, and ask questions and just answer everything that the question interviewer is asking. For example, if I say, hey, would you like to show me the most interesting part you worked on in the project? And you keep showing me the demo. That's that is not a good thing. So whatever the interviewer is asking you, make sure you answer those questions rather than beating around the bush. If you just do these things, it's going to be great.
Yeah. Well, fantastic stuff there. Hopefully that's helped some of you who are applying to the fellowship. I know we had a couple people ask about what your tips for getting into the fellowship. Basically, everything Kunal just said is very, very, very useful there. Now, I want to take this into a different spin, right? obviously we've all been involved with MLH for quite some time, even before we worked with MLH as part-time staff and full-time staff. But people are asking, how do they even get started with MLH? Maybe different places that they could look into getting just started. Manya, any suggestions on places where people could look and get started with our community?
Okay, so the MLH community is now huge, and there are like so many ways in which you can get started. So I'm going to now try and list maybe all of them and see whatever fits best for you. Like, I first saw the fellowship, and the fellowship like spoke to me, and that is how I got involved in MLH, and then I got involved in the other stuff. If you are more interested in hackathons, you could maybe do a first party hackathon that we do every weekend, or you could maybe get involved with any member events that we do, because there are like so many member events all over the world that we're involved with. You join the MLH community in some way. Then MLH does a lot of these local hack days. So we are doing one local hack day in October, which is basically you have 4 or 5 days of challenges where we just come together and try to hack on a lot of stuff. It's a lot of fun. So that is how you can get involved with the community. Also, we were doing these live stream technical challenges every month. I'm not sure if we're still doing it well, but we tried doing those, and that was a great way to get started with the community. Also, you can you can subscribe for the MLH newsletter, because that is the place where you get a lot of things that are happening.
100%, yeah.
Like everything. Like, there are so many workshops that we're doing, the member events that we're doing, other stuff that's happening around. And it doesn't have to be MLH stuff, right? It's like anything that's happening in the tech community, more or less it's there in the newsletter, and that's a great place to just look into.
Yeah, 100%. No, it all sound good, and the live streams I believe are on pause, but they may be coming back in the future. But we do run those live stream style things during local hack day and stuff like in it, so you can have a look at those as well, and they happen pretty regularly, every 3 months or so. Now
we have been running live streams. We ran 2 just now recently. One was the coding interview.
Oh yeah, we do stuff. Yes, I'm being shamed here live, because one of the things that me and Kunal work on is MLH Live. And I completely forgot that we do that every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, yeah.
He's like, well, we literally did this like the other week. What are you on about?
Yeah.
But interesting. So we've talked about what we do at MLH and how that was stepping up. But the really interesting thing, and I think this is the kind of very interesting part of the conversation, is how do you manage that on top of everything else? Especially considering, Manya, you're in Hong Kong. What's that, like GMT +8?
Yeah, +8.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. Kunal, you're in India, that's GMT +5.5. I'm in the UK, which is GMT +1. And then the New York full-time team are in GMT -4 at the moment. Like, how the heck do you line all of that up? The answer is it's massively painful. Yeah, Kunal, and you're like, yep, I'm fully aware. But the question we keep getting asked, and I think it's incredibly important, is how do you manage that on top of your studies or other commitments that you already have? Kunal, I'm going to throw it on you first to share your insight.
Yeah, sure. So managing time, I think like with the time zone thing, I've been really good at like working with Google Calendar now. So I think that helps quite a lot. And related to the question you asked, working with people around the world. So like me and you talk all the time. We also talk with the people in the in New York, for example. So I think that one of the most important things for this is the structure that MLH has. So we have like a nice Slack structure. We have like regular stand-ups, and we post our notes and everything. I think being ad hoc, being async, for example. So everyone is async over here. If you have any questions, you just put it over there. If you want to book any meeting, you just put it over there. Huge use of Calendly. I think that really comes in handy. And I don't think it's much of a difference between the time zone between me and Will. I think most of the differences between even my pod right now, they are in the production. Yes. So my pod is in the US time zone, and I am in India time zone. The way I'm solving this is I wake up very early and I go to sleep very late.
Every time we do allocations for a fellowship batch, he's always like, are we running a pod at 6 a.m. my time? And if so, I have first dibs on it. And nobody else No one else is like, I will have the pod that's in the middle of the night or incredibly early in the morning. He's like, 6 a.m. pod? Yes, please. And we always go, you do know that's quite early. And he's like, yep, I'm fully aware. And I'm like,
that was my previous pod. My previous pod was 6:30 a.m. That was great. It's like the time zone thing. Speaking of sessions, right? Like the sessions we hold. So the only time that works for sessions for around the globe is 9:30 p.m. IST. That is the only time that works.
Yes, the sessions that we find work best because 9:30 p.m. IST is around 4 o'clock or 5 p.m. UK time, and that's about midday for the US on the East Coast, and very early, somewhat early,
like
at 10 o'clock.
9 a.m. for PT.
Yeah, for the West Coast folks. So it kind of means that everyone is sort of awake, unless you live in Australia, then sorry, it's very hard to be inclusive to every single time zone at the same time. But we do run sessions at different times, and we find at that time's the one that's most popular, where we get the most people who turn up. But I know that recently you've been trying to organize a session with someone in Australia, and it's like, they want to be online when no one else is.
Yeah, that's not going good now. I'm still, it's a work in progress, basically. If nothing works, I take a session at 4:30 my time, AM.
Yes, we do tell Kunal to sleep. He's not very good at it though.
No, that is totally true. These are all my personal views. It's my own view. And,
tell him to sleep, and then he goes, "Nah, I want to wake up really early." The reason he wants an early pod is it forces him to get out of bed in the morning, and so that he gets this like productive spike. So if you're like me and you woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, I'm seeing you. Yes, I've been awake for the last 14 minus 6, 8 hours, going strong. You feel that now.
Weekends help. We don't do much work on weekends now.
Yeah, weekends do help as a recharge for sure. Now,
that weekend.
Sorry, what was that, Manya?
Sorry, I was like, unless you're coaching a hackathon that weekend.
I know that, well, the thing is, right, I don't do much event staffing for our hackathons at the moment because I'm so focused on making the fellowship turn. But I know that Kunal and Manya have both been pretty busy at the moment running weekend hackathons as coaches, as well as then like being like pod leaders during the day. And honestly, I do have to ask Ryan very nicely to like deprioritize allocating you just so that you don't burn out. I'm like, I know we need staff, but like, could you pick someone else? I kind of need them for fellowship. I'd rather they were like energetic for fellowship than tired. And he's like, I don't really have another choice. I don't have anyone else staffing. That's like, could you staff it and just wake up at like midnight? And he's like, no, not really. But it definitely helps a little bit. Now, I want to throw it to you, Manya. So Kunal's trick of basically balancing like MLH work and university work is to just wake up really early, which allows him to have a good schedule somewhat. And I'm sure we can expand on that in a second. But Manya, what are your tips from kind of balancing studying and MLH work?
Okay, honestly, I think the last pod that I did, I sort of did the opposite thing of Kunal. I took a pod that was 11 p.m. my time. So ended up running meetings till like 1 a.m. in the night. So completely opposite. So yeah, in that case, I would just do my university work in the afternoon, evening, and come back to the fellowship stuff at night. As for like prioritizing and managing everything, I think, again, like Kunal, Google Calendar has become my best friend. And you just sort of book these slots for yourself where you decide this is what you're going to do and you're going to do nothing else in that time duration. And I've realized that significantly helps like a lot. When you're allocating that, okay, today, these are the 4 things I need to get done, and you book these 4 sessions for yourself, everything sort of ends up happening as it should. So yeah, I guess. And then like sometimes you work the weekend. And then when you're really tired after 10 days, you give yourself a break, maybe go out, visit the nature.
Yeah, leaving the house, seeing actual people and grass.
Basically, yes.
Awesome. There you go. So Kunal's tip is to basically wake up early. My tip is don't work late, doesn't end well, and to go outside. So that is the pro tips I'm hearing here is go outside and wake up early. Maybe not at the same time. Well, fantastic. What would my tip be? so to be a bit more like specific, my tip is incredibly aggressive calendar management, like incredibly aggressive. You're probably thinking, what the heck is aggressive calendar management? Well, if I just look at my calendar for a second, I would usually do university work in the morning, and sometimes I'd have to do other like commitments as well. And I used to do it like 3 things part-time. And so I'd have to put them in my calendar and make sure that other people knew so they didn't book time with me. Because if they weren't sure, people would put time in my calendar, and as a result, they would basically just double book me. And so you have to be incredibly good at communicating, explaining like I'm busy between these times and these times, but you can book me here. So something like Calendly is very useful for being able to book time at specific times in your calendar. For example, when I'm meeting with the pod leaders one-on-one, they can book time with that, and it goes around my university schedule without causing too many problems. However, it's very easy in this digital age where everything's at home. I don't have to commute from places or walk between places. So as a result, I find it very easy to basically go from one place to another in 30 seconds. The context switching can be a little bit of a killer. But if that's not too much of an issue for you and you've got the hang of it, using your calendar can be pretty useful. Now, someone asks, won't some errands and work ruin the calendar flow? Yes, you have to. Some things will have to happen at certain times. For example, you're going to want to have dinner probably at, well, I would say about 7 p.m. local time. I think it's quite common that some people in APAC would like to have their dinner at like 9, 10 p.m. I don't quite understand why you'd have your food so late, but if that's what you do, that's what you do. Can any of you confirm? What time do you have your dinners?
I'm not going to answer this.
Or 3 a.m. consistently every single night.
You all are having dinners?
Oh no! Honestly, I feel like a father. I'm having to like tell you to feed yourself.
I do have dinner, but I have dinner at like 6 p.m. I think that's done for me.
That's fairly normal. That's from at least from my point of view, it seems fairly normal.
I'm a huge believer in like you should eat early before you go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
6 p.m. is my dinner. Yeah.
6, 7 p.m. Manya, do not want to confirm. Probably very late.
When I'm working full time, I end up eating at 7 because it's been a long day. But if I'm studying, then dinner ends up happening 9, 9:30. Sometimes later if I'm cooking because it takes longer.
Yikes! But to be fair, I definitely had to deal with that when I was a student. The whole like, I remember once sitting on a video call and eating rice and was like, why did I like just forget to feed myself? I had a whole hour that I could have eaten it, and I chose to do it while I was on a call. Not really ideal, but fortunately people are very forgiving at MLH that if you do need to eat or drink, no one's going to have a go at you if you're eating on a call or whatever. Like, we got to look after ourselves, you know. Someone asks, so yeah, the calendar flow, basically I book time on my calendar for when I'm having food, like lunch, so that people don't book. But basically I tend to like only work certain hours, and that kind of helps too. So people then, you can do a lot of errands like around that. Calendly is a very cool software which you can use to book time on people's calendars. You can connect as many calendar accounts as you like, I think up to 6. It's not really as many, but the idea is that once you've done that, people can then have a little like link and they can click a time that works for them, maybe add some extra information and go from there. So interesting. Now I want to ask the next question. And again, before we jump into some more conversation, if you do have any questions, let us know in the Twitch chat. We're always happy to answer your questions. We're pretty interested to see what you're interested in. Now, Kuno and Manya, so you've both obviously worked at MLH and you've done a lot of stuff, but I would love to know how MLH has enabled you in helping you get, and Manya, you're a perfect example of this because you're currently doing an internship. How, you know, working at MLH has given you skills that's helped you, you know, get your first internship or get your, you know, your next internship or a full-time role. Manya, do you want to like kind of enlighten us a little bit on that?
Definitely. So, first of all, obviously talking about my fellowship experiences gets me through the door. It's what I would say. Even when I was interning at the big places here in Hong Kong, you know, people, obviously they test you on your technical skills, but doing the fellowship gave me so much more I could talk about in terms of working with the team, communicating with people, things like taking notes and, you know, making sure meetings are going well. And I've realized that these are sort of things that are valued when you're trying to work with a bigger company, because they see you as a person who can work with other people, right? And it does not matter just how technically good you are, but also how you are with people. And since a lot of what we do here at MLH is not just tech, but it is centered around people and how we build communities together, I think that has been extremely, extremely helpful in whoever I talk to, whatever internship interviews I give. These experiences always come out and I get to speak about them. Talking about my, technical competence, that has increased quite a lot ever since I started doing the technical screens at fellowship admissions, because you are seeing so many code bases written in different ways, different languages. Sometimes you're not a complete pro at it, you know it, but sometimes you end up learning so much more by just looking at somebody else's code. So I think that really helped me in my current internship, because the code base I was working on was written completely in Java, and I had not done a lot of development in Java before. But when I looked at the code base, I wasn't really scared, because I was just thinking about it. Okay, if somebody was walking me through their code base, what would I expect from it? And so the sort of questions that I would ask in a technical interview, I also ended up directing similar questions to myself to understand, how much I understand the code base, and then asking similar questions about what I didn't understand from my supervisor. So all of that really helped me, put all of that together. Yeah. So yeah, I think in that way, technically and plus my soft skills side has improved significantly ever since I started working with MLH.
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely learned, I'm terrible at technical interviews. Kunal can double that, as in being the interviewee.
You were very good in this thing. Yeah, it was very good.
I'll take it. But whenever I did a technical interview in March of last year, just as the pandemic was kicking off, so it was on Zoom. Never used Zoom before. It was like, wait, I have to download something? What? It's not on the browser? Hold up. Was a little confusing, but I ended up just falling flat on my face, just thinking I don't know, I just had no idea what I was doing. And when you switch roles and you get told exactly how to do a technical interview and you go through training of it, it makes so much sense as to what stands out in a technical interview and what doesn't. And so I think Manu, to echo what Manu was saying, right, you really understand how you can make yourself stand out from the crowd once you've been on the other side and you know what to look for. Definitely helps. We can tell you as much as we like what we look for, but once you've seen it yourself from the other side, it just makes so much sense. And so if you ever get the chance to do interviewing in your career, I'd highly recommend it. It's super, super valuable, especially if you want to swap companies or anything. Now, I've seen a pretty interesting question, and I know the answer to this for all three of us. Do you all procrastinate? Kunal, do you procrastinate?
It depends on what the task is on hand. So if it's very urgent, then no, urgent means urgent. We have to get, when, for example, when we'll set some deadlines, I'm like, okay, gotta do this.
But don't set deadlines, everyone will procrastinate. That's the problem.
Graduation is coming, things like that. But I think people procrastinate when they set unrealistic expectations for the day. And I realized this when I used to do it. So I can't do everything in a single day. That is what I've realized. So I try to have specific tasks for the day, which would not let me to burn out, and I can focus on things one by one. So in my Todoist, which is a great app, not a paid promotion.
Love to do it.
I just love that app. So there I don't have more than 5 tasks a day, 5 to 6 or something like that. That has helped me in not procrastinating. So obviously, to answer the question, do you procrastinate? If I have too many tasks at hand, yeah, maybe. But I try to figure out what is at priority, what I can distribute throughout the week. If you do that, you will also not procrastinate. If you already have, for example, if you only have one task and you're procrastinating with that, I can't help you. I don't know the answer to that.
I can actually echo this week. John Gottfried, if you're watching, hello. He's asked me to help do some survey stuff and get out some mentor feedback. And oh boy, am I the slowest human at going through surveys. I really am not the fastest person. And he's going to be watching going, I'm aware, Will, I'm fully aware. You took your time. And yes, I will, do everything in my will to basically not do it. Knowing that I have to do it and I need to do it pretty soon. But oh no, I need to do literally anything else but it. The way I found to tackle this is if you start your day by doing the thing that you don't want to do, which can be a little bit of a difficult one if you're struggling to get out of bed. So you might want to do a nice thing and then go into the difficult thing. Kind of works for case by case basis. I found that if I do that thing in the morning, then a huge weight off my shoulders is relieved and I can do all the fun stuff afterwards. So yes, there's definitely things I don't enjoy doing. Surveys is one of those things. And once those things are, done, I can then relax and enjoy the other things. But like, and another thing is like, I think Kano learned, I'm still really bad at it, is trying to say, I'm going to do a million things in 2 hours. And then you go, I did one thing in 2 hours. Those million things is not looking too good right now. So I definitely preach the whole, make sure you don't give yourself too much to do because, it's going to be difficult to try and balance it all. Yeah, for sure. And Manya, do you have any tips on how to... firstly, do you procrastinate and how do you procrastinate? And then what do you do about it?
So often I'm going to be very honest over here. Sometimes I'll just sit down. I know I have work to do, but I will not start it. And I've realized that the best way to make yourself work in that situation is to first remind yourself that, there's a deadline coming up. And second, I just sit in front of the laptop, even if I'm not working. I just sit in front of the laptop, think about the work that I have to do. And eventually, after a while, you just get the motivation to get started because you've been idly sitting in front of your laptop for so long that you just get started after a while. But procrastination can be quite daunting. Sometimes you just don't feel like getting through some of the tasks. So in those moments, it's sort of better to take your mind away from the task, do something that re-energizes you. I like to run when I feel like I'm not able to get my work done. I run, I come back, and it's sort of, I don't know, it does something to my brain cells. Yeah. Then I can just get more work done after that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I totally feel that. Because sometimes you just need to take a break, go do something else, go outside, come back, and all of a sudden you now have the energy. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Again, keep your questions coming into the chat. I'm really enjoying the discussion and we still have another 25 minutes. Trust me, we can talk for England. But if you have any specific things you want to ask us, especially about working, not necessarily at MLH, but trying to work part-time as well as do something else and how you can kind of juggle that, then just let us know. We're happy to answer any of your questions. Now, we've got a couple questions about the fellowship. This always happens. The three of us turn up somewhere and everyone's like, I would like to ask you about the fellowship.
Yeah. Can't miss this opportunity.
They're like, oh, these people can maybe get me a position in the fellowship. Unfortunately, you should go talk to Amanda. That's not my problem anymore. However, it was once upon a time, and some of you really did ask for some help. The Fellowship of the Ring. Yes. Someone asks, does Fellowship have a significant number of projects for Android? And as initially in the application, there was an option for it as a track, but later it was an option as one of the preferred technologies. So when it comes to running our pods, we work with sponsors to be able to have technologies that you can work on. So for example, we've worked with Facebook in the past on working on their open source projects. We've worked with AWS, just to list a few, and such as Dev.2. And they're a fantastic example of where they'll come to us and go, hey, we'd love to sponsor the fellowship. Can people work on our projects and help take them to the next level? The fellows then get the opportunity to kind of work on these real world projects with maintainers and project managers and learn those experiences. However, at the time, we don't have anything for Android and such. We're mostly focused on JavaScript and Python, but we are looking to expand in the future, especially if we can see a huge interest in this and we have sponsors who are looking for people to work on those things. Basically, if those two things align, then it's definitely a likely thing to happen. However, Android's definitely... Go ahead, Kuno.
No, I was just saying it does not mean you cannot submit Android projects to fellowship interview.
But yes, your Android project can still, if it's a really good bit of code, and for example, we may be having a C# pod soon for software engineering. I can't say much more just yet, but that C# pod, for example, is quite similar to Java. If you're really strong and proficient in Java, and in the past we've had Swift people come and write iOS apps, so Just because we don't have it right now doesn't mean we might not in like, you know, the next 3 months. So it's definitely still apply with it. Definitely helps us show that you can learn multiple stacks. And if you're someone who can learn lots of languages, then we'd feel comfortable throwing you on a new project where it's in a language like Julia that maybe you haven't touched before and not many people have because it's quite a new thing. Someone has a question for Kunal. How do you manage your courseworks during a community work and or your full-time job? Now, maybe Kunal, you can expand on this. Oh, hang on, wrong button. Maybe you can expand on this because I know that you do the fellowship and you do a load of other community work as well because you're incredibly mission-driven. How do you balance every single part of that?
I think like college for me is not much enough an issue because I'm in my final year. The workload is not much. That helps. And the exams are also not that difficult because I teach quite a lot of things. I contribute to open source, and those same things are like asked in the exams. So I'm like always sort of prepared. So to answer your question, college is not an issue, to be quite frank. And regarding other things, I think all the things that I do, be that community work, be that developer advocacy, be that, you know, like the pod management and the community management at fellowship and all these other things, I think all the roles that I'm doing are sort of like the same theme, and I really enjoy this work. So I think if you play video games for 10 hours, I mean, you might not get tired that much. You know, it won't be like, I mean, I don't get tired from playing video games. You might have like some physical tiredness in your, I don't know what I'm saying. You get my point.
Yeah.
Basically, even if you get tired, you enjoy that. I think that's the best way to put it. I personally make sure that I'm not getting burned out. And MLH is great, and all the other developer advocacy stuff and community work, CNCF and my own channel, whatever things I'm doing, I manage it like in a way that I'm not getting burned out. I don't work on weekends, for example. I recharge that now, and I do work like a little bit when there's like a event or something, or when there's like a when there were like LMS modules or whatever. But overall, it's a pretty chill weekend, and it's important to treat yourself as well. So I go out and have fun, and I watch movies and got a recliner.
The amount of times Kunal will message me late at night and he's like, I need iPad app recommendations, and I'm like, I don't know, what do you want on your iPad? Or we'll just talk about random stuff. Trust me, Kunal does relax, but yeah, like he said, it's the same as we're
like
almost addicted to it.
If you do good work, then you get like if you like doing your work, then you won't get tired basically doing that work. And it's not that difficult. Even you all think that it's difficult, but it's not really. Like, we have 24 hours a day. I sleep 7 hours, so that's what, like 7 minus, it's like 17 hours left. And even if I'm working like 10 hours a day, so that's like 7 hours left for me to relax, and that is not including sleep. So that's like, for that 7 hours I can do everything: movies, music, eating, going out. So 10 hours work a day is pretty nice. Yeah, and you can do a lot in 10 hours.
Yeah,
It's just like time management.
Yeah, and like something that Aaron said earlier, calendar management is so important as you progress with your career. Trust me, the more senior you get, the more people are going to want time in your calendar, and the less time you're going to have. So, make sure that you plan that relaxing time, that time to chill out.
It's very important. One person was like, "Hey Kunal, you missed the event that you were going to speak at our college." I'm like, dude, I sent you 3 emails that please send me a calendar invite, and you did not. So I
if you do not put it in my calendar, it doesn't happen.
I'm not showing up because I have to prep it. I have to prep for it like when I wake up. Like, okay, I'm prepping my day and everything. So every time before showing up, it is 100% valid that I will give you a reminder. Please send me a calendar invite, and it's very important. Yeah.
Oh dear me. Well, hopefully that's been a little insightful for you all, giving you a bit of an insight into the fact that we do a lot of work, but we all still relax. Actually, Monya, do you like schedule time in to relax, and how do you find to best wind down from work, and how you can make sure that you don't burn yourself out?
So the best way that I like to unwind myself is I definitely go out to eat. I think food really helps me unwind. So after you're done working, I just pick like a really nice restaurant where I would like to eat, and I go and I eat there. And that 1.5 hours is just, it's enough for you to, forget about your day, enjoy your food, and then come back home and get back to it. I think that's what I did mostly when we were doing the pod. I would come back from dinner around 9:30, 10ish, and then I would start my meetings at 11, and you would sort of be re-energized because it's like you've gotten this small break and you're ready to like go on a sprint for 2 to 3 more hours for the rest of the night as well. Apart from that, sometimes I like to just like not do anything on the weekends. So previously I'd become a person who was doing too much all of the 7 days. I would work for 5 days and I would do hackathons for 2 days. And hackathons as a participant are way more stressful than hackathons as coaches. So, that was like burning me out really fast, which is when I decided to limit myself to participating in like 1 hackathon per month instead of like doing 1 every weekend, because that doesn't end up well. And then I sort of use the weekends that I have free to go out somewhere. Hong Kong is a beautiful, beautiful country. There's so much to see around here. The hikes, the water, sea. Oh my god, I love it. So just use that to unwind myself. And back to the hustle of the next 5 days of the week.
Yep.
I know that Aaron, who's in the chat, had the same thing as you, going to hackathons every weekend, and he burnt himself out doing it because you just don't get a chance to recharge. I'm the same, right? I work pretty intensely during the week to make sure that we can get the fellowship underway. And I'm pretty busy.
We work for 1 batch, then we go on a trip. Then we work for another batch, then we go on a trip.
Someone's like, "Whoa, why do you only take holiday in between fellowships?" It's like, because I can't relax otherwise. But yes, me and Kuno are both going to have we're going away somewhere, not together, in different countries, but we're just taking a week off and just disappearing from technology for a week. Come back and be like, right, let's do it again. Someone's got an interesting question here, though. Aaron actually mentioned here, like, first thing I do in the morning is I check my calendar. If it isn't in my calendar, then I don't do it. And I'm the exact same. Now, something that's probably useful, and this goes to the next question we've got here, which is about, are there any good resources for learning Calendly and aggressive calendar management? Now, I say the word aggressive calendar management sounds like it's really intense. It's really simple to pick up, and you pick it up with experience. Now, as you're more junior, probably getting started in your careers, you may not have many meetings in your calendar. Especially if you're a developer, you probably don't have too many meetings, so it's probably quite easy. But some things that are quite useful to do in your calendar, and I do it, and I know Kunal does it, is I put blocks in there, sometimes called focus work. And the way Calendly looks at my calendar, basically, you set Calendly up to look at calendars it should basically look at for making sure it doesn't overbook you, and calendars that it should put the events in. So I basically will just put a blocker in my work calendar to say, I want to do work here, to stop anyone booking meetings with me, and I can sit down and get the things I need to get done. For example, surveys that I don't want to do. It's a fantastic example of this. Now, another interesting thing about calendars is they come in all shapes and sizes, and sometimes you might have multiple calendars to juggle. So you might have a work calendar, a personal calendar, maybe you have like a, community thing that you're part of, and they've given you an email of a calendar, and you've got to balance all 3 of these. And how do you sort of, merge them together? Which is where Calendly comes helpful, because you can use it to check against all 3 of them. But something I find quite useful is I basically replicate blocks in my calendar to show that I'm busy, so that people who might just search my name in Google Calendar can see that I'm busy without having to know that my other calendars don't say those things. You can also use stuff like Clockwise, which helps sync calendars together. So you can basically say, this is personal time. It will basically put the events in both calendars, but sync them as without revealing the information. So if it's like something a bit more sensitive, like a health appointment, it won't say that. It'll just say personal. And that's quite a useful one as well. But in regards to learning how to use these things, just give it a go. You'll probably learn some things. It might not go too well, and you pick it up pretty quickly. You can also use stuff like the Apple built-in calendar, some stuff like the Microsoft one if you're trying to centralize multiple calendars. I'm quite a fan of using Fantastical, which is a Mac, iOS, and iPad app where you can do stuff like that, and you can add stuff like your Zoom and Todoist and stuff like that as well.
Which one?
Fantastical. You have to pay about £40 a year for it, but it's like, think of it the Apple calendar but on steroids. It's very nice. I really
like I like the buy once and forever structure rather than subscription.
I definitely prefer it. However, we are moving into a world where if you don't join the subscription reign, you will make no money. So sadly, everyone's moving along to that kind of way of selling stuff, and it's very annoying. But it is what it is. Adichie says, it's a good idea to keep calendars synced if you end up using multiple platforms like Microsoft Teams, Google Calendar. Fortunately, I use Google Calendar for personal stuff and for MLH stuff. It makes it very easy for me to share them together. But if someone searches my name in my calendar, they won't actually see my personal calendar. They'll only see the one at my email. So it's definitely make sure that you get that set up and it works. We've just talked about calendars a lot, and I do like a good calendar. Let us know in the chat if you have any other questions about how we manage our time at MLH, how we basically are able to do all the things that we do, and generally how to balance things. Let us know. Monya, do you have any word or any tips for people who want to try and juggle multiple things from your perspective?
Okay, one thing I would say, don't juggle too much. First of all, assess what your limit is. Think about what it is that you can do with university, with one part-time job, and sort of stick to it. Also, don't take up commitments that you don't enjoy doing. If you try something out and you feel like it feels like work, maybe you can remove that activity from your calendar, because if you end up doing things that you don't like, we sort of drain more energy from ourselves than we, add any value in our profiles. So it's just better to leave things that you don't enjoy doing at all. If you feel like something's too much of a task and it's stressing you out too much and you're clearly not enjoying it, maybe it's time to start thinking about things that you do enjoy doing and putting your energy and time there. And yeah, once you have figured out what are the things that you like to do, you've figured out what your limit is, then it's best to start creating goals for yourself about where you want to go with those things. If you are doing a part-time job, think about how well you want to perform. What are the things that you personally want to initiate in that? Suppose you're working in a company, so you will perform better in any company, any workplace if you start taking initiative. So sort of start thinking about where you want to take things there, and you'll be more satisfied with everything that you're doing because you will feel like a greater sense of ownership, and that will sort of help you to. That will act as a motivating factor for you to keep going forward. This whole procrastination will keep going a little bit if you're motivated by yourself rather than by external factors. So just keep those things in mind, and everything Kunal and Will already mentioned about calendar management, mixing it, and you'll be able to manage whatever you want to manage parallelly.
Yeah, I want to add on to that. I agree with the point of I have also had a few opportunities where I did not, let's say, perform my best. Everyone has their down days. And the thing that I realized that, taking too much things at once and not enjoying what you do, that can really lead to these things. MLH and, other communities I'm a part of right now, we're having so much fun. The MLH, CNCF, CVO, my YouTube channel, and so many other, GitHub Campus Experts, and so many other nice communities. Majorly focused on MLH because that's what the most time is going, and the community work that I'm doing, I really love it. The environment and the entire theme of the organizations, it does not feel like you are working. It feels like you're actually doing what you love and getting paid for it, and actually having fun and learning new things, and just having fun with the team. When I was in my freshman year, I thought it was going to be a corporate world. You're wearing your shirt and tie, going to office 9 to 5 or whatever. It is definitely not like that.
Who has ever attended a meeting in their pajamas?
I'm in my shorts right now.
I have definitely attended an all company, all hands in my pajamas.
Why I love working in MLH.
Yeah, so but the thing is, no one knows about my pajamas because I sleep.
The thing is that even before the pandemic, these companies that like MLH who offer remote work and stuff, I mean, it's some really great work-life balance and remote work culture. So it's not like we're just talking about pandemic. I mean, I know I know people who have been working remotely for the past 20 years, and they're really good at balancing things, and they get a lot of free time as well. Like the commute work is not there, but not saying anything to like people who work in person, but from my personal experience, like working remotely and just talking about the company specific stuff, like working at MLH and other community work, it has been a delight. The team is great, the work is great, and yeah, support is great. Yeah.
Now, for those of you who are interested, and I am going to come back to the question we had, Manya, for you in the chat. We are actually hiring pretty madly at the moment. So if you are interested in joining us, whether that's in a part-time position or in a full-time position, we have a load of stuff over on our career page. And I can actually show you this right now. Boom. Just like that. We have a career page. We're currently looking for all sorts of community roles, as well as some stuff in our coaches program, which is a part-time role, especially for people junior. So if you're someone who's maybe run a society, maybe run a bunch of talks, you should totally, and been to a few hackathons, you should totally look at the coaches program. I don't know which regions we're hiring at the moment. I want to say probably Europe.
NA and Europe, I believe.
Yeah, Europe, we got a small gathering, and we keep hiring them full-time. LA. Yeah. But yeah, there's a bunch of roles on here, and if you've got any questions about these and you can't answer them, you can chat to us in Hackcon in Discord, as well as email us at hi@mlh.io if you have any questions, and we'll do our best to get back to you. So that's our career page, careers.mlh.io. Now, and we do have occasionally, like, we hire junior team leads or pod leaders for our fellowship, as well as people to help out with the admission side of things. So if that's something that you're interested as well. We currently don't have any openings for those. I have too many pod leaders, actually. But yeah, you should totally check those out. We'll probably be hiring some more at the end of the year. So keep an eye on the career page, and we'll keep you updated. Someone asked, can I apply for the coaches program as a sophomore? Absolutely. If you've got if you've like been around and you're like super keen and you know how hackathons work, then yeah, totally. Basically, if you've organized a hackathon at least once and you're confident talking into front of a bunch of people, you're probably halfway there already. And so you should totally apply. And even if you're not successful, we'll give you feedback to help you get there. Okie dokie. So, Manya, to trail back a little bit, we have a question here about what if the activity we have great outcomes, but it feels like work? So joining a society's committee. And I think this is an interesting one because you can like a lot of elements. Like, I definitely don't love 100% of the things I do at my job. And I don't think anyone can say they love 100% of the things they possibly do, right? There's definitely, you can be in the 90s, but there's definitely going to think things you don't enjoy doing, like you have to do to make things work. But it just is what it is. And yeah, Manya, I'd love to know if you have anything to add there.
Okay, so I'm going to circle back to what I said. Obviously, when I say that you have to like what you do, I don't mean it 100% of the time. Growing up, you do a lot of jobs and you realize that you can't really remove the mundane parts of the job out of it, even if you love most of what you do. But that's the key factor being here. If most of the things that you're doing at a place are something that you don't enjoy doing, then you're probably in the wrong place. But if you are able to find even like a 60-40 balance between the things that you like doing and the things that you can barely tolerate, I would say it's okay. But I think it again boils down to more personal preferences about what you're okay with continuing, and what are the things that are actually making you, I would use this word, miserable in life. And if the miserable part is, somehow overshadowing the part where you're satisfied, content, or happy in the best case scenario, that's the time when you start doing thinking. But if it just feels like a lot of work, if it's a little bit tiring, I would say that comes more into the category of mundane work, and that you have to do everywhere. Like, you can't really bypass that at all. Like, all our jobs have those elements for sure.
Yeah. Definitely. If you have any follow-up questions, do let us know in the Twitch chat. Now, we are starting to run out of time a little bit here. We've got just a few minutes left, and unfortunately, I know, so sad, but I will be handing over the microphone over to John Gottfried, who will be taking over the MC role for the rest of the event. He'll be the one taking you through the next set of stuff, which is our discussions, our lightning talks, and to wrap things up, our workshops and closing ceremony. He'll be joining us on Twitch in just a few minutes, but any final words, Manya and Kunal, about what you think is very useful advice to those who want to start their careers and basically want to like get involved in the community, but not burn out and be able to get a degree?
Yeah, do things that you love, and it's not going to happen overnight. It does take time. I did not get much opportunities till I reached my sophomore or whatever. So just do what you love, give it time, and keep applying, keep networking, do good work in public, be kind, and always help others, and make projects. Just learn what you enjoy, and basically, in short, if you are doing good work, if you have a good profile, and if you are showcasing it, if you're helping others, and basically if you're just doing good work in general, then you will get so many opportunities. That's the only thing literally that is required. Do good work, study and contribute and help others, and keep applying and keep networking. That's it.
Yeah. Manya, any words from you?
I would say keep doing hackathons. If you are new, if you're afraid that you don't have a project in your portfolio, that your CV looks empty, go to a hackathon, meet new people, cool people who have a bit more experience than you. They can teach you some stuff. You can work on cool projects with them. You can network with people at the same time, feel a part of the community, and have a project on your CV. So hackathons are like, everything in one place. Just keep working, keep building stuff, and you'll land something or the other in a few days, few months, not days.
Awesome stuff. Now, just to quickly close this off, people are asking about the coaches program. What qualifications do you need to become a coach, and what's the thing that can really help you become a coach?
The feeling of helping others and being passionate about community. That's the most important thing. You don't have to be too technically deep dive knowledge of any tech stack or whatever. I mean, it helps and stuff, but it's not a hard requirement, because coaches do a lot of things. Mostly it's like making sure the hackathons are going nicely. And at MLH, it's not just coaches, this is like the theme of MLH, like no task is too small for anyone. So we do mix of
100%.
things. So it's not like if you're a coach, you won't be doing other things. Many coaches do fellowship stuff. So it's just like you will be a coach, but you will be doing anything that you are interested in. There's so many opportunities. Just have an open mind to learn and collaborate, and just the only hard requirement is be passionate about communities and learning. That's it.
100%.
Sorry,
go ahead, Manya.
I would just say try to work a bit on your people skills, because being a coach is a lot about how you communicate with people, how you talk to them. So if you feel like you're not the best at it, don't worry. You can still practice. You can talk to more people on the online communities that we have, on your college meetups. Try to speak up, make friends, and you will find that your soft skills can become a bit better.
Fantastic. The only thing I want to say about the coaches program is I got the experience to become a coach by just volunteering at hackathons, helping out wherever. That helped me learn soft skills, helped me learn logistics, and just generally working under pressure.
Yeah.
Those things were super valuable, and it's super easy to get involved. Just hackathons are always looking for volunteers and extra pairs of hands.
I got it via the fellowship when I was board leader.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Well, thank you, Kunal and Manya. I really do appreciate your time. And we're going to looks like John is nearly ready to rock and roll to hand over for the final leg of Hackcon 2021. All right, I'm going to talk to you all in a little bit. All right, bye, Kunal. Bye, Manya. Fantastic. Well, that does close. Unfortunately, that does mean a goodbye from me, but we're still rocking along with Hackcon with another load of sessions. I'm going to let John introduce those sessions and explain a little bit more about what we've got coming up over the next few hours. John, you ready to come in? Excellent. Hello.
Hello, good morning, Weller. I guess good evening for you.
I've been awake since 6 and I'm feeling great.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to be back.
Awesome. I'm going to hand it over to you and let you take care of things now. But yeah, happy hacking, everybody.
Happy hacking, Will. All right. Hello, everyone. I am back. I hope that all of our friends in APAC and Europe enjoyed all of the overnight sessions. Overnight for me, probably during the day for you. Next up, we're going to be doing a block of discussions. So I'm going to go over real quick how discussions work, just as a reminder, and then I'll give you a quick announcement of what they are. Those will be taking place over on Discord. So let me pull my screen up. Yeah, I see in chat here. Hold on, I'll share this message in just a second. Actually, this is blue. It's dark blue. You can't really tell on the lighting. I only have one red MLH shirt. It was a knockoff, and I, figured I would wear something clean today. To each their own. No red shirt anymore. I'm so sorry, everyone. Mary would like to know, what is my favorite piece of MLH swag? That is a really tough question. I'm actually a huge fan of the varsity jackets that we had a very long time ago. I can actually pull it for you. I have my closet over here. Oh, you know what? I actually changed my mind in the last second. This is probably my favorite piece of MLH swag. I love a good Patagonia jacket here. And interestingly, Patagonia, the company, is also a B Corp, just like MLH. So we're big fans of theirs. So I do love my red MLH Patagonia, and it matches the red team. Little too hot to wear it today, though, unfortunately. Okay, folks. So my headcanon is that Swift flew over to John's place to burn that red shirt for breach of contract. Plausible. Did not happen in reality. But I do want to thank Trikaron for having some of the best tweets of Hackcon. I've been following them very closely over the course of the event, and there's some really funny stuff over there. So check out his Twitter. Alrighty, folks. Y'all ready? Great. Well, we're going to be doing some discussions now. As a reminder of how discussions work, the reason we do so many discussions during Hackcon is because we hear every single year that these are our attendees' favorite part of Hackcon. It's one of my favorite parts of Hackcon too, because they're your time to connect on a deeper level with other organizers. They're one of the main opportunities during Hackcon to have more intimate conversations with fellow attendees, bond over some of the highs and lows of organizing, and make one-on-one connections with your fellow hacker leaders. So how exactly do they work? Well, our discussions virtually take place on Discord. If you're not on Discord, make sure you go to discord.mlh.io and go to the Join Hackcon channel to get access to the discussions. Once you have that, you can go scroll over to the left side and join a voice channel. I will screen share this actually and show you all what it looked like, because there was some confusion yesterday. So give me 1 sec to pull that up. I can only have one screen sharing at a time. Alrighty, can you all see my Discord screen? I think so. Great, so as I mentioned, if you have not done so yet, go to the Join Hackcon channel and react with sparkles here. If you can't find the sparkles, you can do add reaction and type in sparkles. Great. Once you react with that, you'll get the Hackcon role and you'll have access to all of these fantastic channels. Well, not all of them, because some of them are for admins. Once you have that, you'll see all of these voice channels here on the left. You can click into any of those to join the discussion. It's quite simple. Alrighty, back to our presentation. So, as I mentioned, you will join a voice channel to discuss with fellow attendees. The first channel in each section, which is probably going to be the one with all the people in it, is led by our speakers. They've applied to facilitate these discussions. If you join an empty channel, you'll need to find your own facilitator. What does it mean to be a facilitator? You're not giving a lecture here. You're there to move the conversation along. You want to ask open-ended questions, invite people to participate, but don't force it. and make sure you have someone taking notes so that there's a record of all of the great ideas everyone has. We'll provide discussion guides in the Hackcon announcements channel to give you kind of a general scope of what you're talking about. But otherwise, it's up to y'all to share your ideas. Well, you might be wondering, how can you be an awesome discussion participant? Speak confidently. Whether you've organized 50 hackathons or 0, you have a valued perspective and opinion, and you should share that. Try to ask questions to other attendees so that it's not just one-sided. And just because your idea is stated by someone else doesn't mean you don't have anything to say. So make sure you share all of your perspective and ideas. If, for some reason, you're not interested in any of the discussions, you can go over to the unconference discussions section and start your own conversation about any topic you like. So we're going to head over to the discussions now. They're going to kick off in just a few minutes. The discussions that are facilitated right now are scaling communities to be more inclusive with Kunal, diversity and inclusion done right with Elisa, Frida, and Netta. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Making hackers realize their impact with Daria. So I believe those are the 3 discussions taking place here. They will be happening over in Discord. You can find all of those in the voice chat section. And after that, in about an hour, we will be doing some more lightning talks right back here on the main stage. So come back here in 1 hour at 11 a.m. Eastern. With that, I'll let you all go to your discussions. Have fun. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in about an hour.